Chapter 81. At this moment, all the Gu clansmen were stunned. They were already prepared to resist, but they really did not expect this divine king elder to come here to say such a thing. Is there some kind of scheme? On the surface he wants to bring us back to the Gu clan, but in reality he wants to kill us all secretly? At this moment many people in the mansion were puzzled and frowned. They did not understand what Guchanga was planning. I want to see what Guchanga is up to. No matter how bold he is, he won't dare to attack us so openly. Although many people were very tempted to return to the Gu clan, they were not stupid. They felt that there was some kind of scheme hidden in this. Buzz! In an instant, many Gu clansmen appeared and came out of the city. Although their cultivation was sealed when they were exiled, and they could not use their full strength, the prestige of being in a high position for a long time could not be concealed. All the cultivators and creatures in the ancient city were shocked when they saw this. The distance between the outer and inner regions was too far. It was not an exaggeration to describe the star field between them as the quicksand of the Ganges. Therefore, very few people would associate the Gu clansmen in front of them with the powerful and terrifying clan. This was too inconceivable. You were sent by Guchanga? A middle-aged man with a dignified face stared at Elder Ming and asked slowly. This old servant was sent by the young master. The young master will be in charge of the Gu clan in the future. He specially ordered this old servant to bring back the clansmen here. Elder Ming replied. This was what Guchanga had told him. In fact, he did not know why this clan was exiled here. In the Gu clan, he could not even enter the inner island. He was just a retainer. However, he had vaguely heard about what happened more than 10 years ago. It was a taboo matter that could not be talked about. He did not dare to think too much about it. He would lose his head. Take over the Gu clan? It seems that you feel that our bloodline is no longer a threat to him? The middle-aged man sneered. How could a wolf cub change his mind? The others also looked calm. It was obvious that they did not appreciate it. At this moment Elder Ming said, the young master said that he would give justice to all of you. As for whether you believe him or not, it doesn't matter. Although the outer realm is vast and free, how can it compare to the clan? The young master also said that he might consider releasing the uncles in the prison. Elder Ming said these words according to Guchanga's request. Otherwise, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to mention such a taboo topic in the Gu family. Could it be that this wolf cub really knows his wrongs and can change? When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned and a little skeptical. This was not something a person like Guchanga would say. As for whether or not there were other schemes, he had absolute confidence in the rest of the Gu family. Other than Guchanga, no one else would think of secretly harming their own family members. Immediately, the rest of the clansmen were puzzled and began to discuss in low voices. It was precisely because of Guchanga's suppression that they had no choice but to move to the outer realms. To be honest, after getting used to staying in the Gu family, this seemingly prosperous outer realm was no different from a desolate place in their eyes. Naturally, they were extremely willing to return to the clan. But most importantly, they couldn't figure out why Guchanga would do this. Actually, all of this was forced by the clan elders, right? Otherwise, with Guchanga's temperament, he could forget about taking over the Gu family. Very quickly, they thought of this point and couldn't help but sneer, feeling that it made sense. Guchanga wanted to take over the Gu family, but the clan elders didn't agree. In the end, they had no choice but to come up with such a good compromise. They would return to the Gu family, and Guchanga would take over the position of the future patriarch. Elder Ming didn't know about this either, but Guchanga had already predicted that this group of people would have such guesses. Everyone will know when you return to the Gu family. Why are you guessing now? We can't let the clan elders' compromise go to waste. Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the others were also moved, suppressing the excitement in their hearts. When they returned to the Gu family, under the eyes of many clan members, unless Guchanga was extremely daring and really wanted to split the Gu family, he wouldn't dare to casually make a move against them. Gu Xian'er, who was secretly watching all of this, was also stunned for a long time. The situation was different from what she had expected. At first, she also thought that the black-clothed elder had come to exterminate them. When she heard that he had come on Guchanga's orders to bring the clan members back, She was also stunned for a moment. She subconsciously thought that this was some kind of conspiracy. Moreover, she was very close and found that the black-clothed elder's gentle and polite expression didn't seem to be fake. What happened to the Gu family? Why would Guchanga be so kind? He actually sent a servant to do this kind of thing? This kind of thing was too unbelievable to her. That good brother of hers was vicious, merciless, and heartless. It was impossible for him to let her clan members go. She could see that the reason why the clan members had been doing well all these years was all due to the efforts of the clan elders. It had nothing to do with Guchanga at all. I want to see what Guchanga has up his sleeve. He can't be so kind. I can't show myself now, but I'm relieved that the clan members are doing well. Gu Xian watched all of this in the dark. She didn't show herself, nor did she move. Instead, she watched all of this and watched as the clan members started to move things. Then she quietly left. Before leaving Peach Village, her master had given her a token and asked her to go to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals to find the Great Elder. That Great Elder was said to be one of the most terrifying existences in the upper realm. He once owed her master a favor. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals was an extremely famous immortal sect in the upper realm. It had a long history. Many emperor clans, royal clans, and immortal clans often sent their clan members there to cultivate. It was even said that the origin of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was related to the immortals of the most ancient era. It contained immortal carvings and many scriptures. Her cultivation was still very weak, so she had to cultivate harder before she could challenge that good brother of hers and take back everything. Upper Realm, Inner Area. Longevity Gu Clan's Inner Island. Guchanga was at the back mountain of the Divine Island. Formation patterns covered all sides to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Other than him, there was no one else on the island. In a pool that was shrouded in mist, filled with immortal energy, and overflowing with divine light, a graceful body sat cross-legged in the center. The water shimmered. Red flames circled in the center. The black color was mixed with reddish gold. It was extremely dazzling. Thousands of auspicious lights began to appear in the center. All kinds of rare materials, sacred medicines, divine materials, and spiritual liquids that were hundreds of thousands of years old were turning into shocking divinity outside the pool and gathering in the center. The brilliance was too dazzling. It was as if it was going to create a land of immortals. If there was an alchemist here, he would definitely cry out that it was a waste. He would feel heartache for wasting natural resources. Any of the materials here was extremely difficult to find in the outside world. It was difficult to get them even at the auction house at a high price. Soon the momentum here disappeared. A majestic and terrifying pressure began to fill the air. This was the pressure of the Saint Realm. Moreover, it was the pressure of the Great Saint Realm. Splash! It was accompanied by the sound of water. Yanji walked out with surprise and joy in her eyes. Young Master Gu. She saw Guchanga standing not far away at a glance. Her cold voice was filled with joy. She could not help but smile. Guchanga nodded slightly. There was a hint of appreciation in his expression. Not bad. He did not waste so many of his resources. This body was reconstructed flawlessly. It was as if it was created by the hands of the heavens. There were no flaws to be found. Her divine bones were immortal, cold and otherworldly. However, there were wisps of reddish gold flames dancing on her hair. The only words that came to Guchanga's mind were that she was both pure and charming. Young Master Gu, do I look good? Yanji spun around in front of Guchanga. She was a little shy. After all, this was the first time she appeared in the state of a remnant soul. Guchanga smiled and said, "You look quite good." Hearing that, Yanji smiled even more happily. Even the tips of her eyebrows could not help but be dyed with joy. "But aren't you cold?" After that, Guchanga asked. Yanji was stunned when she heard that. Then she was stunned. She suddenly realized that after she reconstructed her body, she was not like a remnant soul. When she came out, she was not naked. In other words, she was not wearing anything now. So, she even spun around in front of Guchanga? When she realized that, she was completely stunned. Her face was even scarier than a cooked shrimp. At this moment, Yanji looked at Guchanga's obviously playful expression. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. This was too embarrassing. However, Guchanga clearly had no intention of continuing to tease her. He took out a white robe and put it on her. There was still a long way to go. At this time there was still proper business for her. With the strength of a great sage, she could help him find out some things. Thank you, young master. Yanji was not an ordinary person. After thousands of years of cultivation, she quickly calmed down, but her face was still a little hot. The outer region, the forsaken land of immortals. Help me find out if there is anything special in the depths. Contact me if there is anything. This is a domain breaker talisman. If you meet a strong opponent, you can use this to escape. Don't hesitate. Your life is more important. Guchanga said gently. He took out the domain breaker talisman from the system warehouse and gave it to her. This thing could help her escape at a critical moment. Of course, the prerequisite was that she did not meet those unfathomable old monsters. The domain breaker talisman could easily break through the barriers of the world. Presumably, it could help her escape when she met with danger. Guxian had indeed gone to the forsaken land of immortals. According to the usual logic, such a place where no one dared to go must have hidden a great opportunity or great danger. After all, Yanji was a great sage. It was not difficult for her to pass through the forsaken land of immortals. She could help him investigate Guxian's current background. After knowing her background, many things could be planned. As for sending the rest of the Gu clan, not to mention that Guchanga's current power was not enough to order around great sages. Moreover, almost many of the Gu clan's clansmen were constantly being watched. He sent people to the forsaken land of immortals. What was the meaning of this? Many of the clan's elders would probably link it to Guxian. Guchanga did not want to destroy the prestige he had painstakingly established so quickly. The forsaken land of immortals? I understand. Rest assured, young master. Hearing this, Yanji nodded and took the domain breaker talisman. Since it was Guchanga's order, she would definitely do it well. Chapter 82. Yanji left the Gu family with Guchanga's token. No one dared to stop her along the way. Now that Guchanga was appointed as the young master, it was time for him to have great power. Looking at the woman in the red dress and seeing that she was carrying Guchanga's token, many of the clan members could not help but think in that direction and did not dare to offend her. Many clan elders heard the report from their informants and did not care much. After all, she was not a member of the Gu family and was a great saint. It was inevitable that she would be discovered and angered Guchanga. In the next few days, Guchanga began to prepare for the rest of the matters. The matter of the fate points was settled, and the clan had made the necessary arrangements. Elder Ming brought the exiled clan members back to report on the completion of the mission. This caused quite a stir in the Gu family. A few clan elders welcomed them with joy. Many clan members saw that Guchanga did not seem to be acting casually, and their attitude towards him was much better. During this time, Guchanga appeared to meet them but did not say much. He secretly instructed his confidants to pay attention to the clan's movements. Although he did not care much about what revenge they would take against him, it was good to have everything under control. When the clan members found out that it was Guchanga who took the initiative to bring them back to the clan, and that he was not pressured by the clan elders, they were extremely shocked. Then their emotions became extremely complicated. Especially when they heard the clan elders talking about Guchanga, saying that he was a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf and was willing to correct his mistakes. They could not help but fall silent. This was a good thing for the Gu family after all. But the hatred of the past could not be resolved so easily. The humiliation and pain that their clan had suffered, and the pain that the little girl who had her Dao bone dug out by Guchanga had suffered all these years, could not be resolved with a simple apology. Most importantly, they did not know where Guxian was, and did not know if she was still alive. For the sake of their family they could tolerate it. However, when it came to the matter of Guxian Guchanga did nothing. They couldn't accept it. Furthermore, Guchanga did not say a single word of apology. He did not even say a single word. When he came in, he glanced around and seemed to have picked someone, then turned around and left. This made the people of this bloodline extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Guchanga was now the young master. But soon after, Guchanga ordered the seals in their bodies to be undone. The cultivation that had been sealed all these years was naturally restored. Furthermore, Many of the uncles that had been imprisoned in the underground prison were also released. This made them feel extremely conflicted. Their feelings towards Wuxia fluctuated from time to time, and they were completely unable to figure out what Wuxia was planning. In the end, he felt that he was indeed trying to ease the tension between them, but because of his personality, he couldn't bring himself to apologize, so he might as well do something practical. For a moment, their attitude towards Wuxia was not as hostile as before. As the saying goes, nothing is better than knowing one's wrongs and being able to change. Even someone like Wuxia could repent. This made them feel that there was still hope for this person. After all, they were all from the same clan. After being exiled all these years, they did not actually suffer much. It was just that they were angry in their hearts. Feeling that the bloodline's attitude towards him had improved slightly, Wuxia was not surprised. His actions were naturally within his plan. If he had apologized at the beginning, undone the seals, and let them go, they would not appreciate it. Instead, they would think that he had ulterior motives and was a freak. But if he changed his tactics and did not apologize, he would make them suspicious, angry, and annoyed. Then, he would directly undo the seals and let them go. They would think that he was actually planning to repent. There was no other intention, but he could not bring himself to do so. These were similar matters, so the results would definitely be different when handling them. And it was the kind of difference that was like heaven and earth. Wuxia did not think that his methods were brilliant, but it just so happened that he could find the pain point every time and grasp it well. Then he began to deal with the matters around him. Since Wuxia and Lin Qiuhan were brought here by him from the lower realm, he naturally had to settle them down well. After seeing the big world of the Gu family during this period of time, they would not be bullied if they went to other sects and forces because of their personalities. Wuxia was very smart, so there would not be any problems. However, Lin Qiuhan had a gentle personality, but she was pitifully stupid. Wuxia always felt that she would not be able to live for more than a few days in the cultivation world alone. However, considering her terrifying talent in alchemy, she would be snatched as a disciple if she went to a large sect of alchemy. They would not let her suffer the slightest grievance. Wuxia did not think much about it. He first took the time to take Wuxia to the divine sect of Taichu where his mother was and visit her. The divine sect of Taichu. This was an ancient force in the inner realm of Boruo heaven. It had existed for an extremely long time, and its territory was vast. Because of its style of doing things, the divine sect of Taichu was also called the demonic sect by various forces. Of course, the situation had improved over the years. With the efforts of the disciples and elders of the divine sect of Taichu, the demonic sect was barely changed to be more righteous. However, it was difficult to hide the nature of the demonic sect. The other orthodoxies had to be careful when they passed through Boruo heaven to avoid being robbed. Wuxia was the son of the previous saintess of the divine sect of Taichu, and the young master of the Gu family. Naturally, he arrived there without any obstacles and found his mother who was cultivating. The two of them chatted for a long time. Wuxia told his mother what he said to his father. His mother's eyes immediately reddened. Her heart ached, and she said that her son had suffered all these years. Wuxia had nothing to feel guilty about. After all, the demonic nature had been resolved. Presumably, his parents would not want to see him like before. As for Wuxia's origin, Wuxia left it to his mother. He was very relieved. Wuxia happened to be liked by his mother, so Wuxia let her stay with his mother for the time being. At the same time, he could investigate her memories and find out what they were. After staying in the divine sect of Taichu for a few days, Wuxia returned to the Gu family. He took Lin Qiuhan to visit the Purple Pole Alchemy sect in the Eastern Victory Heaven of the Inner Territory. There were many heavens in the Inner Territory. The territories were divided by different heavens. The Eastern Victory Heaven was connected to many lower realms of alchemy. It was even said to be the supreme realm of alchemy. Countless alchemy cultivators wanted to ascend there. There were many supreme grandmasters in alchemy. The pills they refined were hard to find. In terms of resources, there were very few forces that could compare. Especially when it came to alchemy, their connections were not to be underestimated. Although the Purple Pole Alchemy sect was huge and claimed to be the #1 sect in alchemy, they had been suppressed by other alchemy sects over the years. The most important thing was that they did not have good disciples. It was difficult to find cultivators with talent in alchemy, not to mention that they had to be qualified. Not just anyone with talent in alchemy could join them. Most of the time, they looked for disciples in various areas of the upper realm. This was because it was rare to see alchemists ascend from the lower realm. Even if they did, they would be captured by many forces at the edge of the outer territory. They would be brought back to the sect as free labor. Therefore, these alchemy sects were really short of disciples. They were rich in resources and did not lack anything. The only thing they lacked was talented disciples. Asking for fresh flowers. The sects were also thinking of ways to find cultivators with good talent in alchemy. They sent them to the major alchemy sects to seek benefits for themselves. At this moment, the Purple Pole Alchemy sect was surrounded by mountains. Celestial mountains rose and fell. Silver waterfalls splashed. There were thousands of rays of light. There was a big commotion among the various peaks. Many peak masters of the alchemy peaks ran out in shock when they heard the report from their disciples. The young master of the Longevity Gu clan is outside the sect? Although the Purple Pole Alchemy sect claimed to be the #1 holy land of alchemy, they knew that they were inferior to forces like the Longevity family and the imperishable sections. After all, they were alchemists. In terms of heritage and even combat strength, they were far inferior to the Longevity family and the imperishable sections. Even when facing such a giant force from the upper realm, they would still be afraid. Especially when the other party was the young master of the Longevity family. Even the elders had to be careful when dealing with such a status. Hearing this report, many disciples and elders of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect were shocked. They hurriedly turned into divine rainbows and flew over. Is this the Purple Pole Alchemy sect that young master told me about? I smelled the scent of alchemy from afar. It's the same even on the mountain gate. The two words alchemy sect really have a terrifying alchemy rhythm. 0 inches front of the mountain gate, Lin Chohan was wearing a long blue dress. Her face was slightly powdered, which made her look even more beautiful. She was looking at them curiously. She was very happy to hear that Guchanga wanted to send her here to learn alchemy. After all, she was very interested in alchemy. After learning it, she could help Guchanga. That way she wouldn't seem too useless. After all, it's a famous alchemy sect in the upper realm. Although it looks a little down, it's not lacking in resources. Most importantly, it's said that the Purple Pole Alchemy sect has the pill formula of the Purple Pole Celestial Pill. That's a celestial pill that even immortals covet. Guchanga smiled casually. Wearing a black robe, he stood under the mountain gate with a slender figure. There seemed to be light flowing all over his body, making him look like a young god. Many disciples of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect in front of him looked askance and were secretly shocked. There was one more thing that he didn't say. The competition among the other alchemy sects was fierce. Unlike the Purple Pole Alchemy sect, they didn't have many disciples who could compete. With such a down-and-out appearance, they could only rely on a group of old antique elders to keep up appearances. A talent like Lin Chohan's would naturally be more important here. As long as Lin Chohan could join, Guchanga would naturally gain a large amount of luck points. If she was appointed as the successor of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect, TSK, Guchanga could already imagine himself doing nothing and earning luck points every day. When that time came, he could just lie down and add points casually and bully people when he had nothing to do. The life of a villain was so boring. Behind Guchanga, Ada, Elder Ming, and the rest of his confidants followed. Their auras were extremely powerful, which made the group of disciples in front of them tremble. Guchanga, the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, why did such a prominent figure bring a woman here? They had known for a long time. In the entire upper realm, this young master of the Gu clan definitely had a place among the most eye-catching young supreme venerables. Born God, true immortal beauty. There were too many titles which showed how powerful he was. They didn't expect to see him in person today, so they couldn't help but feel shocked. Soon, waves of divine rainbows flew in front of them and turned into several figures that landed on the ground. They were the current elders of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect. Young master of the Gu clan has come to the Purple Pole Alchemy sect in person. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you. An elder wearing a crimson robe cupped his hands and said with a kind smile on his face, "Righteousness." Chapter 83. The red-robed elder was called Elder Chihua. He was the current 6th elder of the Purple Pole Pill sect. No one knew how long he had lived. It was said that he was transformed from a wisp of red sun heavenly fire. His alchemy skills were extremely famous in the upper realm. Behind him, there were also many elders and disciples, but it was obvious that he was the leader. Among the group of disciples, the men and women were all dressed in green robes, but there were runes on their chests to condense into elixir text, indicating their identity. They were the inner sect disciples of the Purple Pole Pill sect. Their cultivation was not very strong, and they were basically all in the almighty realm. At this moment they were all curiously sizing up Guchanga. What was the rumored young master of the Gu clan doing in the Purple Pole Pill sect? And why was the blue-dressed woman beside him so weak? She was only in the divinity realm. After all, Guchanga's identity was very honorable. They only dared to take a few glances and did not dare to make a sound to avoid being disrespectful. At this moment, everyone was guessing the purpose of Guchanga's visit in their hearts. "Young Master Changa, please come into the sect for a chat. It's too rude to be in front of the mountain gate." Immediately, Elder Chihua made an inviting gesture, inviting Guchanga to come forward. Guchanga smiled slightly and followed behind. Soon divine rainbows rose under everyone's feet, and they headed towards the depths of the Purple Pole Pill sect. In a majestic palace, the fragrance of elixir lingered, looking ancient. Many beautiful disciples came forward to serve tea to Guchanga, and retreated to the side. "I wonder why young Master Changa has come to my sect today?" Elder Chihua took a sip of tea, and then could not help but ask in confusion. The relationship between the Purple Pole Pill sect and the major forces was actually quite good, and there were very few conflicts. Therefore, Guchanga's visit should not be because of any conflict. At this moment, Guchanga also spoke with a faint smile on his face. "Elder Chihua, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, Changa has come to visit the Purple Pole Pill sect today for a matter." "Oh, young Master Changa's matter, is it about this lady?" Elder Chihua heard this, and his eyes could not help but focus. In the end, it landed on the blue-dressed woman beside Guchanga. She was very beautiful, but her cultivation was not very high. He wasn't sure about Lin Chohan's identity, so he just called her a girl. But from the looks of it, she should be very close to Guchanga. It was rumored that the young master of the Gu clan was incomparably cold, aloof, and difficult to deal with. Now it seemed that the rumors were wrong. At least when he was talking to Guchanga, he didn't feel like anything was wrong. He even felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze, giving people a feeling of gentleness like jade. How could such a person have the temperament of the rumors? Elder Chihua could not help but shake his head. "Chohan was brought up by me from the lower realm. At that time I saw that her talent in alchemy was not bad, so I wanted to bring her to the upper realm. It just so happened that I sent her to the Purple Pole Pill sect, so as not to waste her talent." Guchanga smiled faintly. He did not directly say that he saw that the Purple Pole Pill sect was in dire straits recently, and wanted to send them a good seedling. That would be too heartless. After all, he was still waiting for the Purple Pole Pill sect to help him nurture Lin Chohan and be a sucker. It was a little too much to poke at someone's wound in front of them, so he had already said it very implicitly. If translated, it meant that Lin Chohan was brought up by me from the lower realm. Her talent in alchemy is not bad, and I saw that the Purple Pole Pill sect did not have any good disciples recently, so I sent her over. Elder Chihua was also a smart person. He naturally understood when he heard this. His expression was a little awkward, but also a little expectant. After all, Guchanga was the young master of the Gu clan. If he sent someone with a little talent over, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? "Young Master Changa is very thoughtful. I will first thank you for your kindness on behalf of the Purple Pole Pill sect, young Master Changa." Elder Chihua chuckled as he began to size up Lin Chohan seriously. Under the pressure of his expression, Lin Chohan also became a little nervous. However, when she remembered what young Master Gu said, she calmed down a lot. At this time she could not panic. Young Master Gu was standing behind her. Lin Chohan said to herself in her heart. Guchanga, on the other hand, had a calm smile on his face. It did not change at all. He was naturally very clear about Lin Chohan's terrifying talent in alchemy. He was definitely going to be the sucker and honest person of the Purple Pole Pill sect. However, at this time no one jumped out to question him, which made him feel a little bored. After all, it was a normal routine. Should it be the inner sect disciples of the Purple Pole Pill sect who saw that Lin Chohan's cultivation was weak, and that she came from the lower realm and began to mock and doubt her? It was a pity that she had such great luck and did not follow this routine. It seemed that after following him for a long time, the good-for-nothing face-slapping routine was not popular anymore. Wuxia suddenly felt a little bored. Wherever he went, no one questioned him. It was impossible for him to oppress others with his power. Everyone was so afraid of him. At this time, Elder Chihua suddenly felt a little surprised. He looked at Lin Chohan's expression and was somewhat in disbelief. He would not know if he did not size her up, but once he did, he would be shocked. After all, talent was not written on the face. No matter how high his cultivation was, it was impossible to see it at a glance. This required a process of perception. And this perception, he discovered that Lin Chohan, this little girl, actually had a strong pill intent. Innate pill intent? One had to know that a wisp of pill intent was something that some alchemy grandmasters dreamed of. However, this little girl had more than 1,000 wisps of it. This made him a little shocked and incredulous. If she walked the path of alchemy, her future was simply limitless. This girl's talent. Elder Chihua was delighted and somewhat excited, but he was still not sure. He ordered the disciple behind him to get a Dharma weapon and prepare to test it. Elder Chihua, Chohan's talent is not bad, right? Wuxia smiled faintly. He had already expected this, but naturally, he still had to go through the process. This girl's talent is a little scary. I didn't expect her to appear in the lower realm and even be discovered by young Master Chang'e. Elder Chihua also had a face full of smiles. The way he looked at Lin Chohan was as if he was looking at a supreme treasure. "Miss, are you willing to be my disciple?" He suddenly spoke, and the first sentence made Lin Chohan a little confused. She could not wrap her head around it. Was her talent in alchemy really that good? She looked at Wuxia as if she was asking for help. "This matter is up to you," Wuxia said with a smile. He definitely had to follow her opinion. If she listened to him about becoming his disciple, it would be meaningless. However, this Elder Chihua was a shrewd person. He was actually prepared to snatch Lin Chohan first. "However, I think you can wait a little longer, Chohan. There are many elders in the Purple Pole Alchemy sect. Pick one that you think is suitable." This time, Wuxia directly used the word pick. Elder Chihua was a little embarrassed. After all, he did have the intention to snatch her first, but Wuxia exposed it. As for the word pick, he felt that it was very right. Now, it was not a matter of whether they were willing to accept Lin Chohan as a disciple, but whether she was willing to be their disciple. Later, when the other elders heard the news and rushed over, they would not be like him. They would probably snatch her directly. The inner sect disciples of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect were also shocked at this moment. They had never heard of one being able to choose an elder as their master. Was this blue dress woman's talent really that terrifying? "Little girl, if you accept me as your master, just tell me whatever alchemy fire you want. In the entire upper realm, I dare to pat my chest and guarantee that there are not many people better than me in controlling fire." Elder Chihua began to prepare to guide Lin Chohan patiently. He was going to put in a lot of effort to make her choose him as her master. At this time, outside the main hall, a group of elders also swarmed in. They were all very old and famous figures in alchemy. They were living fossils and had extremely terrifying connections and resources. "I heard that young Master Chang'e sent us a good seedling. Young Master Chang'e is very considerate. The Purple Pole Alchemy sect is very grateful." The group of elders' auras were very terrifying. They first greeted Wuxia, then set their eyes directly on Lin Chohan. That appearance was simply like a group of hungry wolves staring at meat. On the way here, they had already heard about what had happened. Innate alchemy essence and more than one strand. No fuck, there's actually so much. How is this possible? An old antique who had lived for a long time could not help but open his eyes wide and burst out swearing. Could this little girl be the manifestation of an ancient divine pill? This kind of talent is simply not seen once in a million years. I feel that we can hold our heads high in this sect trial for once. Hiss! Someone could not help but gasp. He quickly took out the testing instrument and placed it behind Lin Chohan. Buzz! Accompanied by a light tremor. It began to bloom with brilliant brilliance. Various colors illuminated the main hall, bright and dazzling, as if it was going to illuminate the entire main hall. Many disciples could only close their eyes to avoid being pierced by the light. The talent test is not wrong. This little girl has the most suitable physique for alchemy. Give her to me, and in less than 20 years she will definitely be a renowned alchemy master. Why don't you give her to me? How can a little girl be taught by a bunch of old men like you? What if you teach her wrongly? Little girl, follow me. I only need 18 years, and I will definitely teach you to be a generation's alchemy master, respected by countless people. I only need 15 years. 15 years. I only need 13 years. Aha, that's all you have. Little girl, if you choose me as your master, the next peak master of Tianju Peak will definitely be you. It's not impossible for you to become the sect master. A group of peak masters and elders who could not be seen normally began to compete for the position of master, and even looked like they were quarreling in a small market. The disciples of the Purple Pole Pill sect were extremely shocked and even a little confused. They were simply frightened. Young master. Lin Chohan blinked and looked at Guchanga for help. When had she ever encountered such a frightening situation? Now her mind was dizzy. You choose yourself, Guchanga said. No, I only listen to you, young master. Lin Chohan pouted and directly threw the responsibility to Guchanga. Why aren't you so smart usually? Guchanga really wanted to knock her head. Little girl, why don't you follow me? I only need 10 years to teach her to be an alchemy master. At this moment, accompanied by a gentle voice, a beautiful woman in a palace dress slowly walked in from the entrance of the hall with a smile on her face. Her figure was very blurry, as if she came from another world. No one knew how deep her cultivation was. Sect master. All the disciples and elders in the hall greeted her in unison. Her words were obviously directed at Guchanga. Chapter 84. Guchanga narrowed his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. The newcomer was the sect leader of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect, sect leader Ziyan. She was a woman who was in charge of the huge Purple Pole Alchemy sect, and was extremely famous in the upper realm. Although she did not look very old, it was only because she had a technique to retain her youth when she was young. Her real age could even be Guchanga's ancestors' generation. In fact, when he came, he was thinking about letting Lin Chohan acknowledge this person as her master. Now that she had delivered herself to him, it saved him a lot of effort. Young Master Changa, you're so thoughtful to send such a good seedling to my Purple Pole Alchemy sect. You've really solved my sect's emergency. Sect leader Ziyin walked into the palace and said with a smile. Her voice was very gentle, and her cultivation was unfathomable. Her gaze fell on Guchanga, as if she wanted to see through him. She had always known about this young supreme martial artist of the Gu clan in the upper realm. He was cold and ruthless, and he only cared about cultivation. The major event that happened to the Gu clan more than 10 years ago was noticed by all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. Although it was quickly covered up, she had heard many rumors. It was said that it was caused by this young man in front of her. Senior Ziyan, you must be joking. I'm just offering you a gift. The Purple Pole Alchemy sect is the best place for Chohan now. Guchanga said with a calm expression. Hearing this, sect leader Ziyin smiled non-committally. She did not know if the rumors were true or not, but she could see that this young man in front of her was very scheming and had extraordinary means. In addition, his cultivation was also extremely profound. Among the younger generation, there were probably not many who could be mentioned in the same breath as him at the age of 27. He was handsome, elegant and gentle like jade. This was not a simple person. This is the Purple Pole token of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect. Outside, you can freely dispatch the alchemists of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect to serve young Master Changa. Even the elders and peak masters of the Purple Pole Alchemy sect can use this token to command young Master Changa. But you only have one chance. Young Master Changa sent the little girl to my sect. My Purple Pole Pill sect will remember this favor. As sect leader Ziyin spoke, an object suddenly appeared in her hand. This was a token with Pildao patterns carved on it. It was unknown what kind of immortal gold was used to forge it, but it was extremely simple and unadorned. The two large words ZG were extremely conspicuous. Sect Master. All the elders in the hall couldn't help but turn pale. They didn't expect that the sovereign would give such an important extreme purple token to Guchanga. What did this mean? It goes without saying. To many outside forces, the Purple Pole Pill Sect's possession of this item was equivalent to the arrival of the Purple Pole Pill Sect's sect master. Even though Guchanga was the young master of the Gu clan, he had given them such a good seedling like Lin Chohan. This was a huge favor to the Purple Pole Pill Sect. But it was not worth it for them to do so. Oh, it would be impolite of this junior to refuse. Seeing this item, Guchanga naturally would not refuse. He also knew very well what the extreme purple token represented. To put it bluntly, as long as it was in the field of Pildao in the upper realm, the extreme purple token could command most alchemists, and it contained terrifying energy. He was a little surprised that sect leader Ziyan would give such a good thing to him directly. Adhering to the principle that it would be a waste to refuse benefits, Guchanga naturally had to accept it. In the future, if he needed pills or something, he could just take the extreme purple token to the alchemists of the Purple Pole Pill Sect. He didn't even need to prepare the materials. For example, he could get a bunch of spirit gathering pills, spirit transforming pills, and 100 dispersing pills. Moreover, Guchanga also knew that sect leader Ziyan was implying that he should sell Lin Chohan to the Purple Pole Pill Sect for a single extreme purple token. Thinking of this, his expression was a little thought-provoking. Instead of being a sucker, he had to think about these useless things. Since he dared to send Lin Chohan here, he was naturally not afraid that she would betray him. Chohan, this is the sect leader of the Purple Pole Pill Sect. She will be your master in the future. Learn alchemy from her. Then, Guchanga smiled and touched Lin Chohan's hair, not mentioning at all that he would hand Lin Chohan over to the Purple Pole Pill Sect. In addition, now that the extreme purple token was in his hands, did he want to take it back? He was thinking too much. Instead of being a sucker, he gave him some benefits. He wanted to give sect leader Ziyan a good person card. Yes, don't worry, young master. I will definitely not let you down, Lin Chohan said obediently. Because of Guchanga's intimate behavior, her face was a little hot. Seeing that Guchanga pretended not to understand what she meant, sect leader Ziyan's expression stiffened a little. Sect leader Ziyan's expression stiffened slightly. It was a little unexpected, but she soon returned to normal. But why did she feel like she was throwing a meat bun at a dog? She suddenly felt a little regretful in her heart. Why did she think that Guchanga would be a good person? Sure enough, this appearance was very deceiving. Even she subconsciously felt that Guchanga would not be a bad person. However, sect leader Ziyan also believed that if she kept Lin Chohan by her side and taught her carefully, she would naturally develop feelings for the sect as long as time went by. Guchanga's plan to let the Purple Pole Pill Sect help him cultivate people naturally fell through. Your name is Chohan, right? From now on I will call you master. Then sect leader Ziyan said gently to Lin Chohan. She liked this simple little girl very much, and even planned to cultivate her as the future sect leader. With such a terrifying talent, it was not impossible for her to surpass her in alchemy in the future. Chohan greets master. Lin Chohan also greeted her very obediently. She also had a good impression of this master who had given her a gift as soon as she arrived. After this trip, not only did he send Lin Chohan to the Purple Pole Pill Sect and make her the disciple of the sect leader, he also received a favor from the Purple Pole Pill Sect and a Purple Pole token. Even his luck points increased by 500 points. Guchanga felt that his trip was not in vain. Outside the gate of the Purple Pole Pill Sect, Guchanga's figure appeared and was sent here by several elders. Young master, Ada, Elder Ming, and the other trusted subordinates said, Elders, I'll leave you here. I'm relieved to leave Chohan to you. Guchanga turned around and said with a faint smile on his face, Young Master Changa, you're too kind. The Purple Pole Pill Sect will always remember your favor today. Several elders cupped their hands and said with a smile on their faces, but they couldn't help but want to roll their eyes. This young master of the Gu family looked like a gentle immortal, but in fact, his heart was extremely black. He took the Purple Pole token from the Purple Pole Pill Sect without any expression, and even his expression did not change. They could still clearly remember the shocked expression on the sect leader's face when he couldn't take it back. "Chohan, how did you meet the young master of the Gu family?" After Guchanga left, sect leader Ziyin told Lin Chohan some of the rules of the Purple Pole Pill sect, while she couldn't help but be curious. Where did Guchanga find such an innocent Lin Chohan? It seemed that Lin Chohan was completely kept in the dark by Guchanga. She was purely sold by Guchanga, but she was still happily helping Guchanga count the money. She couldn't help but worry about her disciple. She didn't look like a fool. "Master, are you talking about the young master?" When I first met the young master, it was in the Lin family in the central state of the Azure Heaven realm, which is my family. Speaking of the scene when she first met Guchanga, Lin Chohan remembered very clearly. He was high and mighty like a young god with a hazy halo. He sat at the head of the table, looking indifferent and overlooking everything, and she secretly looked at him from outside the crowd. Hearing these words, sect leader Ziyin was a little speechless. She had lived for a long time and could see these simple tricks at a glance. Guchanga was indeed not a good person. With just a few tricks he made Lin Chohan fall for him. It seemed that she had to remind Lin Chohan in the future to stay away from Guchanga and see his true colors. They returned to the Gu family from the Purple Pole Pill sect in the East Victory Heaven. It was already 3 days later. Everything was calm and peaceful. In the palace, Guchanga sat cross-legged. His white robe was otherworldly, and his hair was crystal clear. Each strand was like immortal graphite jade, showing a sense of transcendence. At this moment, his face was incomparably calm, and his eyes were as deep as the vast universe. There were many black runes flowing in them. In the center of his palm, a pitch-black Great Tao treasure bottle had shrunk to the size of his palm. Black divine light spread out and floated up and down. "It took me so many days to refine a demonic bottle of expiation," Guchanga muttered to himself and quickly withdrew from this state. A black light flashed in his eyes. The 597 black Great Tao treasure bottle floated up and down and entered his eyes. Soon it disappeared. Attribute interface. Guchanga called out in his heart. Owner Guchanga. Halo, Destined villain. Weapon. 8 Desolation demonic halberd. Identity. True disciple of the Tao Heaven Palace of Immortals. Young master of the Longevity Gu family. Physique and bloodline. Demonic heart Tao bone. Cultivation. Early stage Immortal Emperor realm. Arts and abilities. Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon Myriad Transformations Demon Body. Innate Divine Will Void Power. Immortal Devouring Demon Technique. Endless Immortal Mantra. Destiny Value. 1000 Luck Points. 1,500. System Store. Unlocked. Inventory. 1/3 of the World Seat X3. Luck Plunder Card X3. Looking at his current destiny value, Guchanga muttered to himself and began to search in the system store. "If I exchange all my luck points together, I should have more than 16,000 destiny value. I can exchange for a lot of goods." Although the Great Tao Bone was good, it was not his own. Now that the demonic heart had absorbed the Great Tao Bone's talent, it was not very useful. Of course, he had to see what good things were in the system store first so that he could prepare for his future plans. He did not return to the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace because he wanted to wait for news from Yanji. He wanted to know what Gu Xian was up to so that he could make some arrangements. Soon, Guchanga noticed a few things and narrowed his eyes. In that case, there are more possibilities. A thought-provoking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how strong Gu Xian's background was, it did not matter to him. Everything was under his control. At this moment outside the palace, there was a servant's report, which made Guchanga slightly surprised. "Young master, the family head wants you to meet him in the main palace. The emperor of the unparalleled immortal dynasty has brought the 4th princess to meet you. They are now in the main palace." Guchanga froze for a moment, then chuckled. His fiancée was here. Chapter 85. Guchanga got up and walked out of the hall. At the same time, he recalled the relevant memories in his mind. Yu Mingkong, the 4th princess of the Wushuang dynasty. She had been engaged to him since young. Regardless of talent, appearance, or background, she was extremely compatible with him. However, according to his previous memories, He did not have a good impression of her, nor did he have any ill intentions. He purely saw her as a tool. Some time ago, the system mentioned that a new lady of luck had appeared, but there was no news after that. Gu Chang'e thought a lot and considered everyone around him. He had even checked many of his cousins in the clan, but he didn't find anything wrong with it. Their luck points were not very high. At least compared to Lin Chuhan, Suqingge, and the others, it was much lower. So in the end, Gu Chang'e left a mark on his fiancée. However, this was just a guess. Without seeing her in person, Gu Chang'e could not be sure. After all, he did not break off the engagement. Logically speaking, it should not be so dramatic. Could it be that she was purely here to give him warmth and his wife? It would not be so normal. The most important thing was that Gu Chang'e sent people to find out about his fiancée. The result was that Yu Mingkong had been hiding her strength and biding her time for many years. Until recently, she defeated all of his siblings in one fell swoop and obtained the position of crown prince. She sounded like a person with a lot of means. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change, but all kinds of thoughts were rolling in his mind. When he went to see his fiancée later, he would know by looking at her luck points. However, as the princess of the Wushuang dynasty, she had not offended a lady of luck like him. Her luck points should be very high. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e did not care. According to the power of the Longevity Gu clan and the Wushuang dynasty in the upper realm, there should not be any problems with this engagement. In other words, he was going to see his future wife today? But if she was really a lady of luck, what kind of method would she use? In a majestic and ancient hall with divine light faintly visible, the current head of the Gu family, Gu Lintian, had a smile on his face as he conversed with the valiant man in the imperial robe. Emperor's might swirled around the valiant man in the emperor's robe. His aura was boundless and boundless. Just by standing there, it was as if he was in a deep universe that was displaying many terrifying scenes. He was none other than the current sovereign of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the Moon Sovereign. However, this time it was only one of his Dharma bodies that came to the Gu clan. His real body had to stay in the immortal city and was unable to leave. The Moon Empress and Gu Lintian used to be good friends when they were young. That was why their descendants were engaged. And now, Yu Mingkong was even designated as the crown princess. Her authority was incomparably terrifying in the eyes of the entire Wushuang immortal dynasty. She wielded great power at such a young age, so much so that many of the older generation in the upper realm found it difficult to ignore her. News of the Empress' appearance spread everywhere, causing a great commotion. Not to mention that she was extremely talented and had already broken through to the titled Marquis realm at such a young age, at least on the surface. At this moment, in the main hall, many elders and young people were secretly sizing up the beautiful woman in front of them. Her immortal face was like a painting, with a green spiral hairstyle, so beautiful that it shook people to the core. Her eyebrows were slender like willow leaves, and her pair of phoenix eyes were calm and deep. Her nose was delicate, and her lips were like blooming flower stamens. Her face was like a hibiscus, and there was a sense of elegance and nobility. Her skin was white and delicate like porcelain, and her figure was tall and slender. She wasn't wearing a loose emperor's robe, but a gray gauze dress. Her aura was otherworldly, and there was a sense of majesty that made people's hearts palpitate. This woman stood there. Although her expression was calm, there was a sense of majesty that made people of the same age unconsciously fear. Emperors might appeared for the first time. Many elders sighed in their hearts. A marriage alliance between such a woman and the Gu clan would probably cause many powers and orthodoxies to feel fear. The crown princess of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. No matter who it was, they would all be characters with terrifying power in the future, destined to stand at the peak of the upper realm. In that case, wouldn't it mean that the Wushuang immortal dynasty and the Longevity Gu clan were walking together? To the outside world, this wasn't a good sign. Since ancient times, many supreme orthodoxies and imperishable great sects had often formed marriage alliances, but there had never been a marriage alliance between future successors like today. The commotion caused by this was too shocking. However, many powers couldn't say anything. After all, before this, when Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong were engaged, they hadn't been confirmed as successors. Moreover, this was something that they fought for themselves and not a scheme. At this time they couldn't pressure the two powers to cancel the marriage alliance, right? They didn't dare, and they didn't have the ability. In the main hall, everyone had different thoughts about what kind of result this marriage would bring. Yu Mingkong, on the other hand, was slightly distracted. She looked very calm, but her heart wasn't. She had been to this familiar main hall many times. She could even call out the names of many of these familiar faces of the Gu clan. In her previous life, her biological father was strict with her, but she received a lot of love from Uncle Gu Lintian. Therefore, she liked to come to the Gu clan whenever she had nothing to do. Gu Chang's attitude towards her was very cold, but his parents treated her very well, as if she was their own daughter. Yu Mingkong was very moved by this. Unfortunately, they were also hurt by Gu Chang'e in the end, and didn't have a good ending. Gu Lintian unfortunately suffered from the backlash of his inner demon when he broke through his cultivation. His Dao fruit broke, and his cultivation dissipated, but he managed to save his life. He felt that he didn't let anyone down in his life, but he let down his other family members and that little girl from back then. This inner demon had never dissipated. Instead, as his cultivation increased, it grew more and more intense. Even Mother Gu was the same. In the end, she fell ill from depression, and no medicine could cure her. Yu Mingkong felt bad and blamed herself when she thought of this. She couldn't stop this in her previous life, but she definitely could in this life. Gu Chang'e, this unfilial son, not only did he hurt her so deeply, but he also hurt his parents and family. Yu Mingkong quickly recovered from her memories. At this moment, a servant's voice came from outside the hall. "Young master has arrived." Yu Mingkong heard the voice, and a complicated look flashed across her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. The person she didn't want to see the most, but also the person she wanted to see the most, had finally arrived. She slowly turned around. Her gaze was also dazed for a moment. The man who walked in from outside the hall was wearing a simple and clean white robe. He was handsome, elegant, and gentle like jade. Every strand of his hair was sparkling like black jade, and he had an immortal aura. "Father, uncle." Gu Chang'e first bowed to the two people in the hall, then looked at his fiancée. Although he had seen her many times in his memory, seeing her up close for the first time, he found that she was indeed shockingly beautiful. What was called a flawless immortal face. This face in front of him was exactly what it was. In any case, any words used to describe a woman's beauty wouldn't be a problem when used on her. And the most important thing was her temperament. That kind of high and mighty imperial aura was inadvertently revealed. This wasn't a bearing that an ordinary person could have. At the same time, he used the system to check Yu Mingkong's providence points. With one look, Gu Chang'e was a little stunned. "Chang'e, Mingkong, you're both young people, so you should have a good chat. Mingkong rarely comes to the Gu family, so you should take her around. My Gu family has so many beautiful and magnificent places, so you should take a good look around." At this moment, Gu Lintian said to Gu Chang'e, feeling that this was a good opportunity to get closer to the two of them. The Moon Empress also nodded and said, "Mingkong, I have something to discuss with your Uncle Gu, so you should take a walk with nephew Chang'e. Weren't you very happy every time you came in the past? What's going on today?" Hearing this, Yu Mingkong also recovered from her daze and said, "That's right. Father, Mingkong understands." She still looked a little dazed. Why was it so different from what she had seen in her previous life? She remembered that when Gu Chang'e came in, he was dressed in black and had a cold and indifferent expression. He didn't even look at her. Although he still had that familiar face today, it was as if he was a completely different person. Yu Mingkong felt that she might have remembered something wrong. "Mingkong, let's go out and talk?" At this moment, Gu Chang'e also spoke. His voice was natural, but there was a trace of strangeness in his expression. Yu Mingkong nodded and followed him out of the hall. Her mind was in a mess. She felt that something was wrong. Why did he call her Mingkong? She hadn't heard him call her that more than a few times in her previous life. Moreover, this natural expression didn't seem to be deliberately faked. Yu Mingkong felt that things were a little out of her expectations. Since her rebirth, no matter what happened, she had always been in control and had never made a mistake. Relying on her foresight, she had taken every step flawlessly. But why was it that when she saw Gu Chang'e she couldn't do it? Or was it that he was the same as her, and had also been reborn? His current appearance was just to deceive her? Or was it because of her rebirth that something unexpected happened to him? Yu Mingkong didn't know what she was feeling now. But her feelings for Guchanga hadn't changed. He was still him, whether it was his aura or that completely indifferent attitude. This didn't change. The only thing that changed was his indifferent attitude towards her just now. Soon they didn't speak on the way. The two were like a perfect couple. Side by side they arrived at a mountain peak. Here immortal fog lingered. The scenery was beautiful and exceptionally magnificent. Yu Mingkong looked at Guchanga beside her, not knowing what to say. In her previous life, the two of them rarely walked side by side like this. Even if they did, it was just for show in front of outsiders. Even if Guchanga's attitude towards her had improved, it couldn't change the pain he had caused her in her previous life. Yu Mingkong told herself in her heart. Her expression quickly calmed down. Her face was calm and deep as she stared at the many divine islands and mountains below, as well as the many immortal birds and auspicious beasts. She didn't say anything. Obviously, she had a lot on her mind. I almost thought that you would come to break off the engagement. At this moment, Guchanga spoke. He smiled casually and broke the silence between the two of them. Purple Providence, man. What did this represent among the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple? It was indescribable and noble. Moreover, the number of Providence points was as high as 8,000. As for the change behind, Guchanga didn't look carefully. Such a huge number of Providence points was also the reason why Guchanga was stunned just now. This was completely like an ATM machine. Upon hearing Guchanga's words, Yu Mingkong was a little stunned. Then, her pupils constricted slightly. She had never considered such a thing because it was unrealistic. But why did Guchanga say that? Was he hinting that he actually knew that she was reborn? Chapter 86. Yu Mingkong was not an ordinary person. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, and her expression quickly returned to normal. Her beautiful and flawless face did not reveal any abnormalities. Changa, why do you say that? Isn't it you who wants to break off the engagement with me? Anyway, you've always hated me. She tilted her head and looked at Guchanga with an aggrieved expression. This was a playful and cute action, and it added a different kind of charm to her. After all, she was supposed to be the empress of the celestial dynasty, with a cold and aloof emperor's aura that overlooked everything. Who would have thought that she would show such an expression? Guchanga did not seem surprised. He smiled naturally and casually said, "Of course, this is just what I said casually. Mingkong, you don't have to take it seriously. I thought that you hated me even more." Yu Mingkong lowered her head, and her voice was somewhat gloomy. She was trying her best to maintain her previous appearance in front of Guchanga. In the past, when she was by Guchanga's side, she always did this to please him. However, she only received Guchanga's cold disregard. However, in order to not let him see too many abnormalities, Yu Mingkong did not deliberately change anything. She still acted like the Guchanga of the past. Humble, careful, loving him to the bottom of the dust at this moment. She already felt that Guchanga was very likely to be like her, reborn from the future. Otherwise, he would not say this to test her. Therefore, Yu Mingkong was even more careful, because she knew how terrifying her future husband's methods were. Before she was sure, she must not let him find out that she was reborn. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In her previous life, he could kill her once. This time, he must have more methods. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong felt sad again, but she quickly restrained her emotions and calmed herself down. She felt that she had to be more careful in the future. After all, what she had done in the past 6 months was completely different from what she had done in her previous life. Guchanga was a smart person, so it was very likely that he had already noticed the abnormality, which was why he asked him this question. Moreover, his current gentle appearance was very likely an act to confuse her. As for the purpose, it was definitely to test him. Otherwise, how could he explain why his behavior was so different from his previous life? Mingkong, I noticed that you seem to have changed a lot during this period of time. At this time, Yu Mingkong felt a chill in her heart. She saw Guchanga looking at her with an unfathomable expression. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that he had really seen through something? His rebirth was his greatest secret, and he definitely couldn't reveal it. Changa, what are you talking about? How can I change? You, on the other hand, were never so gentle to me in the past. What's wrong with you lately? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong's phoenix eyes revealed just the right amount of doubt. She stared at Guchanga, as if she wanted to see through him. This was the time to compete with their acting skills. She definitely couldn't let him see through her. Yu Mingkong was nervous. She realized that even though she was the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty's crown prince, with monstrous power and control over the life and death of countless people, in front of Guchanga, she still didn't have the confidence. No matter what it was suppressed by him. I did treat you in the past. I did go overboard, however, I won't treat you like this in the future. Hearing this, Guchanga seemed to agree. He sighed slightly, and his face revealed some guilt and self-blame. Changa, are you speaking the truth? This scene made Yu Mingkong stunned. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes widened, and even her voice trembled slightly. Since he was reborn, could it be that he really felt guilty when he said this to her? She didn't believe that such words of guilt would come from the cold and heartless Guchanga's mouth. This made her suddenly feel conflicted. If it was true, should she forgive him? No, she couldn't let him off so easily. In her previous life, he hurt her so deeply, and in the end he even killed her. How could she be so weak and be disturbed by a few words from him? Guchanga was simply her nemesis. No, everything was wrong. He was definitely testing her at this time. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong suddenly reacted and broke out in cold sweat. Guchanga's methods and schemes were still as unfathomable as before. If she showed the slightest abnormality at this time, she would definitely be discovered by him. At this moment, Yu Mingkong raised her head. Her eyes filled with joy, revealing an incomparably moved expression. Changa, is what you said true? You won't be as cold to me as before? That's great. I knew that I would move you sooner or later. When have I ever lied to you? This is naturally true. Guchanga's face carried a faint smile as he gently pulled Yu Mingkong into his embrace and stroked her hair. He felt her body stiffen. But he didn't care, the expression on his face was strange. Things seemed to be more or less as he had guessed. Soon Yu Mingkong closed her eyes and leaned into Guchanga's embrace. She didn't expect that the extremely extravagant wish of her previous life would come true so quickly in this life. Although she knew that this was most likely a deliberate act by Guchanga, she still hoped that it would continue like this, and let time stop at this moment. Mingkong, don't you have anything to say to me? At this time, Guchanga's voice sounded. Yu Mingkong was silent and shook her head. At this time she couldn't show any abnormality. Guchanga smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, he had more or less figured out Yu Mingkong's background, although she tried her best to hide it, and wanted to pretend to be the same as before in front of him. But temperament and dignity couldn't be hidden at all. In addition, there were a few small flaws. For example, when he asked her why she was different from before, she was obviously shocked and flustered for a moment. Coincidentally, Guchanga's primordial spirit was very strong, and captured this scene very well. In the end, she was still too inexperienced, playing acting in front of him, but Guchanga was still a little confused. His fiancée, who had been reborn from the future until now, why did she become his enemy? Why did she stand on the opposite side of him? Did he abandon her, or betray her? Or what? Guchanga was a little confused. He wasn't that crazy. And he didn't know what Yu Mingkong had experienced, and she definitely wouldn't say anything if he asked Yu Mingkong. After all, it involved her biggest secret. In addition, since she came back from the future, she must be very familiar with his methods, so she was already on guard against him, and wouldn't trust him easily. Maybe she even knew that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts. But Guchanga couldn't guess that the future Yu Mingkong experienced was his demonic nature controlling his body. So now he wasn't sure how to deal with Yu Mingkong. He would just pretend that he didn't know that she was reborn, and see if he could find out anything. Being reborn, this was too much of a cheat. Especially in a place like the upper realm, it was equivalent to having foresight what could be hidden from her. In the unparalleled celestial dynasty, defeating a group of brothers and sisters, and obtaining the position of crown prince was naturally easy. Changa, how much longer are you going to hug me? At this time Yu Mingkong calmed down, and her voice seemed to be a little shy, but her heart was more angry. She felt that Guchanga had been playing with her, wanting to see her ugly state. and she was sure that Guchanga was definitely like her. Reborn from the future. This kind of embrace that didn't come from his heart was not worth being nostalgic. Of course you can hug me as long as you want. Guchanga smiled since he knew her origin. He was naturally relieved. And he could see that Yu Mingkong didn't expect everything he did now, or else she wouldn't have such a shocked reaction. In other words, what she experienced in the future was different from what she experienced now. Yu Mingkong didn't expect Guchanga to say that, and wanted to break free but let him be. Although he was her enemy, he was also her future husband. But she still had to pretend to be shy and happy, and whispered, "Changa, why are you so good to me now?" She also wanted to know how long Guchanga was going to pretend. "What do you mean by good to you? Is it so good to be gentle to you? Then how did I treat you in my past life? Hit and scold you?" With that in mind, Guchanga was slightly stunned. But thinking that this was probably Yu Mingkong testing him, he couldn't help but smile. "You are my future wife. Isn't it normal for me to be good to you?" Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was suddenly stunned, her eyes reddening, and she felt sad. Future wife. Did he really think of her as his future wife in his past life? He just thought of her as a tool to be used, the kind that would be thrown away after using her. He even killed her on the wedding night. "Mingkong, what's wrong? You don't seem to be right." Guchanga was slightly surprised. Why did her eyes turn red? Did this sentence poke at her sore spot? For a moment he didn't know what to say. This was a bit difficult. "I'm not feeling well, sorry Mingkong, please excuse me," Yu Mingkong said. Then suddenly broke free, turned into a rainbow and left. At this time she also knew that it was difficult to hide. Guchanga must have known her secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such words to humiliate her. Later, he will definitely think of all ways to deal with her. Seeing Yu Mingkong quickly leave, Guchanga didn't say anything. The smile on his face disappeared, and he was silent. At this time the system prompt sounded. Ding triggered the Daughter of Luck, Yu Mingkong the Reborn Empress, Love Like Dust, Hate to the Bone event. The system mission is as follows. Mission 1. Kill the Daughter of Luck. Reward 5,000 luck points, 25,000 fate points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. Mission 2. Subdue the Daughter of Luck. Reward 5,000 luck points, 25,000 fate points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. What's the difference? Guchanga asked. According to the selected mission, different system help can be obtained, and the additional rewards will be different. The system replied. Choose the second mission. Guchanga didn't think for too long and directly said. Choosing one was simply unrealistic. Ding Master chose the second mission. Obtain the system's help. Yu Mingkong's future experience. The system prompt sounded. Guchanga's vision blurred, and soon a scene appeared. This was a magnificent palace. The red candles flickered, and the moon was mottled. A woman sat quietly on a red bed, wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe, surrounded by pearls shyly. Was this the wedding night? Guchanga saw himself walking in, and he felt uneasy. He opened the red cover. Husband, the woman raised her head. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and then suddenly she was stunned and in disbelief. Poof! In an instant the bloodlight blurred the scene. Chapter 87. The black blade plunged into Yu Mingkong's body. Poof! The bloody light blurred the scene in front of him. The red wedding dress was even more glaring. Guchanga saw a large amount of blood rushing in front of him, dyeing his clothes red. He also saw Yu Mingkong's last moment of shock, confusion, disbelief, and sadness. At this moment he was like an outsider. It was clearly his own body, but he couldn't control it, let alone prevent it from happening. Soon this scene disappeared. Guchanga was silent for a moment. Then he sighed softly. No wonder Yu Mingkong couldn't help but stop pretending when she heard those words. If it were him, he would also feel that those words were completely humiliating. She was killed by the person she loved most on her wedding night, and then she was reborn into the past. He was no stranger to this, but it was a little difficult to understand that it happened to his own fiancée. And this is what Yu Mingkong experienced before she was reborn. I killed her on her wedding night. But it's obvious that I wouldn't do such a crazy thing. With such a perfect wife who loves me so much, I'd be crazy to do that, right? And according to what Yu Mingkong experienced, I should have been dominated by the demonic nature at that time. In other words, I didn't awaken the system or the memories of my previous life in that timeline. Soon Guchanga understood. A cold wind blew from the mountain peak. Then he turned into a divine rainbow and left this place. Since the reason was found, there were many ways to solve the problem. Speaking of which, it's caused by the demonic nature again. It's already tricked me so many times. But it's not like there's no way. Anyway, I can also throw the blame to the demonic heart. But Yu Mingkong has already experienced it once. This time it's obvious that she won't believe me so easily. There are many experiences in between that I don't know at all. Guchanga was thinking of countermeasures as he returned to the main hall. Of course, it wasn't that there was no solution. After all, from Yu Mingkong's reaction, she really loved him before. However, that might not be the case now. And if a woman hated a man, it would be very crazy. Hating him to the bone was not just empty words. Yu Mingkong was a reincarnated person. With her foresight, she could gain the upper hand in every situation. She was extremely difficult to deal with. Not to mention that she definitely knew him very well. Guchanga made a mental calculation. His biggest advantage now was the system and himself. Other than that, there were also the variables related to his own body. Because he was in charge of everything now, the demonic nature had long been dealt with. If Yu Mingkong still loved him, then many things would be easily solved. At that time, not only would he be able to obtain a large amount of system rewards, but he would also be able to obtain a reincarnated wife. It was also possible that Yu Mingkong was plotting to kill him. Yu Mingkong doesn't know that the current me is completely different from the me who killed her back then, so she will only suspect that what I am doing now is to deceive her. She's very vigilant. On the other hand, the reason why Yu Mingkong continued to pretend to be her original appearance and temperament in front of me like today is probably because she saw that my behavior is completely different from her previous experience, so she guessed that I was reborn like her. She was worried that I would see through her identity as a reincarnated person. However, at the last moment, because of what she said, she couldn't help but leave. Guchanga quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. The most troublesome thing for him was that Yu Mingkong would not easily believe what he said anymore. No matter how he explained, saying that he was different from the person who killed her, that he did it because the demonic nature took over his body, obviously she would not believe him. Instead, she would think that Guchanga was still trying to deceive her. In this way, things would go against his wishes. Therefore, Guchanga felt that there was no need to explain. The best way was to pretend that he did not know her identity as a reincarnated person just like before. As for what to do, he was very clear. He had already thought of a plan. In the main hall, Gu Lintian was discussing something with the Moon Empress. He had a hearty smile on his face, and it was obvious that they were having a good time. However, he saw Yu Mingkong come in with reddened eyes. She seemed to have cried. Gu Lintian immediately frowned. He looked angry and asked Mingkong, "What's going on? Did Changa bully you again? Tell me what happened. I'll teach him a lesson for you." He knew that Guchanga had always been cold and indifferent to Yu Mingkong. It was normal for him to bully Yu Mingkong. He and Guchanga's mother were very satisfied with Yu Mingkong, their future daughter-in-law. Naturally, they could not bear to see their son bully her. Moreover, Guchanga said that his demonic nature caused his personality to be like this in the past. However, it should not be the case now. So what was the reason? "Mingkong, what's the matter?" The Moon Empress also noticed that her daughter's expression was not right. She could not help but ask. During this period of time, he had seen Yu Mingkong's performance. He was very satisfied and gratified. Therefore, he was more concerned about Yu Mingkong than before. Yu Mingkong's expression had returned to normal. She smiled graciously and shook her head. "Uncle and imperial father are overthinking. Changa did not bully me. It's just that I was thinking about some things in the past and felt a little sad. I'm sorry for losing my composure in front of uncle. Changa is too much. Mingkong, don't keep protecting him. Otherwise, after we get married, he will always bully you." Gu Lintian heard this and sighed helplessly. He seemed to hate Guchanga even more. Where could he find such a virtuous and generous daughter-in-law like Yu Mingkong? She was iron-willed and could even rule the unparalleled celestial dynasty in the future. She could be a peerless empress. The upper realm's heavenly favored women were as numerous as carps crossing the river, but who could be compared to her? In the end, not only did Guchanga not cherish her, he even made her cry and bullied her. He deserved to be beaten. Although Gu Lintian usually spoiled Guchanga, he could not help but feel angry at this time. After they get married? Yu Mingkong heard this and smiled. Then, she gently shook her head and did not say anything. She was afraid that after today, Guchanga would no longer tolerate her in his eyes. He would definitely get rid of her. Guchanga already knew her biggest secret. He would never allow someone who knew so many of his secrets to live in this world, even if she was his fiancée. Mingkong, so you're here. Are you feeling better now? At this time, Guchanga's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. There seemed to be just the right amount of concern in his gentleness. Yu Mingkong's body stiffened slightly, as if she was facing a great enemy. But soon she was relieved. After all, she was in front of Guchanga's father and her imperial father. Even if he wanted to kill her, he could not do it. Changa, what's the matter? Are you bullying Mingkong again? And making her cry? Immediately, Gu Lintian frowned and began to scold Guchanga. It was as if he would teach him a lesson if he did not answer properly. Guchanga heard this and his expression was a little stunned. Then he could not help but laugh. Father, what are you talking about? Why would I bully Mingkong? She's my future wife. I can't wait to dote on her. Why would I bully her? As he spoke, he walked naturally to Yu Mingkong's side and held her hand. Her fingers were slender and white, as delicate as the most flawless immortal fat. From beginning to end, Yu Mingkong was in a somewhat stiff state. She could not understand Guchanga's actions. Was he preparing to pretend to be very loving with her in front of the two of them so that he could deceive his father? But she realized that this was the first time in her 2 lives that Guchanga had held her hand. Her head could not help but buzz. That's more like it. Seeing this, Gu Lintian snorted coldly and dropped the matter. Are you feeling better? You suddenly looked a little strange just now. Why did you look like you were crying? Guchanga looked at the somewhat stiff Yu Mingkong, as if he could not sense her current state. His voice was as gentle as jade, and his face was handsome and elegant as he asked softly. I'm fine. Changa, you don't have to worry. Hearing Guchanga's caring words, Yu Mingkong was a little stunned, but she still showed a decent and natural smile on her face. At least, she could not show any abnormalities in front of everyone. She wanted to see what Guchanga was up to now. She would not be fooled again. But his current expression was really rare. In her previous life, he had always been cold and indifferent. When had he ever been so gentle like today? If this was his true appearance, how good would that be? She was a little self-deprecating, but more of it was indifference. With the arrival of the current emperor of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the Gu clan naturally had to hold a big banquet for him. The banquet was filled with toasts and both the host and guests were enjoying themselves. It was a lively scene of joy and harmony. Guchanga and Yu Mingkong sat side by side. They looked like a match made in heaven, making many young people envious. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts that a bastard like Guchanga was not worthy of Yu Mingkong. Of course, they still remembered Guchanga's strength very clearly. Back then, all of them together could not beat him. Now, they naturally did not dare to say anything. At most, they could only curse in their hearts. Soon, the banquet was over and everyone got up to leave. Yu Mingkong drank a lot of wine and her face was slightly dizzy. At this moment, she also got up and was going to the palace that the Gu clan had arranged for her to rest. At this time, Guchanga pulled her back. His expression was natural and he had a smile on his face. Mingkong, where are you going? The moon seems to be good tonight. I think it's quite suitable for admiring. Yu Mingkong's body stiffened. Ha ha ha, young people are full of vigor. The Moon Empress, Gu Lintian, and the others could not help but laugh when they saw this. Their expressions were ambiguous, and then they left. Guchanga's action was a little presumptuous in their eyes. However, he had drunk wine and was a young man, so they could understand. At this moment it was quiet here. Only Guchanga and Yu Mingkong were left. The night is long. Mingkong, why are you in a hurry to leave? Why don't you have a few more drinks with me? Guchanga's voice also became cold. Yu Mingkong's face was deep and cold. She did not have the dignified smile that she had been pretending before. At this moment she was like an empress. She sneered. Guchanga, now that everyone is gone, you finally don't have to pretend anymore. I don't know why you have changed like this. Or is it because you were too good at pretending before? I didn't realize that you had such means. Asking for fresh flowers, as if he did not understand what she was saying, Guchanga still sat at the banquet and drank wine with an indifferent expression. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was suddenly struck dumb. She did not understand Guchanga's meaning. Her change now. Did he mean what had happened in the past 6 months? It seemed that Guchanga did not know about her rebirth. So his probing today was actually to see the changes in her? Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong suddenly felt relieved. It seemed that Guchanga was not reborn with her as she thought. Otherwise, he would not reveal his true form and ask her such a question. However, at this moment, Yu Mingkong's expression suddenly changed a little. She felt a terrifying pressure from the void pressing down on her. Guchanga attacked her. Buzz! She reacted quickly. Her hands formed a seal and a bright light appeared all over her body. Runes gathered in her palms and turned into a terrifying moon seal, which bombarded forward. In the past 6 months she had been looking for all kinds of opportunities. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the Marquis realm. She was even half a step away from the King realm. However, she found it hard to believe that Guchanga's cultivation was actually higher than hers. However, she clearly remembered that in her previous life, Guchanga was only in the Marquis realm. However, she remained calm. She knew that Guchanga had many tricks up his sleeve. She had been on her guard and would not fall for his tricks. Peak of the Marquis realm. Mingkong, it seems that you are hiding a lot of things from your husband. This scene shocked Guchanga for a moment. Then he raised his palm and terrifying golden patterns appeared. They turned into waves as vast as the mountains and seas and blocked Yu Mingkong's moon seal. At the same time, he clenched his fist and used his void talent. With a buzz, he controlled the void in front of him. 0-inch Guchanga. What are you doing? Let go of me. In the next moment, Yu Mingkong suddenly exclaimed. She felt her body tighten and the void seemed to be frozen. Then she was caught in Guchanga's arms. The gentleness on his face was long gone. It was replaced by the coldness that she was familiar with. Oh no! Yu Mingkong's heart skipped a beat. She did not expect Guchanga to be able to affect the void. This was completely out of her expectations. Soon her sea of consciousness shone brightly and a small golden figure appeared. It was extremely dazzling and was about to kill Guchanga. However, Guchanga seemed to be prepared. His sea of consciousness also shone brightly. The pitch-black eyes of the gods were cold and indifferent. He was surrounded by devil chi and blocked the Dao sound secret technique. Yu Mingkong's expression turned solemn. Guchanga's tricks were out of her expectations. She had never seen them in her previous life. This made her wonder if the Guchanga in her previous life and the Guchanga in front of her were the same person. Or did something unexpected happen? Mingkong, are you still not going to confess to your husband? Guchanga asked thought-provokingly and did not continue to attack. Yu Mingkong frowned and was very puzzled. She did not know why Guchanga suddenly stopped. In her opinion, Guchanga would not give up until he achieved his goal. Could it be that his purpose today was to know the changes in her in the past 6 months? Yu Mingkong heaved a sigh of relief when she figured this out. She said frankly, since it's like this, I might as well be frank with you. Guchanga, I used to act like I wanted to please you. Now I don't want to do that. A person like you has a heart of stone and will not be moved by others. Why should I make things difficult for myself? These words were half true and half false. It just so happened that it could cover up the truth of her rebirth. Guchanga could not help but praise her quick-wittedness, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Oh, how do you know that I will not be moved by others? He asked. Yu Mingkong struggled in his arms, but found that she could not break free, so she was too lazy to move. Hearing this, she did not want to talk to Guchanga. In her previous life, she used her life to prove this result. Was there a need to say anything more? But thinking that Guchanga did not follow her rebirth, Yu Mingkong was more or less relieved. The Guchanga now was the Guchanga that she understood. As expected, all the gentleness from before were just an act. He just wanted to trick her into telling the truth. Fortunately, her skills were better. She used this excuse to fool him, and did not expose the secret of her rebirth. Seems that your husband is like this in your heart. All these years, Mingkong, you hid it from me very well. This hurts me a little. Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. Gu Chang'e, don't you know what kind of personality you have? Yu Mingkong snorted coldly. Anyway, she had already fallen out with Gu Chang'e, so she did not care. In the Gu family, Gu Chang'e would not dare to kill her. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e was not moved. He directly brought her to his palace. On the way, many clansmen saw them and could not help but smile ambiguously. Gu Chang'e, what are you doing? At this time, Yu Mingkong was a little stunned. Her mind suddenly buzzed. The night is long. What do you think I can do? Gu Chang'e casually replied. 1,000. Chapter 88. Yu Mingkong's mind went blank. She had thought of all kinds of ways Gu Chang'e would deal with her, but she did not expect him to do this. Didn't he hate her so much in her previous life? He wouldn't even touch her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed her without doing anything on their wedding night. At this moment, Yu Mingkong's mind was in a mess. Her state of mind since her rebirth was in chaos. Originally, she still had many ways to break free from Gu Chang'e, but for some reason she did not do anything. She just watched Gu Chang'e carry her to the bed in the depths of the hall. Yu Mingkong became nervous. In her 2 lives, she had never encountered such a situation. Why did Gu Chang'e do this? At this moment, she could not understand at all. Because according to her understanding of Gu Chang'e's temperament, he would not do this. Could it be that her rebirth caused many things to change subtly, including Gu Chang'e? Or could it be that in her previous life she was disdainful and cold when she tried to please him, but he actually liked her current appearance? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yu Mingkong's mind, making her even more confused. She could not understand Gu Chang'e's thoughts at all. Mingkong, I feel that you have always misunderstood your husband? Gu Chang'e laughed and stared at Yu Mingkong's beautiful face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Gu Chang'e, at this moment Yu Mingkong's feelings were extremely complicated. She did not want to care about it anymore. Anyway, she could not figure it out. She naturally hated Gu Chang'e to the core, but at the same time she loved her like dust. The night was silent. The next day, when Gu Chang'e woke up, Yu Mingkong was no longer in the hall. He glanced at the bed that had been tidied up. Yu Mingkong had probably taken away all the bedding and blankets. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Daughter of Destiny. Yu Mingkong's killing intent has been shaken. Destiny points plus 500. Destiny points plus 2,500. Hearing the notification sound, there was a subtle expression on Gu Chang'e's face, and then he couldn't help but smile. Things were just as he had guessed. Yu Mingkong was definitely suspecting that the Yu Mingkong she met in her previous life was different from the current Yu Mingkong. For example, he was not that bad. For women, regardless of whether they were emotional or rational, they all had one thing in common. They would be suspicious. As for how she would guess, as long as she found some clues, she would be able to guess a lot of things. This was the same logic as imagining things. Yu Mingkong was no exception. The small problem has been solved for the time being, but it will take a long time to completely solve it, Gu Chang'e thought to himself and left the hall. Yu Mingkong had been hiding from him. Whether it was the breakfast banquet or before leaving, she did not show up. Gu Chang'e was not surprised by this. How long could she hide from him? As the saying goes, you can hide for a while but you can't hide forever. There was still a long way to go, so he was not in a hurry at all. On the other hand, Gu Chang'e was also preparing to return to the Tao of Heaven Immortal Palace. Speaking of which, he had been away for more than half a year. As a true disciple of the Tao of Heaven Immortal Palace with the Longevity Gu clan behind him, no one dared to say anything. However, there were still some whispers in the dark. Moreover, compared to the Gu clan, the powers in the Tao of Heaven Immortal Palace were more complicated. Almost every person in power had the shadow of another great power behind them. In the Tao of Heaven Immortal Palace, one could see the microcosm of many great powers in the upper realm fighting. At the same time, the peerless immortal dynasty was on its way back to the immortal capital. Yu Mingkong sat cross-legged in a black golden carriage pulled by 9 divine birds that looked like phoenixes. Her expression was a little absent-minded, as if she had something on her mind. The maidservant who was in charge of serving her was trembling in fear, and did not dare to speak. When she saw Yu Mingkong this morning, she was in a very strange state. She seemed to be gnashing her teeth but also seemed to be worried. She was completely different from the cold, dignified, powerful and lofty princess that she usually saw. This made the maidservant even more fearful, afraid that she would accidentally anger her with one sentence. Some time ago, in order to obtain the position of crown prince, Yu Mingkong was extremely ruthless. A large number of people around her were executed, and she did not ask for the reason. She only said that they could not be trusted. This made the maidservant extremely fearful, afraid that she would meet the same end one day. Yu Mingkong had never been like this before. At this time, Yu Mingkong seemed to be a little tired from thinking. She rubbed her eyebrows and asked with a dignified voice, "Huaner, what kind of person do you think young Master Chang'e is?" Hearing this, the maidservant named Huan was instantly frightened. "Crown Prince, this is not something I dare to say," she said with a trembling voice. She probably did not want to live anymore, talking about her future husband behind his back in front of Yu Mingkong. "It's fine, I'll let you say it." Yu Mingkong looked at her coldly. Hearing this, Huan gritted her teeth and said, "In my opinion, young Master Chang'e is very talented and will be in charge of the Chongqing family in the future. He is very compatible with you, Crown Prince. They are a pair of immortal companions. Although the rumors about young Master Chang'e are that he is cold, heartless and difficult to deal with, yesterday I saw that young Master Chang'e has a gentle temperament. No matter who he is gentle to, he makes people feel like they are bathed in the spring breeze. The rumors may be wrong." Hearing this, Yu Mingkong waved her hand and interrupted her. She did not say anything, but her expression was much colder and deeper. Gentle temperament? That was just the appearance that Gu Chang'e put on in front of everyone. As for gentleness, she did not notice it at all last night. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong could not help but tighten her grip on the bedding in her hands. There was a very glaring drop of plum blossoms on it. "Gu Chang'e, I realize that even though I have lived 2 lives, I can't see through you at all." Yu Mingkong's expression was very complicated. This trip to the Gu family had happened too many unexpected things. She had thought that she could play Gu Chang'e in the palm of her hand as she had expected. However, she realized that in the end she was still played in the palm of his hand. The advantage of her rebirth did not give her any advantage in front of Gu Chang'e. But what can I do? I won't be satisfied just like this. Gu Chang'e, I will pay you back for all the harm you have done to me. The upper realm, the outer realm, the forsaken immortal land. This was a vast and majestic primitive mountain range. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and vines intertwined. Any random tree stood there like a small mountain. The sky was shrouded in gloomy clouds, making this place look even more ancient and desolate. Many terrifying, ferocious beasts passed through here, making rumbling sounds as if they were splitting the sky and earth. Yan Ji had already arrived at the depths at this moment. She was standing on a towering tree, looking at a mysterious little village in the distance. The sky there was covered by a layer of chaotic fog. When the ferocious beasts passed by outside, they were extremely cautious. They did not even slow down their footsteps. When they looked at the little village, their expressions were incomparably fearful and respectful. How did Master know that there was such a mysterious little village in the depths of the forsaken immortal land? And that mysterious peach tree outside, why does it look so similar to the rumored tree? Didn't it disappear many eras ago? Yan Ji's expression was solemn. She was very careful to conceal her aura. Although she was already a great sage, she still felt a sense of trepidation at this moment. She could not help but be careful. No matter how she looked at it, that peach village was filled with a mysterious aura. Most importantly, before she left, Gu Chang'e had told her to immediately use the region-breaking talisman to leave without hesitation if there was anything wrong. Buzz! Suddenly, Yan Ji's expression changed. She heard the sound of something breaking through the air. The next moment it was still in the sky, but in an instant it was in front of her. It was a peach blossom petal. It was overflowing with light and vibrant colors, but at this moment it was like a supreme immortal sword. Terrifying sword chi fell from it, and it could cut through the galaxy. It slashed toward her. Boom! The void was suddenly split open. revealing a terrifying pitch-black crack. This kind of energy was extremely terrifying. It was already beyond the level that she could resist. Yanji's face was slightly pale, but she did not hesitate at all. An item appeared in her hand. It was the region-breaking talisman full of mysterious runes. Buzz! She activated the region-breaking talisman. The space in front of her became blurry. Then a space passage opened, and Yanji hurriedly escaped into it. Her reaction was already very fast. However, she still spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment the sword light fell, the space behind her collapsed quickly and broke apart. Because of this, she was also seriously injured. Fortunately, taking advantage of this, Yanji's figure quickly went far away and disappeared from this space. Hundreds of millions of miles away. In another space, Yanji's figure appeared again. She felt that she had avoided the aftermath behind her, but she still had lingering fears and broke out in cold sweat. It's all thanks to the region-breaking talisman that young master gave me. Otherwise, I would have died here today. This forsaken immortal land is really mysterious. It seems that young master wants to pay attention to this peach village. I have to go back and report to young master. Thinking of this, Yanji's figure quickly disappeared in the direction of the inner area. The upper realm was vast and boundless. For a great sage like her, who knew how many years it would take to cross the outer area. During this time, she could only rely on teleportation portals or space array patterns. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators would never be able to leave the area they were in. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the peach village, the lush peach tree swayed gently. The peach blossoms were bright and beautiful. Each petal seemed to be carved from the best immortal jade. They shone brightly and were incomparably beautiful. She actually escaped. Seems that I was careless. I didn't expect to have a region-breaking talisman. I don't have the Gu family's aura on her. She shouldn't be here for Xian Air. Who could it be? It seems that the peace of the peach village for so many years is finally going to be broken. A pleasant voice sounded from the peach tree. Then it quickly fell silent. Chapter 89. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Ever since Yanji returned to the Gu family, Gu Chang'e had more or less learned about Gu Xian'er. It seemed to be the same as what he had guessed. After all, as a transmigrator, he was more familiar with the bone digging, the mysterious peach village, and the mysterious and ancient peach tree than anyone else. Now Gu Xian'er definitely had that mysterious powerhouse behind her. Besides that, according to Yanji, the mysterious peach village was shrouded in a chaotic fog, and there were many strange auras hidden within. This meant that the peach village was not as simple as the peach tree. It was very likely that there were other powerhouses. After thinking about this, Gu Chang'e had some ideas. The forsaken land of immortals, if translated in the upper realm, was actually a desolate place. A mysterious village in a desolate place. Gu Xian'er might have a few powerful masters with missing limbs. What else could he say about this overlapping template? Of course, Gu Chang'e was not worried. After all, Gu Xian'er was just a little girl. He had many ways to deal with her. After that, after Gu Chang'e found out where Gu Xian'er had gone, he began to move, preparing to return to the palace of the heavenly immortals. He was now the young master of the Gu family, and his father was at his peak. There was nothing for him to do in the Gu family. Therefore, he should go to the palace of the heavenly immortals to plan other things. The upper realm, inner area, boundless heaven. As the most prosperous area of the upper realm closest to the central area, there were countless mystic realms and opportunities, giving birth to countless peerless talents and world-shaking figures. Moreover, this was the most prosperous area for all clans and orthodoxies since ancient times. The primordial immortal tribe, the imperishable sect, supreme orthodoxies, all of them could be seen here. The 21 Palace of the Heavenly Immortals was a powerful force in the boundless heaven. Its origins were extremely mysterious, and it stood tall in the river of time. Some cultivators said that the Palace of the Heavenly Immortals contained the immortals' carvings in scriptures, as well as the path to immortality. All of these could be said to be innumerable. As a result, the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace became a place that all the disciples of the various sects wanted to join. The structure of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was extremely complicated. Almost all of the major orthodoxies in the upper realm had its shadow behind them. This was because the disciples of the Tao of Heavenly Immortals Palace were spread across all major orthodoxies. At this moment, in front of the grand mountain gate of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, cultivators came and went, making it extremely lively. The creatures of all clans could be seen. They had wings on their backs, horns on their heads, silver blood-scarlet eyes. There were quite a few with powerful auras. Many of them were also used as pure-blooded mounts by the disciples of the various orthodoxies. They were on their way back to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Below them there was also a huge market. It was very noisy. Does anyone want the 10 beauties painting of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace? The 10 most stunning women. Young heroes, aren't you looking forward to it? Each of them is a peerless immortal puppet, waiting to meet you. A heaven-defying precious technique lost by the ancient immortal race. Its power reaches the heavens, and it is unique in this world. It is unrivaled. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The precious technique left behind by the Sun Divine Sparrow. The highest bidder will get it. Although it is incomplete, it can reach the peak of the path of fire. You can understand the true essence of the path of fire and step on your own path. Quasi-sacred medicine. An ancient medicine more than 80,000 years old. It has already emitted sacred light, and is about to become a sacred medicine. Those who are interested can come and compete for it. It is a rare treasure. Don't miss it. Take a look, take a look. A slender girl in green with a big red bird perched on her shoulder was looking at these things with a slight frown. It was Wuxia. She had come all the way from the outer realm. After many twists and turns and passing through many teleportation portals, she finally arrived at the inner realm. Here she finally witnessed what it meant to be prosperous and flourishing, where thousands of races stood in great numbers. She also saw what it meant to be vast. Along the way, she met many self-proclaimed geniuses, but they were all defeated by her. They could not even force her to use her full strength. Are these things real or fake? There shouldn't be anyone who dares to sell fake things in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, right? Wuxia listened to so many hawkers. She felt like she was missing out on countless opportunities everywhere she went. This made her, who was a bit of a money grubber, very conflicted. The big red bird on her shoulder almost rolled its eyes when it heard her nagging. It usually looked quite smart, but in front of these so-called natural treasures it was like a fool. Wuxia passed through this market. Her brows were knitted together. Among them all kinds of treasures were being exchanged. Hawkers and hawkers never stopped. These voices made her dizzy. She really wanted to buy them. But she was poor. What else did she have? She was extremely poor. The masters in Peach Village gave her many good things, but even if they did not give her money, along the way, she did not know how many young geniuses she had swindled to gather enough money for her travel expenses. So when she saw all this, she was especially envious and looked on eagerly. Other geniuses had a large group of attendants and servants following them, but she was just an old servant, and she did not have much money. Thinking of this, Wuxia gritted her teeth. She remembered that good brother of hers again. She had even more reasons to hate him. Near the market was an extremely ancient city called the Ancient Tao Celestial City. Although it was called an ancient city, it was actually connected by a cluster of small cities. However, the city walls were not built. They were piled up together. After many small cities were connected, they surpassed the size of a large city. The area they occupied was frighteningly vast. Of course, these places had no city walls at all. Cultivators could pass through as they pleased. It was a bustling market. Because it was adjacent to an imperishable sect, there was no need to build defensive walls. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? Unless there was something wrong with their brains or they really wanted to die. Miss, let's go to the Immortal Palace and find that great elder first? Beside Wuxia, her old servant suddenly said. Seeing his miss' envious look, he also felt heartache. He blamed himself for not being capable enough to accumulate much wealth. Otherwise, his miss would not be like this. Yes, Uncle Fu, let's go find the great elder first. Wuxia also noticed her old servant's expression. She hurriedly said, restraining her current appearance. The old servant had taken care of her for so many years. He was like family to her. She could not consider his feelings. At this time there was a commotion in the crowd. Many cultivators and creatures changed expressions and hurriedly moved aside. Several arrogant-looking men swaggered over. Behind them, there was a handsome man with an indifferent expression and a folding fan in his hand slowly walking over. The handsome man was dressed in a long golden robe. There were several horns on his head. They were golden as if they were carved from immortal gold. There was a charm of the great Tao flowing around him. He looked at Gu Xian'er. There was a flash of amazement in his eyes. Divine bones, immortal appearance, natural beauty, pure and refined. Although she is still a little young, I can already see that she will charm the world in the future. There is actually such a young girl in this world. The man in the long golden robe had a burning gaze. He had noticed Gu Xian'er's extraordinariness in the crowd just now. That was why he walked over to take a closer look. He didn't expect to be stunned by what he saw. He cultivated an eye technique that allowed him to see many things that others couldn't. For example, talent, qualifications, opportunities, and so on. Just now, when he looked at Gu Xian'er with his eye technique, he found that this young girl in green was simply incredible. No matter whether it was talent or qualifications, they were all unmatched. And he had been paying attention for a while. He found that this young girl's clothes and the old servant were very simple and plain. She did not spend money on some of the stalls that were obviously tempting. Therefore, he concluded that this young girl's identity and background were not very strong. It was very likely that she was not even a cultivator from the inner area. She looked like she had come all the way here covered in dust. At that moment, the man in the long golden robe had an idea. He smiled at Gu Xian'er and said, "I am Jinyu. How may I address you? I just saw that you seem to be interested in some things. Just so happens that..." Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's surprised expression suddenly turned cold. She directly interrupted him and said, "No need. I don't like it. I don't need this young master to trouble himself." She had thought that there was something wrong. Wasn't this the same as those people who were lusting after her body? They were unaccountably solicitous because they were lusting after her body. This was what her third master had always told her. Hearing this, the man in the long golden robe's expression froze. He was a little embarrassed, but more than that, he was angry and sullen. He was speaking nicely, but this young girl actually dared to be ungrateful? "Young girl, do you know who I am?" Jinyu was too lazy to pretend. He tore off his mask and asked with a frivolous and passionate expression. When the nearby cultivators saw this man in the long golden robe, they were a little afraid. Cultivators who could come to the palace of heavenly immortals were all somewhat talented and had extraordinary backgrounds. Ordinary cultivators could not come to this place. Everyone had a background, so why should they be afraid of each other? Moreover, at the foot of the palace of heavenly immortals, there were law enforcement teams watching at all times. No one dared to cause trouble. But this man named Jinyu was different. Because his brother was a true disciple of the palace of heavenly immortals, and he had a powerful elder backing him. In addition, the clan behind Jinyu was quite powerful. It was the primordial Golden Horn clan. Many people knew him and did not dare to provoke him. "I don't care who you are. If you don't have anything to say, don't block my way." Gu Xian'er frowned, displeasure written all over her face. She was not afraid of this man in the golden robe. She just did not want to cause trouble, especially at the foot of the palace of heavenly immortals. On the way here, she had warned herself that she must keep a low profile and not be noticed by Gu Chang'e. "Haha, you really don't want to do this the hard way. You're so young and have never suffered before. You know what you can and can't provoke." Jinyu's expression had completely turned cold. He waved his hand and was about to order the servant behind him to capture this insensible young girl. Gu Xian'er was not afraid at all. Her expression became colder and colder. A terrifying golden rune condensed in her palm. Suddenly, roar. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the world. In the distance, 9 azure dragons were so huge that they covered the sky and the sun. They traversed the heavens and were as continuous as mountain ridges. In an instant they arrived. Behind the 9 dragons was a carriage made of white jade, speeding over from the void. The one driving the carriage was a black-robed old man. He gave off an air of ease and ease. The word "gu" on the carriage caused the expressions of many cultivators in front of the palace of heavenly immortals to change. Their voices could not help but tremble. That young lord is back? Chapter 90. Roar. Because of the sudden appearance of the 9 azure dragons in the sky, the originally quiet mountain gate was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but become excited when they saw this scene. They couldn't be more familiar with the ancient Gu character. Especially the way the 9 dragons were pulling the carriage. It was obvious that this was the true disciple of the Dao Heavenly Palace, who was also the young master of the Gu clan, Gu Chang'e. He had returned. There were many rumors about Gu Chang'e in the Dao Heavenly Palace, such as the appearance of a true immortal, young deity, beloved of the great Dao. There were too many. His future achievements were unimaginable, and no one knew how far he could go. Many elders of the Dao Heavenly Palace thought highly of him, feeling that he was the most suitable candidate to compete for the position of the Dao Heavenly Palace's successor. Of the 5 true disciples of the Dao Heavenly Palace, the other true disciples were all extremely wary of him. Many cultivators had heard of this before. Moreover, when he was young, Gu Chang'e's name had already shaken a region. He displayed great talents and was known as a young supreme. Ever since he was born, he had never been defeated. On the contrary, many of his defeated opponents were extremely famous geniuses of various orthodoxies. Now they were extremely eye-catching in the upper realm, and people would pay attention to them wherever they went. Moreover, Gu Chang'e's identity was the young master of an everlasting family. This alone made him comparable to the successor of the Dao Heavenly Palace. This was because the Dao Heavenly Palace was very special in the upper realm. Even the various immortal dynasties and eternal forces wanted to get a share of it, so they would send their successors here. Although this was not rare, it was enough to attract the attention of various parties. A while ago, Gu Chang'e suddenly left the Dao Heavenly Palace, disappearing for half a year. This shocked many cultivators, and they all guessed where he had gone. For an ordinary person, the whereabouts of any young supreme being would be extremely eye-catching, drawing the attention of all sides. Immediately, a commotion broke out in front of the mountain gate. Many cultivators were discussing and paying attention to the 9 azure heads in the sky. Gu Chang'e, after disappearing for half a year, he actually returned. Where did he go? The golden-robed man named Jin Yu was also attracted. He frowned, not interested in Gu Chang'e, because his brother had always been wary of Gu Chang'e. He naturally didn't have a good impression of Gu Chang'e. However, he didn't notice the extremely cold expression on Gu Xian'er's face, and even suppressed hatred. A terrifying aura spread from her body, and runes began to flow in her eyes. Miss, the old servant beside Gu Xian'er tugged at her worriedly, worried that she would be too impulsive. Without a doubt, Gu Xian'er also knew that the person who had entered the palace of heavenly immortals in such a high-profile manner was the elder brother she hated the most. That bone of hers was inside his body. Their bones and blood and bone. Blood and bone. How could she not feel it? She saw Gu Chang'e again? It was as if she could once again feel the pain of having her bone of Dao dug out by him. Young miss, you still haven't found that elder. You mustn't attract his attention. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace is his territory, advised the old servant. Gu Xian'er also understood this. She nodded and forced herself to calm down. She would find him sooner or later to seek justice. Men, take this reckless little girl down for me. At this time, Jin Yu's expression turned cold. He turned to Gu Xian'er and waved his hand. The servants behind him rushed up one after another. Their bodies were sturdy, and all of them had horns and scales. Gu Xian'er's face turned cold. She didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble just had to find her. Moreover, there were many cultivators who wanted to take advantage of her. Roar! At this time a dragon's roar came from the sky again. All the cultivators were shocked again. Not only did they return, but they are also heading towards us. They couldn't help but cry out in surprise. They saw the 9 azure dragons that were heading towards the Dao Heaven Palace appear again. And judging by their direction, they were coming towards them. Oh no, he must have sensed me too. Gu Xian'er's expression changed slightly. She immediately figured it out. Otherwise, how could she explain why Gu Chang'e came back and came to the market where she was? Gu Chang'e? What is he doing here? Jin Yu's expression turned ugly after being disturbed time and time again. He didn't know why Guchanga came here. Could it be because of him? After all, he was the only one who knew Guchanga. Because of his brother, he had seen Guchanga many times. At this time, his expression became gloomy and uncertain. Miss, let's go quickly. At this time, the old servant's face turned pale. He hurriedly advised. At this time Guchanga calmed down. She shook her head and said, "We can't leave. We'll have to face him sooner or later. Why don't we do it now?" She didn't expect to see Guchanga so soon. But now she didn't care. The cultivators around the market were attracted. Just now there was only a small group of people watching the show. But now almost everyone looked over curiously. Gu Zhanchuan appeared? This is strange. Could it be because of Jinyu? I heard that his brother was hurt by Gu Zhanchuan before. He was injured. The cultivators in the vicinity were discussing spiritedly. Soon the 9 dragons pulled the carriage to the ground. A gentle and pleasant male voice sounded from the white jade chariot. "Long time no see. Looks like you've been doing well." "Gu Zhanchuan, what are you saying? Even if I've been doing well, how can I compare to you?" Jinyu didn't expect Guchanga to say this. He was slightly stunned. But since Guchanga greeted him with a good attitude, he couldn't help but smile and reply with some goodwill. "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You've grown so tall and beautiful." The voice continued to come from the white jade carriage. Guchanga's eyes were strange as he walked out. He was talking to himself and didn't pay attention to Jinyu who was talking to him. Hearing this, Jinyu's expression froze. Then he was very embarrassed. His face was sullen and ugly. The nearby cultivators were also shocked and stunned. These words were clearly not directed at Jinyu. Could it be that girl in green? Gu Xian naturally knew that Guchanga's words were directed at her. But her pretty face was cold. She didn't say a word and her eyes were incomparably cold. "Guchanga, what do you mean?" Jinyu saw that Guchanga completely ignored him and made him lose face. He couldn't help but shout, trying to maintain his image. After all, it was really embarrassing just now. Guchanga didn't talk to him at all, but he still stuck close to him and said that. His face was burning. "Who do you think you are?" "I'm talking to my sister." "Who are you to interrupt?" At this time, Guchanga glanced at him. His expression was cold and indifferent. "You..." Jinyu's expression froze. His face was gloomy and ugly. He was so angry that his body trembled. Guchanga didn't pay attention to this person. He turned to look at Gu Xian. He also didn't expect to sense Gu Xian's presence when he just arrived at the foot of the heavenly palace. So he asked Elder Ming to drive the carriage back. No matter what, it was fine to say hello first and annoy her. Her cultivation was much lower than his now. She definitely couldn't beat him. Although she had the support of a supreme master, as long as it didn't threaten her life, those supreme masters probably wouldn't care. So now, wouldn't it be easy for him to bully her? Revenge? As long as his cultivation was stronger than hers, she wouldn't have a chance. As for how to deal with the grudge of digging out the bones, Guchanga already had a plan. If he couldn't solve the problem, he could just throw the blame to Moxian. However, he used the system to measure Gu Xian's providence points. Guchanga couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart. Compared to Yu Mingkong, it was not the slightest bit worse. In fact, it was even more. Close to 10,000 providence points. He couldn't help but admit that compared to them, the children of Providence in the lower realm were really nothing. "Haha, Guchanga, my good brother, I can't believe you said that. If you still see me as your sister, would you do what you did back then?" Gu Xian didn't expect Guchanga to have such an attitude. However, this kind of understatement made her even more uncomfortable than his indifference and disdain. She clenched her jade-like hands and stared coldly at Guchanga. That face that she hated had a handsome and elegant smile. Those who didn't know would think that he was a good person. At this moment, she really wanted to punch him and smash his head. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were also shocked. Their eyes widened. They didn't expect this girl in green to have such a strong background. She was Guchanga's sister. However, there seemed to be some conflict between the two of them. What happened back then? What happened back then? Jinyu's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this girl in green, whom he thought had no background, to be from the Gu family. However, he basically knew all the younger generation of the Gu family. Where did this girl in green come from? Gu Xian'er didn't say anything. She just stared coldly at Gu Chang'e. After all, this was a scandal of the Gu family. All these years, the elders of the family had taken good care of her bloodline. She didn't want to embarrass the Gu family over this kind of thing. It's not easy to meet you. I didn't expect you to have such an attitude. It really hurts me as an older brother. Gu Chang'e smiled lightly. He didn't seem to be repentant at all. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't know how to repent. What happened back then wasn't something that could be resolved with just an apology. Otherwise, Gu Xian'er would think that he was hypocritical and that his motives were impure. Gu Chang'e didn't need to do that. Then what kind of attitude should I have? I really want to smash your face into pieces right now. Gu Xian'er said coldly. She felt that Gu Chang'e only came here to let her know that he knew her every move. He just came here to hang around in front of her so that she couldn't vent her anger. Fine. If you can smash my face into pieces, then you can try. Gu Chang'e chuckled. He didn't seem to want to say more. Then he looked at Jinyu, whose expression changed slightly. His expression turned cold. Who do you think you are? I can bully my sister. If you dare to touch her, then you can go to hell. With that, he raised his palm and slammed it down. Runes intertwined and a golden palm print quickly condensed in the void. It turned into the hand of a god. It was incomparably huge and slammed down. Gu Chang'e. Jinyu's expression changed. He couldn't believe it. His face turned pale. How dare Gu Chang'e kill him in front of the palace of heavenly immortals? The servants behind him were terrified and in despair. Although they were in the void god realm, they couldn't think of resisting at this moment. Gu Chang'e's palm was like the hand of a god. It covered the sky and completely enveloped them. Poof! There was an explosion of blood. Jinyu's servants instantly exploded. He spat out blood and his body collapsed. His primordial spirit wrapped around a protective item and quickly escaped. Suddenly there was a dead silence. All the cultivators felt their scalps go numb and their bodies turn cold. Some swallowed their saliva secretly. Their spirits were trembling. They felt that something big was about to happen. Gu Chang'e, don't think that I will thank you for this. Gu Xian'er, who was stunned for a moment, reacted. She couldn't help but say coldly. She didn't need Gu Chang'e's help. She could handle it herself. Before, she was just afraid of causing trouble and being noticed by Gu Chang'e. Now that Gu Chang'e had noticed her, she didn't have to care. No, I don't need you to thank me. Gu Chang'e shook his head. I just want you to know that I can bully you, but others can't bully you. Chapter 91. Near the market there was dead silence. All the cultivators saw this scene and felt a chill down their spines. Needless to say, this was definitely a big deal. As the younger brother of another direct disciple, Jinyu was used to being arrogant and overbearing. Who dared to provoke him? But today, his body was smashed by Gu Chang'e, and he could only escape with his primordial spirit. Gu Chang'e had just returned to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, and he had already caused such a huge commotion. Jinyu's brother Jinzhou would definitely not let this go. The relationship between him and Gu Chang'e had been very bad before. What would happen after today's incident? And just now, someone had noticed Gu Chang'e's cultivation level, and his eyes widened in shock, killing a Nihility God realm martial artist with one palm. And if the aura just now isn't wrong, true disciple Gu should have broken through to the titled Emperor realm, right? Hiss! How old is he? Such a fast cultivation speed. If I remember correctly, there hasn't been any news of a young supreme being breaking through to the Emperor realm recently? The cultivators at the side were shocked again. In other words, direct disciple Gu is the only supreme being who has broken through to the Emperor realm? Of course, the other supreme beings could have broken through, but there was no such news. However, no matter how one looked at it, Gu Chang'e was enough to shock the world. Today's news would definitely cause a huge commotion. Boom! At this time, streaks of light streaked across the sky, turning into divine rainbows, accompanied by powerful auras. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's law enforcement team appeared. There were 7 to 8 of them, but they only dared to stand nearby and did not dare to come closer. They already knew what happened here. And it was precisely because of this that they revealed troubled expressions, and were also very conflicted. If they did not go forward and ask, it would damage the law enforcement team's dignity and impartiality. But they could not afford to provoke Gu Chang'e. On the other hand, Jin Yu was the younger brother of another direct disciple. It was also difficult to explain. It was too difficult for them. At this time Gu Xian'er was stunned for a while before regaining his senses. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to say such shameless words in such a casual tone. Especially the nonchalant expression on his face. It was as if it was an easy thing to do. What did he mean by only he could bully her? Others can't bully me? What did that mean? Was he treating him like a toy to be bullied? She was so angry that she almost fainted. Her face was red and her body was trembling. She couldn't help but curse, "Gu Chang'e, you're shameless." Shameless? Isn't it natural for me to protect my sister? Gu Chang'e still had that indifferent expression. He glanced at the direction where Jin Yu's primordial spirit had escaped and did not take it to heart. Gu Xian'er said coldly, "I don't need your protection. What are you trying to do?" She did not believe that Gu Chang'e would treat her well for no reason. He was definitely up to something. It was just that she couldn't figure it out now. Attempt? Gu Chang'e chuckled and said nonchalantly, "What do you think I can do to you? Maybe it's because I feel guilty towards you and want to make it up to you? Of course it could also be because I want to see you hate me but can't do anything to me." Saying this, he revealed a playful expression. "Feel guilty? Person like you would never feel that way. Just wait and see. Even if you don't kill me now, I will repay you for all the pain I've suffered all these years." Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was so angry that she was about to explode. She could only suppress it and say coldly. She did not have any good feelings towards Gu Chang'e. All these years, the scene of that time would appear in her mind every day. How could Gu Chang'e understand this pain? If an apology could solve the problem, where did all the hatred in the world come from? Even if Gu Chang'e apologized to her, she would not accept it. What was the use of such perfunctory words? "I want to kill you right now." Hearing this, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared and he sneered. Of course these words were just to scare her. Not to mention whether or not he could do it. Even if he could, it was very unrealistic. Following this, he ignored Gu Xian'er and returned to the carriage. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er could not help but pale. She did not doubt Gu Chang'e's killing intent. After all, she wanted to kill him too. But why didn't Gu Chang'e do it? He was completely unrestrained in front of the Tao Heavenly Palace and even dared to attack the disciples of the sect. It was impossible for him to show mercy to her. Or were these words just to scare her? "Gu Chang'e, if you don't kill me now, you'll regret it sooner or later." Following this, Gu Xian'er coldly said to Gu Chang'e. She clenched her jade-like hands and the talisman inscriptions gradually disappeared. Her aura quickly stabilized. After all, she still wanted to join the Tao Heavenly Palace. If it weren't for many reasons, she really did not want to meet Gu Chang'e. Just now, the power that Gu Chang'e casually raised his hand made her feel suffocated. Even the Nihility Realm cultivators were killed by him. She did not know how much his strength had improved over the years. He could no longer be described as unfathomable. "Miss, are you okay?" The old servant beside her asked with concern. "Uncle Fu, I'm fine. I'm just very angry. Gu Chang'e did not kill me, but he just had to make me angry." Gu Xian'er gritted her teeth. Whenever Gu Chang'e was mentioned, she could not help but become angry and full of murderous intent. Uncle Fu could not help but laugh bitterly. "Miss, it's good that you're still alive. Don't forget that he's been looking for you all these years. He wants to kill you. But today is strange. He didn't do anything. Could it be because of the clan?" Hearing this, Gu Xian'er shook her head. "Even if he did, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Don't forget that I have many treasures given to me by my masters." "I'm just confused. Gu Chang'e's behavior has changed a lot compared to before. However, his viciousness has not changed. When he killed just now, his eyes did not change at all. He stepped on them like they were ants." Uncle Fu sighed. "Miss, you have to be careful when you cultivate in the Tao Heavenly Palace. Gu Chang'e is a core disciple. It's too easy for him to deal with you." What happened in front of the Tao Heavenly Palace quickly caused a huge commotion. As if it had grown wings, the news quickly spread to all places. Gu Zhenchuan, who had disappeared for half a year, had returned. Countless cultivators were shocked and could not believe it. At the foot of the mountain gate, he destroyed Jin Zhou's younger brother's body with one palm. The cause of this was a girl in green who seemed to be from the Gu clan. The girl in green seemed to be Gu Zhenchuan's younger sister. However, for some reason there seemed to be a conflict between the two. Jin Zhou's younger brother went to bully the girl in green, and was coincidentally encountered by Gu Zhenchuan, who was returning to the mountain gate. He was directly smashed into a bloody mist with one palm. This incident caused a huge commotion everywhere and even spread to all places. At that time, the strength that Gu Chang'e displayed attracted the attention of many people, and was recorded by the shadow recording stone. This was the most important thing to many people. The battle of the era was full of brilliant stars and countless geniuses. Many planes and worlds were full of luck, and there were many talented people. Among the younger generation, everyone wanted to be in the limelight and be famous in the upper realm. Killing a void god with one palm. Such a battle record was enough to show how terrifying Gu Chang'e was now. One could see a spot on the leopard through a tube. This incident still caused a commotion everywhere. In the center of the Tao Heavenly Palace, there were countless celestial peaks on the Divine Island. Silver waterfalls hung in the sky and immortal fog lingered. Multicolored light intertwined and reflected a dazzling brilliance in the sky. It was an ancient celestial atmosphere. On a majestic mountain peak, there were many buildings and palaces. Cultivators came and went, and it was very busy. This peak was called the Lonely Peak. It was where the Tao Heavenly Palace's current true disciple Jin Zhou lived. Inside a majestic palace, white fog was dense. A young man in a golden robe was sitting cross-legged. There was a golden horn on his forehead that flowed with the charm of the great Tao. He had a divine might that could destroy everything. The spirit chi around him spun, forming small vortexes that were absorbed into his body. Then, a layer of golden light appeared on his body, turning into small golden vortexes one after another. Each small vortex had an immortal demon's shadow sitting cross-legged, as if they were chanting scriptures. Endless runes spun on the surface of his body. It was very strange. Obviously, this was an extremely powerful and terrifying ancient heavenly technique. Behind him, there was a faint shadow of a golden beast that spun up and down. The golden mouth opened like a black hole. Endless divine light of the sun passed through the palace and was swallowed into his body. This person was the current true disciple of the Tao Heavenly Palace. His name was Jin Zhou. He was also a supreme being and his strength was above his peers. At this moment in the void before him, a primordial spirit that was wrapped in a Dharma artifact had a look of hatred and anger. He said, "Brother, you have to avenge me. That Gu Chang'e is simply too much of a bully. I didn't even provoke him and he smashed my body into pieces. If it weren't for the Dharma artifact given to me by my clan, I would have died there." It was Jinyu, who escaped from the mountain gate. He hated Gu Chang'e so much that he couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to quell the hatred in his heart. To be humiliated like this in front of so many people was the same as killing him. You only have yourself to blame for this. Why did you go after Gu Chang'e's sister for no reason? I already know what happened outside. Hearing this, the young man in the golden robe opened his eyes and said coldly, "However, Gu Chang'e is too much of a bully. So what if he has the Gu clan behind him? My Golden Horn clan isn't that easy to bully. I will seek justice for you. But not now. Gu Chang'e's strength seems to have broken through to the titled Emperor realm. My ancient heaven technique is at the critical moment of breaking through. Before I break through, I am not his match." Hearing this, Jin Yu's face lit up. "Thank you, brother. I will wait for brother to avenge me. I will definitely make that Gu Chang'e regret what he did today." Jin Zhou nodded, not saying anything. But in his heart he was still very cautious. Gu Chang'e was definitely a great enemy, and could not be underestimated. During this period of time, he had many fortuitous encounters. He had condensed his ancestors' phantom, and his strength had greatly increased. He had thought that he could take revenge on Gu Chang'e for injuring him that day. But he didn't expect Gu Chang'e's strength to increase so quickly. He actually broke through to the titled Emperor realm before him, and he was only at the late stage of the titled Emperor realm. But he was still confident that when he broke through to the peak of the titled Emperor realm, combined with his heaven technique and many trump cards, he would definitely be able to fight Wuchanga. Chapter 92. Dao Heaven Immortal Palace Wushang Peak. Palaces and pavilions were everywhere. Under the afterglow, it was as if an ancient heavenly palace was located here. Halfway up the peak, there were many cave residences. They were emitting light and immortal fog. It was colorful and looked very magical. This was the peak where Wuchanga was. In the entire Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, it was a blessed land with rich spiritual energy. It was much better than the other peaks for cultivation. Only the elders with unfathomable cultivation skills would have better cultivation residences and cave residences. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was extremely vast. There were tens of thousands of mountains and islands for the disciples to cultivate, not to mention the mysterious areas in the depths. There were many immemorial sacred mountains and ancient stone platforms. Occasionally, there would be disciples who would find opportunities in such places and improve their cultivation and strength. Roar, the 9 dragons pulled the chariot. Now many young geniuses from halfway up the Wushang Peak appeared. There were men and women, as well as other immemorial living beings with powerful bloodlines. Their combat strength was shocking. Master! Welcome, Master! Seeing the 9 dragons pulling the chariot, all the young geniuses came out to greet with respect and admiration. They were all followers that Wuchanga had taken in before. They were all famous geniuses in the outside world. Now the strongest one had broken through to the mid-stage of the Marquis realm. He was the young master of an ancient clan. Wuchanga walked out with a calm expression. He nodded at them and said, "Rise. Did anything happen when I wasn't here?" After leaving the mountain gate, he didn't care about Wuxia anymore. He went straight back to his own peak. To Wuchanga, Wuxia couldn't affect him much. She was much weaker than him. She didn't have the ability to take revenge even if she wanted to. His main plan was to take care of the other true disciples. Wushang Peak was the name given by the current palace master of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. The other true disciples' peaks had the same name. They had different meanings. Master, in the past half a year, other than a few true disciples and elders who sent people to ask about your whereabouts, nothing major happened at Wushang Peak. A person replied respectfully, "What happened in this sect?" Wuchanga nodded and asked, "I don't know what kind of opportunity true disciple Chu obtained some time ago. After returning from the Cloud Tomb, his cultivation base has already broken through to the peak of the Marquis realm. He is vaguely the leader of the remaining true disciples. In addition, Yinzhenchuan told us to tell Master that she has something important to discuss with Master. If Master returns, she will come to find Master again." That person replied after hearing that. The true disciple of Chu he spoke of was called Chu Wuji, the crown prince of an immortal dynasty. His talent was extremely powerful and he had displayed terrifying strength since young. His talent was heaven-defying and few could compare to him. He had never been defeated before. As for Yinzhenchuan, her name was Yinmei. She was the heavenly daughter of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was an ancient immemorial royal clan with an extremely long history in the upper realm. They were extremely powerful. Hearing this, Wuchanga's eyes flashed with a strange light. He nodded. "I understand." After that, he returned to the palace where he usually cultivated. Master's strength is even more unfathomable. I've already heard the rumor just now. Master Kiljin used Nihility God Realm Servant with one palm. It seems that Master has already broken through to the immemorial King Realm. I haven't heard the news of the other young geniuses breaking through to the immemorial King Realm. After Wuchanga left, the group of followers discussed in low voices with respect. They were even more in awe of Wuchanga. When Wuchanga had subdued them before, regardless of whether his methods were brilliant or not, at least now they were sincerely convinced. The other true disciples had to join forces to fight against Wuchanga. This was the greatest proof. The situation in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace was almost as he had expected. The 5 true disciples each represented a different giant behind them. The strongest among them were the Longevity Gu clan behind him, and the Great Chu Immortal Dynasty behind Chu Wuji. The forces behind the other 3 were slightly weaker. It was because of this that the elders of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace couldn't interfere in the competition between the true disciples. This was because it wouldn't curry favor with the forces behind them and might even offend them. After all, no one would be stupid enough to do something that wasn't worth it. It's about time that the successor position is decided. However, if we want to scheme against the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, even if I become the successor, there are still many elders to deal with. Especially the great elder of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. He's known as one of the most terrifying existences in the upper realm. Guchanga couldn't help but frown. According to his and his father's plan, the Longevity Gu clan's first step in encroaching on the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was to let him become the successor. However, even if he succeeded, there was still a long way to go. The Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace had changed many palace masters, and it wasn't that there hadn't been other forces that had taken the position. However, the Great Elder was the only one who had never changed. No matter what kind of rebellion happened, he would always suppress it. The palace master was like water, and the Great Elder was like iron. He was the one who had supported the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace for so long. Apart from him, none of the other elders were easy to deal with. Many prodigies joined the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace because they wanted to learn the various divine abilities, treasure arts, and immortal Tao scriptures. They wanted to obtain opportunities and cultivation resources. Of course, if they could obtain the support of the elders behind the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, it would be very beneficial for them to fight for status after they returned to their own forces. However, Guchanga had been planning to encroach on the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace from the very beginning. Moreover, the fact that he had a demon heart seemed to have been noticed by others. This was something from his memories, so many elders had always been on guard against him. Compared to the other true disciples, Guchanga's motives were too impure. Of course, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace had many powerful inheritances. Since ancient times, it had nurtured many outstanding talents who had made a name for themselves in the upper realm. Guchanga didn't lack powerful inheritances. Most importantly, he had a forbidden demonic art. With this kind of cultivation system, he naturally didn't lack anything. Of course, if it was some powerful divine abilities or secret arts, that would be a different story. On the one hand, he could exchange for them in the system store, but that would require him to spend fate points. If there was a ready-made divine ability in front of him, how could Guchanga not want it? After returning to the palace, Guchanga dismissed everyone. He summoned his stats interface. Owner, Guchanga Aura. Destined Villain Weapon. 8 Desolation Demon Halberd Identity. True Disciple of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Young Master of the Longevity Gu Clan Physique Bloodline. Demon Heart and Tao Bone Cultivation. Early Immortal Emperor Realm Techniques and Abilities. Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon Myriad Transformations Demon Body. Innate Divine Will Void Power. Immortal Devouring Demon Technique. Endless Immortal Mantra. Luck Points. 2,100. System Store. Unlocked Inventory. 1/3 of the World Seed X3. Luck Plunder Card X3. His luck points had increased by 100, and the remaining 500 came from his fiancée, Yu Mingkong. After that, Guchanga pondered for a moment, then exchanged for another 1,000 luck points. His fate points had reached 14,000 points. He directly used 8,000 points to break through to the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. A strange chi flowed through his limbs and bones, then gathered in his spirit sea. Buzz. The progress of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace had also increased to 60%. Many insights and memories of control were like a series of golden words, shining brightly, flashing through Guchanga's mind, then gradually quieted down. At last. My mid-stage Immortal Emperor realm strength is actually enough to hide it from the outside world. Guchanga pondered for a moment. A long time ago, he had 2 different cultivation systems. One was relying on the Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, which could be improved as he added points or cultivated. This was the strength that he showed in front of the world. The other was the devouring path of the Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, which devoured the source of the various immortal emperors and contained heaven and earth. This was extremely heaven-defying, and could not be exposed at all. Once it was exposed, the Gu family would not be able to protect him. As for why it was heaven-defying, in fact, Guchanga did not know. He only remembered that his strongest trump card was the immortal devouring demon technique, asking for fresh flowers, but unless it was the most critical moment he could not expose it. Why was he not clear? Because most of Guchanga's memories of this were sealed by himself. He only knew the many secret techniques of the immortal devouring demon technique. After all, if he wanted to hide it from others, he had to hide it from himself first. After that, Guchanga waved his arm, and a series of gray flags flew out from his sleeves. Runes intertwined, breaking through the void and sealing the palace. This was a set of heaven-deceiving flags that he had spent a lot of money to refine, and had terrifying concealment abilities. Buzz, something that looked like a primal chaos mist, quickly shrouded this place. In this way, no one could casually spy on this place. Even if divine will were to descend, Guchanga would be able to detect it immediately. He sat cross-legged, and his entire aura began to change. Just now he was like a transcendent immortal, exuding an otherworldly immortal aura. But now strange black runes began to appear on his body, floating up and down one by one. They were simple and mysterious, as if they were evolving the birth of the primordial era and the creation of the universe. In his sea of consciousness, there were faint sealing patterns on the innate divine will formed by the primordial spirit. But at this moment, the sealing patterns became pitch black. In the end it cracked. Buzz, the memory seal was broken. Guchanga's aura became dark and deep, and demonic intent surged into the sky, like an unparalleled demon lord. Fortunately, he had sealed this place with a heaven-deceiving array, so no one could discover anything unusual. One by one, black runes of the Great Tao appeared in his hand, and then turned into a flashing Great Tao treasure bottle above his head, and billions of rays of divine light fell. A terrifying and majestic aura soared from his body. His primordial spirit transformed, and his body was filled with thick black demonic light. Mid-stage Emperor Realm. Late stage. Peak. Late stage Void God Realm. Mid-stage. True God Realm. Late stage. Mid-stage. Peak. Half-step Heavenly God Realm. At this moment the 8 Desolation demonic halberd felt Guchanga's aura, and it could not help but tremble slightly, cheering and jumping with joy. Guchanga absorbed the part of the memory that he had sealed. His expression could not help but become a little strange. So this is my greatest trump card, the true cultivation of a half-step heavenly god? As expected, once it is exposed, not to mention anything else, just this shocking cultivation speed of mine will probably cause everyone to want to kill me. Using living beings as nourishment, devouring to strengthen myself, this method is simply more addictive than adding points. It's not too much to make the world my enemy. Guchanga closed his eyes. No wonder this part of the memory was sealed. The heaven-defying immortal devouring demonic technique was indeed enough to break the balance of the cultivation world, and make the world his enemy. At this time, people of the same age who cultivated bitterly were only at the Marquis or Emperor realm, but his true cultivation was already at the half-step heavenly god realm. What kind of concept was this? Even if he added points, it was impossible for him to reach this level. Once the world knew, they would definitely go crazy to an unimaginable extent. The path of the villain? Why do I suspect that I've become the final boss? Soon Guchanga withdrew his immortal devouring demonic technique aura. As for that part of the memory, he pondered for a moment and did not seal it. This matter was of great importance. Although he had to be careful, he felt that it was unnecessary to seal it. There were traces of the immortal devouring demonic technique for a long time, and it was known to the world that its terrifying and heaven-defying abilities should have disappeared in the river of time. Now, even if he sealed the memory of his true cultivation, it was not necessary. After all, he still knew many secret techniques related to the immortal devouring demonic technique. Was he going to seal them all? In fact, there was no need at all. On the surface, he was still a true disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, and an Emperor Realm cultivator. Soon Guchanga's aura disappeared, and he returned to normal. Nothing unusual could be seen. Unless he took the initiative to expose himself, no one would be able to discover his true cultivation. He was not worried. 1000. Chapter 93. The entire Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was in an uproar because of what had happened on the day of Guchanga's return. There were disciples on the various divine islands discussing it. Even many elders had come out of seclusion because of this matter. They felt that they needed to mediate at this critical moment. Many people guessed that Jinzhou would not let this matter go and would seek revenge for his younger brother. After all, there was a lot of enmity between him and Guchanga before. However, no one expected that Jinzhou would remain in seclusion on the lonely peak for a period of time. There was no news at all. As a true disciple of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, Jinzhou's every move attracted the attention of many people. However, his choice of seclusion to avoid battle still shocked many people. They were both young supremes. When Jinzhou suppressed Guchanga in terms of cultivation, he was heavily injured. Now that his cultivation was surpassed, many people felt that he did not dare to accept the challenge and chose to retreat. This caused a huge commotion. Every single one of the young supreme beings who could reach this step were all proud and arrogant individuals who wouldn't easily admit defeat. However, Jinzhou's actions were truly puzzling. Many of his followers felt uneasy. Although they were very confident in Jinzhou, in the face of such a huge provocation, Jinzhou had chosen to remain silent and enter seclusion. Was he really afraid of Guchanga? Moreover, it was also during this period of time that the Great Elder, who had not appeared for many years, appeared again. Beside him was a girl in green. Many disciples recognized the identity of the girl in green. She was the girl who had caused Jin Yu's body to be smashed by Guchanga in front of the mountain gate that day. They suspected that she was from the Gu family and was Guchanga's younger sister. However, there seemed to be some conflict between the two. The appearance of the Great Elder attracted the attention of many disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Many people guessed that the Great Elder wanted to take the girl in green as a disciple. After all, the Great Elder of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was definitely someone who stood at the peak of the upper realm. His cultivation was unfathomable. The disciple he had once taken was also an absolute overlord in the outer realm. She held great authority and could cause a commotion with a stomp of her foot. If the Great Elder accepted that girl, it was very likely that the Heavenly Tao Palace of Immortals would gain another true disciple. In terms of seniority, even many of the old antiques could not compare to her. When news of this spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. For a time, the identity of this blue-clothed girl was revealed by many cultivators. Her name was Gu Xian. She was 17 years old and possessed an extremely formidable talent. She was already a holy lord. As for her origins, very few people knew about it. However, some people heard that the Great Elder had praised Gu Xian as a nirvana sovereign, the darling of the Great Tao, and that his foundation was so deep that it was simply unprecedented. Once this rumor spread, it caused a huge commotion. One had to know that when Guchanga joined the sect, the first elder only praised him with not bad when he appeared. If that was the case, was that girl's talent even greater than Guchanga's? This matter even attracted the attention of the other true disciple, the prince of the great Chu immortal dynasty, Chu Wuji. Many people saw him bring his followers to the place where the Great Elder usually cultivated in seclusion, preparing to pay him a visit. At the same time, in the ancient city of Tao Heavenly Immortals outside the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, within a simple and majestic palace, Guchanga had just arrived. He lightly tasted the fine wine in front of him, his expression somewhat interested. At this moment, in front of him was a naturally seductive girl. Her appearance could be said to be peerless, but she was standing there with respect and fear. The girl's eyes were watery, and her beauty was almost enchanting. Behind her, there were a few snow-white foxtails, sparkling and translucent, flickering with luster. If an expert was here, they would definitely cry out in shock. This was a powerful descendant of the nine-tailed fox bloodline, and from the foxtails behind her, one could tell that her status was definitely not low. She was extremely respected in the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Of course, if a disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was here, they would definitely be shocked. Because this girl was the Palace of Heavenly Immortals' true disciple, Yin Mei. At the same time, she was the heavenly daughter of the nine-tailed fox bloodline. She was lofty and extremely mysterious. Master. At this moment, Yin Mei was calling out to Guchanga. Her snow-white face was filled with fear and dread. A fluffy, soft, and pure white foxtail fell into Guchanga's hand. causing her to tremble and almost lose her footing. This is the antidote for the heart demon Gu. Guchanga played with the fluffy foxtail in his hand, and at the same time threw a strange pill to her. After receiving the pill, Inmei did not hesitate at all. She swallowed it immediately, and a relieved expression appeared on her face. "Thank you, master." Guchanga nodded. The expression on his face made it difficult for others to guess what he was thinking. Looking at his memories from before, Inmei was the most mysterious of the 5 true disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Usually, very few disciples saw her. A few years ago, during a secret realm trial of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, she encountered Guchanga in an underground cave. Coincidentally, she also saw the scene of Guchanga using the immortal devouring demonic art to devour the source energy of other cultivators. She was shocked by this unexpected encounter. She did not expect that Guchanga, who had always had the potential to become a perfected immortal, was secretly the successor of a forbidden demonic art. At that time, the two of them directly broke out into a huge battle. Inmei was very strong and had many life-saving methods. Without using the immortal devouring demonic art, it was not difficult for Guchanga to defeat her, but it was not easy for him to kill her. Therefore, he used his last resort and exposed his true cultivation, which directly made Inmei despair. She did not want to die, so she directly chose to submit to Guchanga. However, Guchanga did not believe her, so he used the heart demon Gu and the demonic bottle to control her. The heart demon Gu would act up once every 6 months, and he needed the antidote to remove it. Otherwise, she would suffer the pain of the heart demon gnawing at her heart. As for the demonic bottle, it was naturally to have an additional layer of protection. Now, Guchanga did not have the heart demon Gu anymore. It required many things to refine, and the process was extremely complicated. Therefore, he was thinking of asking Lin Chohan to help him refine it in the future. Of course, the most important process would definitely be done by him. After all, it involved demonic arts. How's the collection? At this moment, Guchanga returned to his senses. He let go of the foxtail in his hand and asked calmly. This feeling of stroking the foxtail reminded him of stroking a cat in his previous life. Of course, these days, he was the only one who dared to stroke the 9-tailed fox clan like a cat. If ordinary people touched their tails, they would definitely explode and chop off their hands. Master, in the past 6 months, we've collected many geniuses with special constitutions. There's no problem with their identities and backgrounds, and they're now locked up in the dungeon. In addition, there are many powerful ancient corpses of various clans that were stolen. Their essences are still preserved, and they're also kept for you, Master, Inmei replied, not daring to ask more. She knew more about Guchanga than many people, so she was even more afraid and fearful. Moreover, she also knew that the reason why Guchanga kept her was mostly because the 9-tailed fox clan's business network covered the upper realm. Not only could they help him find out more information, but they could also help him collect cultivation resources. That's right, cultivation resources. These cultivation resources were naturally the various constitutions that Guchanga needed for his immortal devouring demonic technique. The number of cultivators and living beings in the upper realm was simply uncountable. Those geniuses with special constitutions were even more numerous. The fact that Guchanga's immortal devouring demonic technique cultivation base could break through to half-step heavenly god level was largely due to Inmei. She could be considered as his confidant. However, strictly speaking, she could not be considered as his confidant. After all, she submitted out of fear for him. Well done. Guchanga praised her. Then, he went to the dungeon below the palace. With these resources, it would not take long for his true cultivation base to break through to heavenly god level. Of course, in front of everyone, he still had to hide his cultivation base with the Tao Heaven Immortal manuscript. In the depths of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, a lone peak sat in the void. It was 100,000 feet tall. Immortal flowers were blooming, and sacred beasts were roaming about. It looked peaceful and tranquil. An old man with a benevolent face, white robes fluttering in the wind, and a transcendent air about him, was fishing on the lone peak. The old man's eyes were incomparably deep, as if they could reflect the ancient heavens. This person was the great elder of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, an ancient figure who had lived for an unknown period of time. Beside him, A young girl in green was looking at him curiously with a puzzled expression. The clouds below rolled. The Great Elder cast a straight hook, but he did not know what he was going to catch. Great Elder, what are you going to catch? Gu Xian'er could not help but ask. She had come to join the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, and the Great Elder had indeed planned to take her in as a disciple. However, before that she had to do something first. Of course, I'm going to catch a person, the Great Elder said cheerfully. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er could not help but secretly pout. She was used to hearing this kind of profound mystery. You came here to defeat your brother and take back your things, right? The Great Elder suddenly asked. His eyes seemed to have seen through everything. I already have a new bone. I don't need to take back anything. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was silent for a moment. Then she said resolutely, but I will seek justice and take revenge for all the pain and suffering I suffered all these years. Good. You're so ambitious at such a young age. As expected of the disciple chosen by the old monster. The Great Elder was still smiling. Gu Chang's demonic nature is too deep. I smelled it on the first day he entered the sect. 2. Trying to hide his demonic nature with his bones. Only the Gu clan could think of something like that. The position of the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace cannot be given to him. Xian'er, if you want me to take you in as a disciple, that's not a problem. However, you must first prove to me that you can surpass Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er clenched her fists. She asked, Great Elder, how can I prove it? The Dao Heaven Path. Surpass Gu Chang'e's record. Can you do that? The Great Elder said with a smile. Gu Xian'er was stunned. She naturally knew about the Dao Heaven Path of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. It was said that this was one of the most difficult paths to take in the upper realm. It was extremely mysterious. For the Heaven's Pride who entered the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, being able to take one more step on this path was something worth celebrating. It represented talent and recognition, and it was enough to make one's name known everywhere. I can do it. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er said resolutely. The Great Elder laughed. You're so confident? You must know that Gu Chang'e suppressed all his peers and set the first record in the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace in the last 100,000 years. Hey, someone took the bait. As he said that, he suddenly pulled the hook. In the clouds in front of him, a dazzling golden true dragon suddenly broke through the clouds. Greetings, Great Elder. The golden true dragon landed and turned into a majestic and handsome man in golden armor. It was the other true disciple of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Chu Wuji. Chapter 94. Chu Wuji was tall and wore golden armor. He had a bright smile on his face and gave people a very good impression of him. When he arrived at the mountain peak, he immediately noticed Gu Xian'er. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. But his good upbringing and scheming didn't make him look surprised. He had seen many beauties, but he was still surprised for a moment. Greetings, Great Elder. Then he bowed slightly to the Great Elder. Even in the entire Dao Heavenly Palace, very few people knew that Chu Wuji was actually the Great Elder's disciple. Because Chu Wuji's father, the Emperor of the Great Chu Celestial Dynasty, was once the Great Elder's disciple in name. But because of his identity, he couldn't become an inner disciple. Only a few people knew about this matter. Chu Wuji came at the right time. The Great Elder nodded slightly. His attitude towards Chu Wuji was quite good. For the elders of the Dao Heavenly Palace, no matter how they looked at it, Chu Wuji was very steady and excellent. It was hard to find any flaws. And he didn't have the same goal as Gu Chang'e. Among the current direct disciples of the Dao Heavenly Palace, Chu Wuji was the only one who could compete with Gu Chang'e. Many elders thought highly of him. They felt that Chu Wuji could take on important responsibilities, unlike Gu Chang'e who had impure thoughts. Gu Xian'er looked at Chu Wuji. After all, he was a young sovereign who could compete with Gu Chang'e. She couldn't help but be curious. He had the aura of an emperor. His steps were steady and steady. His cultivation was unfathomable. She couldn't see through him. This must be the little junior sister who's been the talk of the town recently. 21 I see that the rumors are true. You really have a divine appearance and an outstanding demeanor. Chu Wuji smiled at Gu Xian'er and clasped his hands. Greetings, senior brother Wuji. Gu Xian'er nodded. Her expression was calm, but she couldn't guess why Chu Wuji was being nice to her. She had just arrived and even the great elder hadn't accepted her as a disciple. Her status in the Dao Heavenly Palace was even lower than an ordinary disciple. Logically speaking, why would Chu Wuji show goodwill to her? Could it be because of Guchanga? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Just now, I was still thinking about who to find to take Xian to the path of heavens. Chu Wuji, you came at the right time. You can take Xian there. At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke indifferently. Dao Heavenly Path? Looks like little junior sister has lofty aspirations. However, the path of heavenly Dao is very dangerous. If you force yourself, it's very likely that you'll suffer unimaginable damage, even damaging your Dao heart and stopping your cultivation. Little junior sister, have you thought it through? Chu Wuji was slightly stunned. He had actually come here for Gu Xian. He had already inquired about her before this. To put it bluntly, Gu Xian had evidence in her hands that would make the Chongqing family lose face. At that time, once it was made public, the Longevity Gu family would definitely be ridiculed by many forces in the upper realm. They would lose all face and become a laughingstock. An old ancestor of the Great Chu immortal dynasty was once heavily injured by the Longevity Gu clan, so he didn't have a good impression of the Longevity Gu clan. He naturally couldn't wait to see such a situation. However, in front of the Grand Elder, he naturally had to act like he was doing what was best for Gu Xian. The Grand Elder glanced at him and shook his head slightly in his heart. He didn't say anything. Gu Xian said with a calm expression, I have confidence in this matter. Senior brother Wuji, you don't need to worry. Hearing this, Chu Wuji still had a carefree and unconcerned expression on his face. However, he sneered in his heart. He was also very curious. How far could this so-called young Nirvana paragon go? How could he be so confident? Alright, then I'll wait and see, Chu Wuji said. Then he turned into a divine rainbow, and led the way for Gu Xian in front of the path of heavenly Dao. Gu Xian also followed. She had a feeling that Chu Wuji had other motives. This was her intuition, and it had been very accurate all these years. Master. Soon, a group of followers appeared in front of Chu Wuji. They glanced at Gu Xian and were a little surprised. Go to the path of heavenly Dao. Chu Wuji instructed. At the same time, he didn't forget to turn around and sigh at Gu Xian. He said with pity and a little disdain, junior sister, I actually know a lot about you. Guchanga is really vicious and merciless. His actions are simply shocking and chilling. It doesn't seem like something an older brother would do. Even the actions of a ferocious beast can't be compared to him. Gu Xian, who was following behind, couldn't help but frown when she heard these words. She didn't say a word. Although she knew that the other party was scolding Guchanga, she didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Guchanga was indeed very harsh to her, but he couldn't be compared to this petty person who gossiped behind his back. Although Guchanga's methods were vicious and merciless, he was more honorable than him. Moreover, this was a matter between her and Guchanga. She didn't want others to interfere. Senior brother Wuji, you should lead the way properly. I didn't think that as a direct disciple, you would talk about others behind their backs. Gu Xian said with a calm expression. In other words, if you have the ability to say it in front of him, what's the use of saying it in front of me? She could see that this so-called direct disciple Chu just wanted to rope her in to join his side to deal with Guchanga. Hearing this, Chu Wuji's expression finally changed. It was faintly ugly, but he quickly recovered. After all, he was a person who didn't show his emotions. However, Gu Xian's words really made him angry and cold. Was she mocking him for not daring to shout in front of Guchanga? A mere little girl, who was only a holy lord, dared to speak to him like that. It seemed that the first elder really gave her confidence. If it weren't for the first elder, Chu Wuji would have made a move and let her know what a direct disciple was in the Dao Heaven Palace. However, he was also a bit confused. According to the information he had gathered, the hatred between Gu Xian and Guchanga was unimaginably deep. Why would Gu Xian speak up for Guchanga? Soon, the entire Dao Heaven Palace was alarmed. They found out that the girl beside the first elder was going to challenge the Dao Heaven Path and break Guchanga's record. This news was naturally spread by Chu Wuji. It caused a huge commotion, and even the other direct disciples were alarmed and came out of seclusion to take a look. The girl's identity was very mysterious. It was said that she was from the Gu clan. Now, the first elder thought highly of her and planned to take her in as a disciple. Not to mention the disciples, even many elders were curious and wanted to take a look. In the Dao Heaven Palace, the Dao Heaven Path had an indescribable meaning. It was even a springboard for carps to become dragons. After all, to prodigies, talent was very useful. Sometimes, the strength of one's talent determined one's future achievements. For a time, the sky was filled with divine rainbows, colorful clouds, and artifacts. Many disciples were heading towards the Dao Heaven Path. The various peaks were filled with people, and it was very lively. Many people also noticed that there were elders and disciples among them. The Dao Heaven Path's record in the past 100,000 years was broken by true disciple Gu. Until now, no one has been able to surpass him. After all, he is a young supreme being with the potential of a true immortal. Recently, I heard that he has broken through to the immortal emperor realm. This kind of cultivation speed is simply unbelievable. I haven't heard of anyone in the same generation breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. Even true disciple Chu seems to be stuck at that step. How can it be so easy to break true disciple Gu's record? I think that girl in green is just a fool's dream. There were disciples all over the mountain peaks discussing this matter. The Dao Heaven Path was a white jade staircase surrounded by immortal mist. It was extremely mysterious. Dao patterns interweaved on each staircase. As prodigies walked up, different phenomena would appear. This path led to the sky, and no one knew how many stairs there were. Every 100,000 years, the Dao Heaven Path would appear here, and different prodigies would come here to challenge this path. In other words, a new record would be set every 100,000 years. During these 100,000 years, all the prodigies were from the same era. Naturally, they were not willing to fall behind and wanted to leave their footprints on it to shock the world and become famous. During these 100,000 years, among the disciples who entered the Dao Heaven Palace, only Guchanga was the most dazzling, overshadowing the rest of his peers. The potential of a true immortal was not just a saying. At this moment, many disciples and cultivators gathered at the foot of the Dao Heaven Path. They were all here to watch the show. Gu Xian'er's expression was calm. She was dressed in green, and her figure was even more slender. Junior sister, don't force yourself. The pressure on the Dao Heaven Path is very strong. Chu Wuji advised with good intentions. Gu Xian'er glanced at him without any change in expression and did not say anything. In a short time, almost the entire Dao Heaven Palace knew about this matter. It was obvious that Chu Wuji had spread the news. As for his motive, he definitely wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Naturally, this little scheme could not be hidden from her. After not seeing you for a few days, Xian'er actually has a suitor so quickly? Why don't you let me check you out first? At this moment, a slightly mocking chuckle suddenly sounded. Gu Xian'er's calm expression was broken. She suddenly turned her head, and her eyes were cold as she looked in the direction of the voice. Gu Chang'e had a smile on his face. His white robes were purer than snow as he slowly walked over. A large group of powerful followers followed behind him. The expressions of the nearby disciples changed, and they all retreated. After finishing his cultivation and leaving the Dao Heaven ancient city, he returned to the sect. However, he did not expect to encounter Gu Xian'er challenging the Dao Heaven Path. He immediately became interested and came here. So this little sister is the disciple that the head elder was preparing to take in recently? She really is a rare beauty. What will happen when she grows up? Chuckles also sounded from another direction. A beautiful woman with a white veil on her face appeared. She had several foxtails behind her, and they were held in the arms of her maid to prevent them from dragging on the ground. This was the Dao Heaven Palace's true disciple Yin Mei. In front of outsiders, no one knew of her relationship with Guchanga. After Guchanga left the Dao Heaven ancient city, she also returned to the sect. Moreover, because she had prepared enough cultivation resources in this half year, and because Guchanga seemed to be very interested in her foxtails, he specially gave her a few more antidotes. This put Yin Mei in a good mood. This matter actually alarmed true disciple Gu. Even the always mysterious true disciple Yin has appeared. I truly did not expect this. It seems like there will be a good show to watch soon. When the people on the various peaks saw this scene, they could not help but be shocked. They did not expect so many true disciples to appear all of a sudden. Moreover, even Guchanga had come here. Normally he was elusive, so it was very difficult to see him. Chapter 95. Guchanga, what are you doing here? Hearing these mocking words, Gu Xian'er couldn't help but ask with a cold expression. She never had a good tone or expression towards Guchanga. In front of others she was very calm, but in front of Guchanga, she couldn't help but show anger and anger. You still haven't answered my question. Guchanga lightly smiled, not caring at all about Gu Xian'er's gaze that seemed to want to swallow him whole. When Chu Wuji heard this, he also felt uncomfortable. What did he mean by he was Gu Xian'er's suitor? As a prince of the great Chu immortal dynasty, did he need to pursue others? With just one sentence, what kind of proud daughter of heaven wouldn't send herself to him? Although he knew that this was Guchanga's mockery, he was still unhappy. His expression was not very good, especially when Guchanga ignored him. Senior Marshal Brother Chu Wuji sent me to Dao Heaven's Road. He is not my suitor. Gu Xian'er frowned, not understanding what Guchanga wanted to do. Hearing this, Guchanga revealed a look of understanding. Then he said with a bit of regret, so it's like this. What a pity, I still want you to help me check. Otherwise, any random cat or dog will have ideas about you. Gu Xian'er heard this and laughed. She naturally didn't believe Guchanga's nonsense. She felt that he was implying something. Was Guchanga standing up for her? She didn't believe it. Junior Marshal Sister Xian'er wants to challenge Dao Heaven's Road. Guchanga, are you going to stop her? This is head elder's order. At this time he heard Guchanga call him a random cat or dog. Chu Wuji's expression immediately darkened as he said to Guchanga, directly bringing out head elder's name. No matter how much they disagreed before, Guchanga would never say such things in public like this. So what if he's the great elder? Do you think he'll interfere in the affairs of his peers? When Guchanga heard this, he didn't care at all. He glanced at him casually. Besides, I'm talking to my sister. Who do you think you are? These words immediately made Chu Wuji's face turn the color of a pig's liver. His face alternated between green and white. He could no longer hold back his anger. He had been provoked and humiliated by Guchanga time and time again. No matter how good his self-restraint was and how shrewd he was, he still couldn't take it. Moreover, it was in front of everyone, If he tolerated this, how could he survive in the upper realm in the future? He didn't even want his face anymore. He was also a supreme martial artist, so why should he be humiliated by him? Guchanga, don't go too far. Chu Wuji's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it was about to drip water. So what if I'm bullying you? Guchanga still had an indifferent expression. He had wanted to make a move on Chu Wuji for a long time, but he couldn't find the right time. He didn't believe that Chu Wuji would still tolerate today's situation. Chu Wuji's face was already ugly to the extreme. His anger was about to erupt. No matter how calm and shrewd he was usually, he couldn't hold it in at this time. This scene directly set off a huge uproar in the vicinity. They didn't see Gu Xian'er ascending the path of heaven. Instead, they saw the conflict between Guchanga and another true disciple. Many people were excited. After all, it was a rare battle between true disciples. No one thought that Guchanga's attitude would be so arrogant. He didn't put Chu Wuji, who was also a true disciple, in his eyes. Everyone knew that Guchanga was very strong. However, to be able to become a true disciple, he naturally had his strong points and outstanding talents. He was a supreme martial artist. Who was the weakest among them? At this moment, many people were excited. Even many elders were the same. It was normal for people of the same generation to fight. However, it was rare for people to provoke others in public like this, as if they were going to start a fight. In addition, the two true disciples who came here, one was called Tianyang, and the other was called Zhong Tianyuan. They appeared on the mountain peak, enveloped in various colors of light. When they saw this scene, their expressions were solemn. Chu Wuji's strength is unfathomable. We might not be his match in a one-on-one battle, but Guchanga is obviously stronger. Chu Wuji's chances of winning this battle are not high, but if he cowers, his Dao heart will be damaged. Losing is a small matter. He can still break and then rebuild. However, once his Dao heart is damaged, he won't have any chance in the future. As the two spoke, their expressions became even more solemn. As supreme martial artists, they naturally believed that they were invincible and could defeat their peers. If they cowered like this, then what was the point of fighting? Therefore, they were sure that this battle would definitely start. There was no surprise. I want to see how you can humiliate me like this. Chu Wuji shouted angrily, directly attacking Guchanga. Everyone nearby was shocked, and they all retreated. Only Yinmei felt that Chu Wuji was courting death. Guchanga's strength was far from what he could imagine. Just the strength on the surface was not something a normal supreme martial artist could match. At this moment, Gu Xian'er also focused all of her attention. She wanted to know how powerful Guchanga was now. Imperial Dragon Palm. This is the famous precious technique of the Great Chu Immortal Dynasty. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing Chu Wuji's move. Hong! Chu Wuji's palm represented a supreme precious technique. The symbols on it interweaved, turning into the shape of a dragon, grabbing towards Guchanga. It was like a pure gold millstone, able to obliterate all enemies in the world. That kind of aura was extremely domineering. Just like this, it spread out, making people horrified. It was extremely masculine. Many disciples felt like their bodies were about to split open from the distance. So scary. Is this the terror of a supreme martial artist? A normal void god realm is definitely not Chu Wuji's opponent. One has to know that he is only at the peak of the Marquis realm, 2 realms away from the void god realm. Too strong. This is the gap between us and a true disciple. Many disciples were shocked by Chu Wuji's palm. Before, Guchanga had destroyed Jin Yu's old servant with one palm. But now Chu Wuji's palm clearly had the might of a void god realm. After all, for a supreme martial artist, it was not difficult to fight someone of a higher realm. Is this why you are so confident in attacking me? Who gave it to you? However, facing this palm, Guchanga's expression didn't change much, still playing it down. He also reached out with his palm, turning into a golden seal. Divine light spread out, falling on the seal. Hong! The seal and the millstone collided, instantly exploding. When these two divine abilities and precious techniques collided, there was a shocking explosion. It was as if a meteorite had smashed down, causing the nearby mountains to tremble. Cracks appeared on the ground, and many law ripples appeared. Puff! Blood splashed out in the field. Chu Wuji flew backwards, his hair covering his head, his entire body covered in blood. Under the recoil of this aftershock, he was directly injured. His expression was filled with disbelief and shock. Middle stage Emperor realm? Under the same realm, it was very difficult for a supreme martial artist to determine the victor, let alone a complete suppression of the realm. Back then, when Guchanga was only at the initial stage of the Saint Lord realm, he had severely injured the young supreme martial artist Jin Zhou, causing a huge sensation. But he really didn't expect that Guchanga had already broken through to the mid-stage Emperor realm. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Too powerful, Guchanga's casual attack was terrifying to such an extent. This was simply unbeatable. As expected of a true immortal, under the suppression of cultivation, Chu Zhenchuan couldn't win at all. I really didn't expect that Guchanga had already broken through to the mid-stage Emperor realm. Tianyang and Zhong Tianyuan, the two supreme martial artists, couldn't help but be shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. How is he so strong? Gu Xian'er's expression was solemn. Even if she caught up and wanted to surpass Guchanga to take revenge, she didn't know how long it would take. Middle stage Emperor realm, so what? At this moment, Chu Wuji suddenly shouted. His entire body became golden, and a layer of dragon scales covered his body. This was his dragon transformation talent. It was originally a trump card that could greatly increase the strength of his physical body for a period of time. Before this, he had never used it in front of others. But today Chu Wuji couldn't care so much. He only had one thought now, and that was to defeat Guchanga to wash away the humiliation of today. Roar, roar, roar. A domineering and long dragon roar was heard. A true dragon surrounded by immortal qi, breathing in clouds, and covered in golden scales appeared between heaven and earth. This true dragon was lifelike. and its body was boundlessly huge. It reached out towards Guchanga with its claw. Instantly, it was as if the sky and earth were turned upside down, and chaos rose and fell. The mountains and rivers lost their color, and it contained the power of destruction as it charged towards Guchanga. At this moment, all the cultivators in front of the mountain were shocked again. They could only sigh at the young supreme martial artist's endless methods. If Chu Wuji didn't show it, no one would have thought that he had such a trump card. Middle stage Emperor realm, so what? It's enough to beat your Dao heart. Facing Chu Wuji's trump card, Guchanga only smiled faintly. Behind him a dazzling light appeared, and a blurry great Dao body appeared. It was very majestic, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. Great Dao body? Gu Xian'er's expression changed, and she became a little pale as she felt a familiar aura. She recognized that this was the innate ability of her great Dao bone. Boom! At this moment, Guchanga reached out with his palm, and the great Dao body behind him also made a move. A boundless fluctuation came, as if a great Dao was pressing down, able to crush all eternity. This kind of fluctuation made all the disciples and elders change their expressions. Subduing the dragon with the palm, it was as if there were stars exploding one after another. Boom! A wave as vast as the sea erupted, and all the mountain peaks shook as if there was a great earthquake. All the disciples were trembling, resonating with it. Their hearts were palpitating, and their souls were trembling. Everything there seemed to be about to be destroyed. Finally, the brilliance disappeared. Guchanga's palm pressed down, and the true dragon formed by Chu Wuji continuously collapsed. He coughed out blood crazily, and his body collapsed inch by inch. This palm continued to fall. Puff! Chu Wuji coughed out blood, and the true dragon form was broken. Half of his body immediately exploded. His expression was full of shock and disbelief. He had already used his most powerful trump card, but he was still no match for Guchanga. So what do you think you are? Guchanga finally withdrew his palm. With a calm expression he appeared beside Chu Wuji. Then he stepped on Chu Wuji's head. He repeated this sentence. Chapter 96. Who? Guchanga's foot stomped down, making Chu Wuji's face turn ashen. He was incomparably humiliated and angry. However, he had no other choice. He had even used his strongest trump card, but he was not Guchanga's opponent at all. Even a casual palm would have required him to pay a huge price to resist. Today he finally experienced Guchanga's strength and terror. At this moment he felt incomparably sullen and unwilling. Especially when Guchanga repeated, "Who do you think you are?" This contemptuous and indifferent attitude was what made him feel the most depressed and uneasy. The surrounding mountains were silent for a moment, but now it was like a pot of boiling water. This battle started very quickly, but it also ended very quickly. Many people felt that as a prince of Great Chu and a young supreme being, Chu Wuji had many tricks up his sleeve. Even if he was no match for Guchanga, they would probably fight for a while, and it would be difficult to determine the winner after a few dozen moves. However, they never expected that he would not be able to resist at all. Yes, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. From beginning to end he had been crushed. Even when he used his trump card, he was still casually suppressed. At this time, many disciples unconsciously shivered. As a young supreme being, Chu Wuji was like this when facing Guchanga. What about them? One on the ground, they were like ants. As expected of the person who broke the 100,000-year record of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Such strength is too terrifying. He easily crushed another true disciple. Moreover, I feel that even if true disciple Chu broke through to the Emperor realm, he would not be true disciple Gu's opponent under the same cultivation. Yes, after all, true disciple Gu has always been calm and unhurried. Who knows what trump cards he has? The heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan, Yin Mei, listened to the conversations of the nearby disciples. Her face under the veil inadvertently revealed a nonchalant smile. Trump card? Guchanga's trump card. Anyone who saw it would probably be dead. She was probably the only one left alive. Guchanga was definitely the most dangerous person she had ever met. His thoughts, shrewdness, and methods were all the same. Gu Chang'e is no longer someone we can defeat. No wonder Jin Zhou chose to go into seclusion. He should have realized this long ago. From now on, unless we have another breakthrough in our cultivation, we should choose to avoid Gu Chang'e. 553-inch Tianyang and Taanyuan. The two core disciples exchanged a glance. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. After that, they chose to leave the crowd silently. Young sovereigns naturally had the heart to compete, but that didn't mean they were stupid. After all, Gu Chang'e's realm was already at the middle stage of the titled emperor realm. How could they compete? Then fight for it. Many disciples and elders noticed them and shook their heads in silence. From today onwards, even if the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace did not appoint a successor, they would still have to take a detour around Gu Chang'e. Today's battle was also a display of Gu Chang'e's might. Xian'er, your elder brother helped you teach this thing a lesson. Are you touched? At this time, Gu Chang'e looked at the dazed Gu Xian'er and couldn't help but ask with a light smile. At the same time, he kicked Chu Wuji's chest. With a piu sound, blood spurted out. Chu Wuji grunted and fainted. He definitely couldn't kill him. In public, as a prince of the great Chu immortal dynasty, there would definitely be people who would stop him. Gu Chang'e didn't plan on attracting trouble. Attacking Chu Wuji was just to let the elders of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace know that as long as Gu Chang'e was alive, no one else had the right to be a successor. Even if they didn't mention this, Gu Chang'e would let them know. Over the years, all the elders had been on guard against him. Even the great elder was the same. How could Gu Chang'e not know? Of course he didn't care if he knew. Before entering the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, he had already expected this kind of situation. Gu Xian'er was originally a bit moved by Gu Chang'e teaching Chu Wuji a lesson, and didn't want to admit it. But when she heard this slightly teasing tone, her emotions immediately dissipated, replaced by a cold and hostile expression. I don't need you to care about my matters. Gu Xian'er wasn't polite at all to Gu Chang'e, because there was no need to be polite with him. The only reason she didn't punch him in the face was because she was trying her best to control herself. In front of others, no matter what happened, she would try to remain calm. But in front of Gu Chang'e, she couldn't help but be impulsive. She couldn't hide her anger and other emotions. Did you forget what your elder brother said before? Gu Chang'e said with a "you disappoint me too much" expression. He didn't care at all that Gu Xian'er wanted to bite him to death. In terms of shamelessness, he didn't lose to anyone. What did I say? Gu Xian'er said coldly. I can bully you, but others can't bully you. Gu Chang'e's expression was slightly thought-provoking. This Chu Wuji probably wants to see you make a fool of yourself on the path of heavenly Tao. That old thing great elder's condition for taking you as a disciple is to break your elder brother's record, right? This Chu Wuji's calculations are not bad. Not only does he want to see you make a fool of yourself, but he also spread the news and got the entire sect to come. His intentions are terrible. How can he bully my, Gu Chang'e's younger sister? If he wants to bully her, only I can do it. Who does he think he is? As he spoke, his expression turned cold. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er felt the surrounding temperature drop rapidly. She couldn't help but shiver slightly. Crack. Then there was the crisp sound of bones breaking. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. She saw Gu Chang'e step down as if nothing had happened. Immediately, Chu Wuji, who had already fainted, let out a painful scream. The bones in his hand were broken by Gu Chang'e's stomp. Gu Chang'e still had a disapproving look on his face, as if he had just stepped on an ant. Xian'er, remember this. Don't forget it in the future. Gu Chang'e looked at her slightly stunned expression and smiled slightly. Didn't you want to ascend the path of heavenly Tao? Your elder brother is looking forward to your performance. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to reach the same level as your elder brother back then. After all, according to the normal routine, this Chu Wuji had bad intentions and was discovered by Gu Xian'er. Then, he became vicious and tried to mock Gu Xian'er on the path of heavenly Tao. At the same time, he attracted the entire sect to see her make a fool of herself. In the end, Gu Xian'er's performance would definitely slap everyone's face, including his elder brother's face. He would take the opportunity to announce a challenge to him. Gu Chang'e was very familiar with this routine. But it was just a routine. He turned around and did another one. Now Gu Xian'er's brain was probably about to go dizzy. Gu Chang'e, do you think I can break your record? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er also came back to his senses. For some reason, his attitude softened a lot compared to before. Perhaps it was because of Gu Chang'e's actions just now. She thought that if the incident back then hadn't happened, she would still be very happy to have such a protective and strong elder brother like Gu Chang'e. However, the most important problem was that she was still very confused. Chu Wuji and the others didn't believe that she could break Gu Chang'e's record. Why did Gu Chang'e himself say that, as if he trusted her so much? This made Gu Xian'er very confused. Shouldn't Gu Chang'e have a look of disdain and contempt? He said, "You Gu Xian'er want to reach my level? Don't be an idiot." It had to be said that she had a lot to say. All these years, thanks to her third master's guidance, she was much smarter than many of her peers. She could deduce many truths from many things. He was unaccountably solicitous because he lusted after her body. She couldn't understand why Gu Chang'e would believe her for no reason. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e looked very calm. He shook his head slightly and said, "If even I don't believe you, then who will? I've seen all the hard work you've put in these past few years." This kind of words was naturally nonsense. He didn't know what Gu Xian'er had done. He just pretended to be enigmatic and had a deep hatred for her. That was right. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's heart trembled. What did this mean? He knew all the hard work she had done all these years. Then why did he do that back then? Why did he have to dig out his own bones? Thinking of this, she didn't dare to believe it. What happened back then? Could it be that he had some difficulties? Shaking her head, she quickly got rid of these unrealistic thoughts. Even if he had some difficulties, he couldn't have done such a thing. This wasn't something that could be explained with just a few words. Why are you in a daze? Everyone is watching you go on the path of heavenly Tao. At this time, Gu Chang'e smiled and interrupted Gu Xian'er's thoughts. She glared at Gu Chang'e. Only then did she realize that she still had to climb the path of heavenly Tao and break Gu Chang'e's record. Immediately, she didn't hesitate. She turned into a divine rainbow and landed on the path of heavenly Tao. On the path of heavenly Tao, thousands of rays of light soared. Every step seemed to have awakened. Hazy immortal energy gushed out. All kinds of strange phenomena floated between heaven and earth. The sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, and ancient seas, the passage of time, the sea turned to dust buzz. Gu Xian'er landed on the first step. There was a dazzling golden light, like a golden lotus blooming. She continued to walk. The second step. The third step. The fourth step. There was almost no obstruction. She arrived at the 10th step in an instant. All kinds of brilliance shrouded her. Immortal music reverberated. Immortal flowers bloomed in the void. It was as if she was the daughter of the great Tao and could be doted on by heaven and earth. All the disciples and elders were alarmed. The 10th step was the limit of many inner sect disciples. It was difficult for them to take another step. One had to know that in the outside world they were rare geniuses. Even a true disciple like Chu Wuji, a young supreme being whose name shook the entire region, had only reached the 14th step. And Gu Chang'e had reached the 18th step, the 11th step, the 12th step. Soon Gu Xian'er arrived at the 15th step. Mysterious energy circulated. Divine light shone brightly. Strands of immortal energy spread out, making her look like the daughter of the celestial emperor. She had a sense of ascension. After a moment of silence, the place suddenly erupted in an uproar. Many disciples and elders were extremely shocked. This kind of talent had already surpassed the average young supreme being. Could it be that Gu Xian'er could really break Gu Chang'e's record? Not long after, Gu Xian'er passed the 16th step. Her forehead was sweaty, but her gaze was still firm. She swept a glance at Gu Chang'e, who had a gentle and natural expression and seemed to be very confident in her. At the bottom of the path of heaven, for some reason, a burst of majestic and terrifying power suddenly erupted from somewhere. The surging aura of the great Tao surged out from her body like a new life. The 17th step. The 18th step. She arrived at the step Gu Chang'e was on back then. At this time there was a wave of shocking sound nearby. Everyone's eyes widened. They almost fell to the ground. They were shocked and did not dare to believe it. True disciple Gu's record was broken again. Today's trip was not in vain. Who would have thought that she could really reach this step? This is too shocking. Unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. It's like a dream. The disciples who were doubtful before almost gouged their eyes out at this moment. Gu Xian, who was standing on the 18th step, had a pale face. Her forehead was full of sweat. She felt the terrifying pressure. It was obvious that she had reached the point where it was extremely strenuous. However, she still had strength. She could still continue to move forward. At this time, many people also felt that Gu Xia would continue to move forward and break Guchanga's record of the 18th step. But in the next moment, Gu Xian did something that made everyone's eyeballs almost fall out of their sockets. Her expression was calm as she stopped in her tracks. Then she came down from the original path. She did not continue to move towards the higher steps. Everywhere on the mountain peak suddenly became dead silent. No one would have thought that she would actually choose so many things at this time. This was a good chance to break Guchanga's record of being the first in 100,000 years. It was a good chance to make a name for herself. She actually gave up just like that. Chapter 97. Gu Xian's actions stunned everyone. After a moment of silence, the crowd boiled over. Everyone's eyes widened. They were completely confused. After all, this was a good opportunity to make a name for herself. Many disciples' eyes turned red with envy. Their breathing quickened. She had already reached the 18th step? Why didn't she continue? They were all anxious for Gu Xian. If it were them, they would definitely take another step forward regardless of the cost. Because this was the only chance to surpass Guchanga, become famous, and be praised by millions. Even the elders couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. They couldn't understand why Gu Xian would give up such a chance and choose to stand with Guchanga. In their opinion, after today, Gu Xian's status would be completely different. She would definitely be accepted as a disciple by the head elder. And once she missed this chance to surpass Guchanga, there wouldn't be a second one. Far away on the cloud-shrouded mountain peak, the head elder, who was watching all this, couldn't help but feel confused. He had seen the battle between Guchanga and Chu Wuji. He didn't expect that even Chu Wuji would be easily defeated by Guchanga. Guchanga's strength was definitely one of the few heaven's prides he had seen in countless years. From now on, if he wanted to keep his status as the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, he couldn't consider Chu Wuji and the others. So he could only consider Gu Xian. Even if she couldn't break Guchanga's record, he would still accept her as a disciple. But what the head elder didn't understand was why Gu Xia would give up when she could take another step forward. He couldn't understand this. Could it be that there was something else between Gu Xian and Guchanga that no one knew? Or did she have other considerations? On the path of heavenly immortals, Gu Xian slowly walked down. Her face was clear and unparalleled. She wore a green robe and looked very slender. Her steps were firm and her expression was calm. She did not feel any regret or unwillingness because she did not break the record left by Guchanga. She saw everyone's expression and shook her head slightly. She could already tell that the reason why Guchanga felt that she could easily break this record was because Guchanga no longer cared about the previous record. Because of Guchanga, if he walked the path again, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Although one's talent was destined, many people could not take another step forward in their entire life. However, Guchanga was obviously different from those people. There were all kinds of rumors since he was a child, so how could they be so casual? Not only did Guchanga possess her Dao bone, but what was his innate talent? Until now, no one had ever seen it. So, even if she broke this record, what could she prove? Did it prove that her current talent was better than that of Guchanga back then? This was no longer necessary. Xian'er, why did you stop? I feel that you can still take a few more steps. Seeing Gu Xian'er leave the path of heavenly Dao and walk down, Guchanga understood everything in his heart. However, on the surface he shook his head with some pity. It was as if he felt that it was a pity that Gu Xian'er had only reached the 18th level, and felt that she could still reach a higher level. Gu Xian'er glanced at Guchanga and could not be bothered with him. Originally, she wanted him to stop calling her Xian'er. Hearing it made her feel very uncomfortable and weird. He was clearly her greatest enemy, and she wanted nothing more than to grind his bones and scatter his ashes, drink his blood and eat his flesh. However, she could not do anything about it. He also liked to wander around in front of her and deliberately anger her. Her masters were already shameless enough. However, compared to Guchanga, it was simply a small child in the presence of a great one. Indeed, it proved that a shameless person was invincible in the world. Guchanga's level of shamelessness was simply deranged. If she could beat Guchanga, she would definitely not care about anything right now and give him a good beating first. I don't want you to care. Gu Xian'er coldly turned her head away. I don't want to care either. However, you have disappointed me. I had high expectations for you, but in the end this is it? Hearing this, the smile on Guchanga's face finally disappeared. His tone was slightly mocking. Guchanga, don't think that you can always bully me. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er, who had been trying so hard to maintain her calm, suddenly exploded. Like an angry kitten, she glared angrily at Guchanga. What did he mean by this? Although she knew that Guchanga deliberately said this. However, others could say this but not him. It was just like how if she did not do as he said and did not meet his expectations, she could not do it. Also, it was as if he was saying that with this little ability of yours, you still want to take revenge? Dream on. Gu Xian'er had a very strong self-esteem. Naturally, she would not allow Guchanga to say this. What do you mean by don't think? Think about it, do you really think that you have any chance? The mocking expression on Guchanga's face did not diminish. That look of his was bullying you. He was bullying you for sure. At this moment, Gu Xian'er was simply about to explode. She was about to go crazy. She was so angry that she kept trembling. No one had ever thought that Guchanga could make her so angry with just a few words. Right now, she really wanted to immediately take out the treasured knife bestowed by the Grandmaster and chop Guchanga into minced meat. All the disciples and elders looked at this scene and suddenly fell into deep thought. After all, Gu Xian'er looked like she had a deep conflict with Guchanga. However, it was obvious that Guchanga still cared about her. Hearing these words, it seemed that he was regretting that Gu Xian'er did not surpass his record from back then. The reason why Gu Xian'er did not continue was probably because of Guchanga. She thought about him and chose to stop. This was a harmonious scene between brothers and sisters. It even made quite a few disciples who did not know the truth feel a bit envious. Very soon, the news on Dao Heaven's path spread from the various divine islands and mountains of Dao Heaven's palace, triggering a commotion and shock. In particular, Gu Xian'er actually reached the 18th step, triggering an intense reaction. Many powers were secretly investigating her origins. In the end, they found that she was indeed related to the Longevity Gu family. Moreover, it involved a very big matter. As for what it was, they did not know. The Longevity family had existed for countless eras and years. If they wanted to deliberately hide something, how could they let them know? For a time, the name Gu Xian'er spread among the various great sections. At the same time, it was also known by the various sky prides. As for the fact that Guchanga had easily crushed Chu Wuji, who was also a young supremacy and a successor disciple of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, many people were shocked. They felt that Guchanga was even more unfathomable now. For those of the same generation, Guchanga's strength was needless to say. He gave them a lot of pressure. Many young supremes also said that Guchanga was definitely a mortal enemy, who could not be underestimated. For a time, the successors of the Supreme Taoism, Imperishable Sects, Immemorial Royal Family, and Immortal Tribe all felt a lot of pressure. They all looked for opportunities or went into seclusion in an attempt to break through. Begging for flowers. Immemorial Immortal Tribe, Yi Clan, Xianqing Heaven. On a divine island full of flowing lights and auspicious clouds. In the palace, a beautiful girl in a purple dress listened to all kinds of news coming in from outside. Her face kept changing. Her expression was dazed, confused, and absent-minded. It was very strange. Miss, are you still feeling guilty about what happened to Yi-chan? It has been a few months. Don't think about it anymore. Next to the girl in purple dress, a beautiful middle-aged woman was persuading her. She looked very worried. The two of them were Yi Liuli and Aunt Shui, who had returned to the Yi clan from the lower realm. After leaving the Tianyuan Mystery Land and parting with Guchanga, they stayed in the lower realm for a while before returning to the Yi clan in the upper realm recently. However, Yi Liuli's recent state made Aunt Shui feel very strange. Sometimes she was dazed, sometimes in a daze, as if she was absent-minded. When asked, she would say that she was fine. Therefore, She guessed that it had something to do with Yi Chen's death. Her miss was very sad and hurt. Hearing Aunt Shue's words, Yi Liuli suddenly came back to her senses. She was slightly stunned and could not help but ask curiously, Aunt Shue, what are you saying? Yi Chen is dead. He's just a little ant with bad intentions. Why should I care about him? Hearing this, Aunt Shue was stunned. Could it be that her miss was so hurt that she even forgot about Yi Chen? But that was good too. Forget it. She almost offended Master Gu because of Yi Chen. Now she could hear about him every day in the upper realm. It was clear how terrifying he was. Even if Yi Chen did not die and ascended to the upper realm, he would be scared to death. Then joy appeared on her face. Miss, you're right. It's just Yi Chen, a little ant. Why should you care about him? Yi Liuli nodded and her expression quickly calmed down. She muttered to herself in her heart. Why do I care so much about Guchanga recently? And why do I unconsciously call him master? She felt that she had forgotten something important, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. A valiant young man walked in. He was tall and was clad in golden armor. He seemed to be shrouded in the divine light of the sun. Even his hair was extremely bright. He was like a young emperor. His qi and blood were unparalleled and extremely vast. Little Liuli, what have you been thinking about recently? How come you didn't even notice me coming in? The young man said with a smile, giving off a very sunny feeling. Brother, why are you here? Have you heard about the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, Guchanga? When Yi Liuli saw the person, she could not help but smile and ask. The young man was her brother, the current successor of the immemorial immortal clan, Yi Langtian. Although he had not been born, there were still many legends about him in the various heavens. He was called the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. It was said that he was one of the few people who could compete with the young master of the Gu clan, Guchanga. At this moment, when he heard his sister ask this question, Yi Longtian's eyes flashed, and then he smiled without batting an eyelid. Sister, why do you mention that Guchanga again? I heard that he went to the lower realms to look for something some time ago. You happened to see him. Why are you still thinking about him now? It was easy for him to find out. After all, he could ask Auntie Shui. Chin. Chapter 98. Hearing this, Yi Liuli's face slightly reddened. She lightly snorted, Big brother, don't speak nonsense. How could I not forget him? I'm just very curious. After all, he's a young supreme being on par with Big brother. I heard that he easily crushed a prince of the Great Chu immortal dynasty, and has already broken through to the mid-stage of the immortal emperor realm. His strength is terrifying and it's hard to find a match for him in the younger generation. That's why I couldn't help but ask brother. Her words sounded like an explanation. But how could Yi Langtian not understand what she meant? Was she asking him what he thought of Guchanga? Her thoughts could not be hidden from him. He looked at Yi Liuli's hopeful expression and shook his head. Actually, he did not know how she had such a deep relationship with Guchanga in the lower realm. He had heard from Auntie Shui that Yi Liuli had offended him, but Guchanga did not make things difficult for her and only asked her to apologize. However, just because of this, Yi Liuli couldn't forget him. Yi Langtian pondered for a while and said, I know quite a bit about Guchanga. This person is indeed my greatest enemy. Everyone calls me the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, but they say I have the potential to become a true immortal. Ancient emperor, true immortal, this already explains a lot. The ancient emperors expanded their territory, carried the mandate of heaven, and established supreme sections. But only true immortals could be called immortal and live forever. Although it sounded similar, there was still a big difference. Yi Langtian knew this very well. Guchanga had broken through to the mid-stage of the immortal emperor realm. But he had just broken through to the immortal emperor realm, so the gap was not small. Hearing Yi Longtian's evaluation of Guchanga, Yi Liuli was shocked. Even her brother said so. It seemed that Guchanga was truly terrifying. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of a strange ancient god, dignified and ancient, which made her fear Guchanga even more. Yi Langtian did not notice Yi Liuli's strange behavior. He shook his head, thinking that he would compete with Guchanga in the future. They were both young supreme beings, so he naturally had this bit of competitive spirit. He wouldn't be afraid of anything. Young master, that youth from the collateral family called Yiling is here again. He wants to challenge you. Many people have already gathered at the martial arts arena. At this time, a servant's voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. This caused Yi, who was talking to Yiling Tian, to frown. Yiling, who is this person? An outsider dares to challenge Big Brother? Yi was stunned when he heard this. As the successor of the primordial immortals, Yiling Tian had yet to be born, but there was no need to say how terrifying his strength was. Yet, there was actually someone who dared to challenge him. Did this person have a death wish, or was he asking for trouble? Hearing this, Yi Longtian's expression was somewhat annoyed. He explained, Yiling won first place in the collateral family's competition some time ago. The family promised him 3 things. One of them was that he wanted to challenge me and defeat me to seek justice for injuring his father by accident. Big Brother, didn't you already give them a large sum of compensation for this? I remember that they even accepted. Yi was a little stunned when he heard this explanation. After accepting the compensation, he still wanted to seek justice. It was no wonder that even someone with a temperament like Big Brother would feel annoyed. He even used this as a pretext to make a fuss, saying that the main family looked down on the collateral family. This caused a commotion and caused a few elders to scold me, Yi Langtian said, looking very annoyed. Even as the young master, he felt that it was difficult to deal with the other party's hooligan attitude. Moreover, during the challenge, he had to consider the collateral family's reputation and suppress his cultivation. He thought that seeking justice was fake. His real intention was to seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Soon, Yi Langtian left and headed for the martial arts arena. Yi also followed behind. She was prepared to watch this so-called competition to get back at them. At the same time, where the unparalleled immortal dynasty was located, Eternal Daylight Sky. Immortal City. In a simple and majestic hall, the sun and moon hung high in the sky, and the universe suppressed the earth. Yu Mingkong, dressed in a loose emperor's robe, sat on the throne. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a strong emperor's aura. The ministers below trembled in fear as they reported the recent events. The internal and external affairs of the immortal dynasty have been settled. From today onwards there will be no more objections. After hearing the following words, Yu Mingkong nodded, finally revealing a look of satisfaction. Withdraw. Then she waved her hand, and the ministers left one after another. In the palace, there were only a few confidants left. Soon Yu Mingkong dismissed everyone again. She rubbed her forehead, looking a little tired as she recalled what was going to happen next. After all, she had to make preparations first. Even she who had foresight found it so difficult. If she did not know these things, she was afraid that she would not be able to do anything. Guchanga was too terrifying. According to the time, the Een sky will descend soon, and the inner area will be in chaos. After all, it's the ancient universe that has manifested. This will become the most important thing for the various clans and orthodoxies. The various great sects will also join forces to establish the True Immortal Academy, and select the most outstanding disciples to create true immortals. The immortal path of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace should also appear. My good husband has planned for so long to enter the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace for so long. Back then I didn't notice at all. Now that I think about it, this might be the biggest secret for him to enter the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Back then, when the immortal essence appeared, the various clans fought over it, and even alerted the Supremes. However, in the end no one got it and the immortal essence disappeared. Now it seems that the immortal essence was definitely stolen by Guchanga in secret. He stole it under the watchful eyes of the various terrifying beings. Haha, as expected of my good husband. Yu Mingkong laughed self-deprecatingly, and then her expression gradually turned serious. He has a forbidden demonic technique, and his true cultivation is definitely not as simple as it seems. I was too impulsive in the Gu family. If he had wanted to kill me back then, my chances of survival would not have been high. I have to be fully prepared in the future. At that thought, Yu Mingkong sighed faintly. She did not gain any advantage in the Gu family trip. However, She also realized that Guchanga's actions did not seem to be the same as what she had experienced in her previous life. This made her puzzled, but more than that, she felt uneasy. She knew that Guchanga was born with a demonic nature, and this matter would probably be known to the world soon. He had dug out his young cousin's Dao bone and transplanted it to himself to hide his demonic nature. Of course, this matter did not have much of an impact on Guchanga. At most, he would bear a lot of infamy. The aptitude of a true immortal, born with a demonic nature. This matter was really too shocking. However, she did not know where Guchanga's demonic nature came from. She personally guessed that it had something to do with a forbidden demonic technique. Thinking about it this way, little sister Xian'er is so kind, but she is just a pitiful person. In her previous life, not only did Guchanga dig out her bone, but he also swallowed her cultivation source, so she disappeared without a trace. At that time, I foolishly thought that she had let go of her hatred and went into seclusion. In this life, I have to protect her well. When Yu Mingkong thought of this, she felt that the burden on her shoulders had become much heavier. Others did not know, but she knew very well. Guchanga had an incomparably mysterious master behind him, and in her previous life, he had only made a move once. It was that time that he had helped Guchanga resolve the matter of his demonic technique almost being exposed. Yu Mingkong guessed that Guchanga's mysterious master definitely had something to do with Guchanga's forbidden demonic technique. He would only make a move when Guchanga's forbidden demonic technique was about to be exposed. Otherwise, why would he not dare to show himself openly? The matter of the forbidden demonic technique was of great importance. Even someone as powerful as Guchanga's mysterious master only dared to hide in the dark. It was obvious what the situation would be if he was exposed. In Yu Mingkong's heart, she did not want Guchanga to have such a day where he was deserted by everyone, and only enemies in the vast world. What I am doing now, isn't it to protect him? Yu Mingkong quickly calmed down. She decided to make a trip to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. It had to do with the manifestation of the immortal path and of course Gu Xian'er. As Gu Shizhou's sister-in-law, she could not see her in danger without realizing it. Right, during this period, the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara should also be born. I think he's called Yiling. He has an ancient talisman of Samsara that contains the power of Samsara. I must get my hands on this power. Yu Mingkong narrowed her eyes as she thought of another important matter. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was an extremely ancient existence. His cultivation level was extremely high. It was said that he controlled the power of the 6 paths of Samsara. Heaven and earth could not bury him, and time could not reverse him. She could take advantage of the fact that the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was still weak and snatch the ancient talisman of Samsara from him. After thinking this through, Yu Mingkong also began to make arrangements. Inside the Palace of Heavenly Immortals in the boundless heaven, on the mountain peak, clouds and mist were faintly discernible. A white-robed elder with a transcendent aura was fishing. Great Elder, you are in such a leisurely mood. I am deeply impressed. Accompanied by a light laugh, a young man in white robes casually found a stone bench and sat down. His expression was natural and casual, as if he was at home. Guchanga, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush between you and me. The great elder did not even lift his eyelids. He was still looking at his straight hook and staring at the sea of clouds below. He did not have a good attitude towards Guchanga, who had come here. Guchanga did not care at all. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Nothing much. I just want to thank you for teaching my sister, Great Elder." Gu Xian'er, who was standing behind him expressionlessly, clenched the jade sword in his hand when he heard this. He could not wait to stab him from behind. Usually, only a few people could come to the mountain peak where the Great Elder was. Before this, Guchanga had only come here once. It was also when he entered the sect that he broke the 100,000-year record of the path of heavenly Tao and shocked everyone. Many people thought that the Great Elder would accept him as a disciple, but they did not expect that the Great Elder would only bring him back to the mountain peak and let him leave after saying a few words. He did not mention anything about accepting a disciple at all. Guchanga naturally remembered this very clearly. At that time, the Great Elder's first sentence was to say that his motives were not pure, that his demonic nature was deeply rooted. and that he could not bear the heavy responsibility. Chapter 99. Guchanga could only cluck his tongue in response. He made it sound like he really wanted to become the Grand Elder's disciple. In this world, cultivators had always avoided demonic nature. This was especially true after they thought Guchanga was born with it. This demonic nature was not an aura, but a demonic nature revealed by his actions. This made the Grand Elder very disappointed. He also realized that Guchanga had been eyeing the position of Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's successor the moment he arrived. As for his goal, he could guess. Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's deeper regions were only accessible to those with the status of successor or elder. There were many secrets hidden there that even some ancient existences were interested in. Guchanga definitely wanted to go there. Moreover, the Longevity Gu clan seemed to have ulterior motives for Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Guchanga's motives for joining Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace were impure from the very beginning. In the eyes of the Great Elder, many of Guchanga's actions were indeed the same as what he had originally thought. Digging up his cousin's Tao bone, acting like a tyrant in the sect, and showing no respect to the elders. He had always been upright. If not for the rules, he would have kicked Guchanga out long ago. Xian is so talented, and she's a Nirvana paragon. I will naturally guide her with all my heart. But why are you pretending to be a good person? The Grand Elder glanced at Guchanga. He had seen many people. How could such thoughts be hidden from him? Guchanga was still as casual as ever. He did not get angry at the Grand Elder's words. Instead, he said regretfully, "Pretending to be a good person? Grand Elder, you're really prejudiced against me. I naturally want Xian to surpass me in the future. Why would I pretend to be a good person?" He naturally did not have a good tone towards this old man. He did not even bother to call himself a junior. After all, the 21 Grand Elders would not dare to do anything to him. Pretending to be a good person? Although you're right, you still need to show evidence. You have good intentions? Why did you dig up your Tao bone to hide your demonic nature? The Grand Elder clearly did not want to let this matter go. He naturally wouldn't be so calculative with ordinary juniors. However, when it came to Guchanga, he couldn't help but treat him with disdain. As for this matter, why is the Great Elder so insistent? Hasn't Xian already regrown her bones? Guchanga shook his head. It was clear that he was unwilling to talk about some secret. Hearing this, Gu Xian couldn't help but look at Guchanga in confusion. Does he want me to surpass him? Truth or lies? And how did he know that new bones had grown out? But from the looks of it, Guchanga hadn't done anything to her. Nor had he done anything to her, who had always wanted to kill him. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that the incident back then was not as simple as it seemed. There were some unknown secrets. What Guchanga was doing now was too abnormal compared to what she knew. However, since Guchanga didn't want to talk about it, she couldn't ask. This hatred couldn't be resolved with just a few words. This is a grudge between you and Xian. I don't want to interfere. Other than this nonsense, what else do you want? The Great Elder's expression darkened, and he directly ordered the guest to leave. Guchanga said calmly, since Xian has become the Great Elder's disciple as her brother, I naturally have to come and take a look. Of course, the main reason is that I'm worried that the Great Elder will be too harsh on Xian because of me. He naturally said these words casually. After all, he didn't need to pay any price. To explain, I'm worried that although you accepted Gu Xian as your disciple, you will make things difficult for Gu Xian because of me. You won't teach her well, and you will even be too harsh on her. Of course, his words were purely to disgust the Great Elder. He still trusted this old man's integrity. He wouldn't make things difficult for Gu Xian because of these reasons. The main reason he said this was naturally to disgust him. At the same time, he wanted to let Gu Xian know how protective this brother of hers was of her. He was afraid that she would be wronged in front of the Great Elder. He was even willing to offend the Great Elder. As expected, the Great Elder's expression immediately changed when he heard this. There was a hint of anger. The sky behind him darkened, and the wind and clouds changed color. The terrifying power was like the wrath of the heavens. Lightning flashed in the sky. Many disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals were frightened. Their legs turned to jelly, and they almost knelt on the ground. That's where the Great Elder is. What happened? Many elders' expressions changed, and their hearts trembled. After so many years, this was the first time they felt the Great Elder's anger. The Palace Lord was like water, and the Great Elder was made of iron. These words weren't just empty words in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. It was obvious how terrifying the Great Elder's cultivation was. Guchanga, don't speak nonsense. How could Master's character be like this? At this time Gu Xian'er was also stunned. She quickly shouted in a delicate voice. She never expected Guchanga's purpose to be this. For a moment, her heart was filled with complicated emotions. These words had completely offended the Great Elder. After offending the Great Elder, even as a direct disciple, he wouldn't have a good time in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Good. After so many years, this is the first time a junior dares to speak to me like this. Although I know you're deliberately disgusting me, I have to say that you've succeeded. The Great Elder wasn't an ordinary person. He quickly suppressed his anger and stared at Guchanga. He was so angry that he laughed. It would have been better if you didn't say that. If you say that, I will teach Xian'er so that she can easily suppress you. If she can't do it, I will step down from my position as the Great Elder. It's not impossible for me to make you my successor. Guchanga was a little surprised by this oath. He was a little surprised. Of course, he still smiled casually and didn't care at all. Since the Great Elder said so, then I can rest assured. I look forward to that day. Changa won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. With that, he smiled and glanced at Gu Xian'er. Then he turned into a ray of light and left. He came casually and left casually. As for offending the Great Elder, why would Guchanga care about that? At the same time, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Daughter of Fortune, Gu Xian'er's killing intent wavered. Fortune points increased by 800. Fate points increased by 4,000. This first step could finally be considered to have taken effect. On the mountain peak, the mountain wind blew and the clouds rolled. For a moment, the atmosphere was silent. Gu Xian'er lowered her head and didn't speak. Her heart was in a mess. She knew that Guchanga's goal was to anger the Great Elder. At the same time, he said those words to make the Great Elder teach her more seriously. Now she really didn't understand Guchanga. If the Great Elder taught her more seriously, wouldn't that be a bad thing for Guchanga? Why did he do such a thankless thing? Did he want to make up for what he owed her all these years? Or did he have other plans? Gu Xian'er's heart was in a mess. She couldn't figure out Guchanga's intentions. Finally, the Great Elder sighed. He looked at Gu Xian'er with a complicated expression and said, I never thought that there would be a time when I would be schemed against. This Guchanga can reach where he is today without reason. In the future, there will be a place for him at the top of the world. If these words were to spread, it would cause a huge commotion. When has the Great Elder ever evaluated someone like this? And with such a confident tone, it was simply unimaginable. Gu Xian'er lowered her head and didn't speak. She didn't know what to say at this time. Her heart was in a mess. Thinking back to the day when she saw Guchanga in front of the mountain gate, he didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards her. Did he want to make up for all this? But with Guchanga's temperament, when he did things, it was inevitable that he would anger her? Xian'er, don't worry. Since I dared to say this, I will naturally do it. Guchanga, this junior really angers me to death. His actions can't be described as demonic. The Great Elder saw that Gu Xian'er didn't speak and then calmed down. He shook his head and said, Master, why do you think Guchanga wants to hide his demonic nature? Is there something else hidden? At this time Gu Xian'er suddenly asked with a puzzled expression. This should be Guchanga's concealment. He hid it very well. Gu Xian'er also suddenly thought of this point. There are many reasons for a person to be born with a demonic nature. This old man is not clear about this, but this should be a secret that Guchanga has been hiding. If you want to know, you have to ask him yourself. Hearing this, the Great Elder replied, Innate demonic nature wasn't rare. It could be an innate demonic soul, or it could be accompanied by innate demonic energy, etc. He could only sense that 557 Guchanga was hiding all this. As for what exactly it was, it still needed to be investigated. He wasn't interested in this. Now he just wanted to teach Gu Xian'er well, and make Gu Chang'e regret what he said today. Thank you, master. I understand. Gu Xian'er nodded, feeling that she had caught something. The demonic nature's influence is deeply rooted. Gu Chang'e's actions are largely influenced by the demonic nature. If it wasn't for this demonic nature, I wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. At this time the great elder sighed again. He felt that this demonic nature had completely destroyed a good seedling. After returning to the palace, Gu Chang'e wasn't busy with other things. He first thought about what to do next. He had already pushed the matter of offending the great elder aside. It wasn't worth thinking about. He had set up so many tricks on Gu Xian'er. With her intelligence, she would naturally want to make connections and investigate the truth of the past. Gu Chang'e had already planned out what to do next, how to arrange the truth of the past, so he put Gu Xian'er aside first. So the matter of the immortal path has to be put on the agenda. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but narrow his eyes. According to his memories, the lost immortal path was hidden in the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. The immortal path contained a supreme opportunity that he had always wanted. Calculating the time this supreme opportunity should appear, he had always wanted to obtain the identity of a successor. It was for this supreme opportunity that he could enter the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. Speaking of which, it's time to fuse with the World Seed. When the time comes, combined with my void talent, I might be able to sneak in without anyone knowing. Gu Chang'e thought to himself. He opened his stats interface and found the 3 shattered world seeds. Just as Gu Chang'e was thinking about these things, outside the immeasurable sky where the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was located, a black and gold phoenix carriage pulled by 9 ferocious beasts that looked like divine phoenixes was speeding over. Yu Mingkong, dressed in a plain muslin dress, sat in the carriage. Her face was like a painting, and her hair was tied up in a green conch. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyebrows were like slender willow leaves, and her pair of phoenix eyes were calm and deep. At this moment she was rubbing her forehead, looking a little tired. My good husband, it's really difficult to deal with you. Chapter 100. Within the palace, Gu Chang'e looked at his current stats interface and fell into deep thought. Owner, Gu Chang'e Aura. Destiny Villain Weapon. 8 Desolation Demon Halberd Identity. Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's True Disciple, Longevity Gu Clan's Young Master Bloodline. Demonic Heart Dao Bone Cultivation. Middle Stage Emperor Realm. Techniques and Abilities. Dao Heavenly Immortal Canon Myriad Transformations Demon Body. Innate Divine Will, Void Power, Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, Endless Immortal Mantra Fate Points. 10,000 Luck Points. 2,000 System Store. Unlocked Inventory. 1/3 of the World Seed X3 Luck Plunder Card X3. During this period of time, he already had around 10,000 Fate Points, which was considered a huge amount. Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry to break through. He began to search in the system store and finally found something in his inventory. Divine Concealment Talisman. Price, 8,000 Fate Points. Function description. Conceals one's aura for half an hour. It sounded like a useless function, but Gu Chang'e couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. Since it was a product of the system, he could naturally trust it. Concealing one's aura, coupled with his void talent, where could he not go? Soon, Gu Chang'e exchanged for a Divine Concealment Talisman. He didn't feel any heartache at all. After all, the supreme opportunity he was looking for was the immortal path that even supremes would be shocked. Other than that, he exchanged for 1,000 luck points and another 10,000 fate points to exchange for a restriction-breaking talisman and a region-breaking talisman. Restriction-breaking talisman, as the name suggested, could break restrictions. As for the region-breaking talisman, it was used in critical situations to escape. This was the so-called extra layer of protection. Then Gu Chang'e began to combine the world seed, and a blurry image appeared in front of him. 3 seeds of different shapes appeared. There were various complicated patterns on them: heaven and earth, stars, mountains and rivers. 557 Absolute Beginning Evolution. It was extremely vast and boundless. Wang! A hazy light appeared. The 3 seeds began to fuse together. turning into a burst of multicolored light. Gu Chang'e felt a kind of boundless aura of the world. This aura fell on his chest, and in a trance, he seemed to have turned into a boundless mass of chaos. Soon the primal chaos separated. Clear air floated up while turbid air sank. Heaven and earth began to evolve. A mysterious and vast world was born within his body. The inner world. When the sun, moon, and stars revolved, the earth, wind, water, and fire rotated, forming a natural cycle. It was still very small, but it had a complete embryonic form of a world. I've successfully fused with the world seed. I've also successfully refined it. Feels pretty good. I can throw anything I want into this inner world. If you run into a powerful enemy, it's not a problem to hide inside. However, don't run into an existence that is extremely proficient in the Tao of world creation. Gu Chang'e glanced at the few thousand fate points consumed in the process and did not mind. Then he pondered for a while. Wang! There was a fluctuation in the void. The next moment he disappeared from where he was, leaving only a small fluctuation in space. If someone was here right now, they would definitely turn pale with fright and feel that it was inconceivable. Gu Chang'e disappeared into thin air. This kind of method was simply appalling. However, if it was an existence that had a deep understanding of the Tao of world creation, they would still notice some strange fluctuations. Gu Chang'e did not disappear. Instead, he opened a space passage in an instant and went to another world. In the inner world on a mountain peak, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared again. He looked at the scenery in the inner world. In terms of range, it was only 1,000 miles. There were mountains, rivers, ancient trees, and everything else. There were also some ordinary creatures, but there was no spiritual energy. However, there was a primal chaos far away, and it was still in the stage of evolution. This made him ponder. The world seed given by the system was naturally the highest kind. After all, from the appearance of the endless primal chaos, it was no different from the primeval world that he was familiar with in his previous life. In that case, his current inner world was actually just the embryonic form of a world. If he wanted to go further, he would have to continue to expand. Now, this place was equivalent to his foothold. Gu Chang'e considered that in the future, the inner world could evolve further into the supreme world. It was not impossible for it to descend into the supreme world and become the supreme innerverse, including thousands of realms. Of course, the current inner world already had many functions, such as suppressing the enemy, descending into the supreme world, and even devouring the original world. At this moment, Gu Chang'e's mind flashed with many familiar mythical scenes from his previous life. From the beginning of the primordial chaos, the birth of primal chaos. From the appearance of the 3,000 demon gods to the descent of Pangu. From the great god Pangu splitting the heaven and earth. Hongjun preaching the Tao, the appearance of the three pure ones. Nuwa creating humans. Swerin turning wood to fire. Of course, it was not impossible for him to achieve these in the inner world. Then, Gu Chang'e thought of something and asked, System, if I want to deduce the inner world, will I need to consume my destiny points? The system replied, Destiny points have the attribute of omnipotence. As long as there is enough, it can naturally deduce everything. Gu Chang'e nodded. With a thought, he directly activated the creator mode. Rumble. Soon, a vast and majestic palace rose from the ground behind him. It was like a heavenly palace, simple and grand, towering over the horizon, as if it was on par with the heavens. Just the majestic pillars alone were enough to support the heavens and earth. Just like the ancient heavenly court, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared. At this moment he was like the master of the heavenly court, ruling over thousands of realms. He nodded with satisfaction. With such a grand style, wouldn't it be more comfortable when I descend into the supreme world? Establishing the heavenly court did not cost him much destiny points. Because the small world originally belonged to him, it was easier to create it. Then Gu Chang'e's figure moved and returned to his original world, and began to fall into deep thought in the palace. Putting aside the matter of the inner world for now, it was time to consider the immortal path. As the saying goes, everything is ready except for the east wind. However, he was not very sure when the immortal path would open. So soon Gu Chang'e thought of a person. His wife, no, his future wife, Yu Mingkong. As a reincarnator, she would definitely know about this matter, but it would take some effort to get her to speak. Moreover, if Guchanga guessed correctly, Yu Mingkong would definitely come to the immeasurable heaven during this period. After all, in the timeline of her previous life, he was her greatest enemy. If she tried her best to take revenge, she would definitely not let go of this opportunity. As for stealing his future wife's opportunity, Guchanga had nothing to feel guilty about. She was already his. The opportunity naturally belonged to him. Besides, stealing his wife's opportunity, how could that be called stealing? Guchanga also knew that it was not something that could be done in a day or two to change Yu Mingkong's deep-rooted hatred for him. Perhaps after bullying her a little, she would get used to it and give up. Guchanga did not consider killing her, which was actually the greatest kindness. In the end, although he was bad, he was not so bad that he was deranged. Whether it was Gu Xian'er or Yu Mingkong, Guchanga did not choose to kill them directly. It was not that he could not do it, but that would be too boring. What was the difference between that and him, who was dominated by his demonic nature? Yanji, then, Guchanga's expression returned to normal, and he called out with a message talisman. Yanji naturally followed him to the immeasurable heaven, but she usually hid in the dark and would not show herself easily. So currently very few people in the immeasurable heaven knew that he had a great sage subordinate by his side. One had to know that even many elders of the Dao Heaven Palace had not reached this realm. Soon there was a fluctuation in the void, and Yanji, dressed in a red dress, walked out. Her beautiful face had a respectful expression. Young master. Since returning from the forsaken immortal land, she had been recuperating, and was seriously injured by a petal from that mysterious peach tree. At that time, if she had not reacted quickly and opened a passage with the region breaker talisman, she might have died there. Guchanga looked at her, nodded slightly and asked, "How are your injuries?" "Thank you for your concern, young master. With your elixir I'm almost healed." Yanji heard and replied respectfully. Guchanga was naturally very good to her. After she was injured, he had been giving her all kinds of excellent healing elixirs. During this time, he did not arrange anything for her to do, and let her recuperate in peace. Now that he called her out, the first thing he did was to ask about her injuries. He was very considerate. Although she did not show it on her face, she was very touched. How many people could be so considerate? "That's good. I have something for you." Guchanga nodded. "Young master, please instruct me." Yanji said, "Help me find the whereabouts of the unparalleled immortal dynasty's fourth princess in the immeasurable heavens. However, do not spread the news. It's best if she doesn't notice." Guchanga said. Yu Mingkong would definitely come to the immeasurable heavens. It was just that she would come secretly and find a place to hide, and not let him know. After the incident with the Gu clan, Yu Mingkong had been hiding from Guchanga. Guchanga was naturally clear about this. Now he definitely had to find her. How could she not come to the immeasurable heavens and pay her respects to her husband? How could he not know what Yu Mingkong was planning? "If she notices, you will appear and tell her that if she doesn't come to see me, I will personally capture her." Guchanga suddenly added, with a playful expression, "Yes, young master." After hearing the order, Yanji left. She naturally knew about the relationship between the unparalleled immortal dynasty's fourth princess and Guchanga. The fourth princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty was a famous genius of the upper world. Now, she was even conferred the title of crown princess. Even though she had an engagement, there were still countless pursuers. Most importantly, she faintly heard from the Gu clan that the fourth princess was very fond of Guchanga. However, young Master Gu's attitude was always cold and indifferent. Now it seemed that the fourth princess was actually hiding from young Master Gu. Yanji was a little puzzled. According to young Master Gu's personality, it was impossible for him to be like this. Could it be that he disliked and hated the fourth princess? However, it was useless to think about this. This kind of thing was not something she could easily guess. Chapter 101. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. At noon, the sun shone resplendently, as if a heavenly flame was hanging in the sky. In the depths of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, accompanied by a divine light that rushed into the heavens, a loud rumbling sound suddenly sounded, as if a majestic ancient city was collapsing. The terrifying sound was like a heaven-shaking tide. immediately shaking the entire Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of divine rainbows appeared from the various mountains and divine islands, flying into the sky and gazing into the distance. Someone noticed that 5-colored immortal mist was gushing out. But soon, an elder of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace took action, reaching out with a palm that spanned across the sky, covering everything. This scene caused a huge commotion in every part of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Many disciples were shocked, spreading the news. In an instant, a huge commotion was stirred outside Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. The spies of the various great sects and orthodoxies immediately sent this news back, stirring up a storm in the heavens of the inner region. Many people guessed that some kind of peerless immortal treasure had appeared in the depths of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, causing such a commotion. It was because there were rumors everywhere in the inner region that the depths of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace was an ancient continent from the immortal ancient era that was moved here by a supreme expert. There were many opportunities inside, like the immortal ancient engravings and true immortal scriptures, all of which were memorized by the elders of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Normally, that area was guarded by Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, and no one could approach without permission. But with that divine light that rushed into the heavens, Tao Heaven Immortal Palace was pushed to the heart of the storm, and many great sects and orthodoxies were restless. Normally, it was fine if Tao Heaven Immortal Palace monopolized the opportunities. But now, with the opportunity surging into the heavens, how could they let it monopolize it? Many of the upper echelons of the various powers had cultivated in Tao Heaven Immortal Palace for a period of time, so they were too thick-skinned to say such words. Thus, they planned to send their young disciples and clansmen to Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. In an instant, immeasurable heaven became incomparably lively. Divine rainbows, chariots, and warships from various powers rushed over. At the same time, in a relatively remote ancient city in the territory of immeasurable heaven, rumble. 9 phoenix-like beasts pulled a black golden chariot as they rumbled through the sky. They descended towards the ancient city, attracting the attention of many cultivators. For such a grand trip, the people in the carriage were definitely of high status. Many cultivators began to guess who it could be. During this period of time, immeasurable heaven was very lively. Large amounts of cultivators could be seen hurrying towards Tao's celestial ancient city. This place was so remote, why would such a noble carriage come here? In a pavilion, an ordinary-looking, tall, and black-clothed man with an introverted expression noticed the commotion and suddenly raised his head to look outside. Why would a black gold carriage suddenly appear here? From the runes on it, could it be someone from the Wuxia immortal dynasty? With 9 phoenixes pulling the carriage, her identity must be extraordinary. Could she be a princess? The black-clothed man seemed to be muttering to himself. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that mysterious runes were flickering on the black pendant hanging in front of his chest. Speaking of which, this place is not far from Tao's celestial ancient city. If you want to rush over, it won't take much time. I heard that the number 1 beauty of the Wuxia immortal dynasty, Princess Yumingkong, has the appearance of an empress. Could the person inside be her? As he spoke, he suddenly revealed a strange smile. His gaze looked towards the direction where the black golden chariot had landed and became somewhat pensive. At this time, an exasperated voice suddenly sounded from the black pendant. "Stinking brat, don't forget the important thing. There is your opportunity in Tao's celestial palace. Don't be unable to walk after seeing a woman. Even if she is the princess of the Wuxia immortal dynasty, she is not someone you can think of right now." Hearing this, the black-clothed man did not mind and said, "It's not a problem to take a look. It might not be that princess. Speaking of which, as the princess of the Wuxia immortal dynasty, why would she come to this place?" As he spoke, he got up and left the pavilion, heading in that direction, completely ignoring the persuasion of the voice in the pendant. "Your Highness, the ancient Blackstone city is here." In the city, outside the chariot, the voice of the white-robed old woman with a respectful expression sounded, reminding the beautiful woman sitting in the middle. It was Yumingkong, who was slightly dazed. These words made her recover from her thoughts. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as her gaze fell outside, and she nodded slightly. "The ancient Blackstone city. According to the memories of my previous life, the successor of the ancient celestial samsara Yi Ling, first became famous in the ancient Blackstone city. In the following days, this person became famous in one fell swoop. Even the successor of the ancient Yi clan, Yi Langtian, suffered a great loss at his hands at the beginning. After a period of time, he was defeated miserably in a battle. Yi Ling rose rapidly and became an extremely bright star in the various heavens in the inner region. For a time, his reputation even overshadowed that of my husband. In addition, he has many good friends by his side. There is the young master of the White Tiger clan, the young master of the Purple-Winged Divine Dragon clan, and so on. These people provided him with a lot of power. Yu Mingkong thought in her heart. Naturally, she came here to obtain the ancient talisman of samsara of the successor of the ancient celestial samsara. The ancient talisman of samsara contained the true meaning of samsara. It was an extremely powerful force, and in some aspects, it could even fight against the forbidden demonic technique that Guchanga possessed. At first, she said that she did not understand this. However, during this period of time, she finally found some records of it after reading through the ancient records. Therefore, she had to obtain the ancient talisman of samsara. On the other hand, she also knew that the person called Yi Ling was not simple. Yi Langtian could be considered by many cultivators in the outside world as a young supreme being who was on par with Guchanga. From this, it could be seen that Yi Langtian was indeed extraordinary. As the successor of the Yi clan, he was defeated by Yi Ling in the end. Even his successor position was taken away by him. In her previous life, Yi Ling was also one of the few young people she knew who had survived Guchanga's attacks. However, she was not sure whether he died or not. However, he had disappeared without a trace for many years. In my previous life, Yi Ling had the ancient talisman of samsara, but he was almost killed by my husband. If I obtain the ancient talisman of samsara in this life, I have to be more careful. Soon Yu Mingkong's expression returned to normal. Her eyes were deep and cold as she looked outside the carriage. She had already secretly set up an inescapable trap, waiting for Yi Ling's arrival. As for why she was so sure that Yi Ling would come? Combining the memories of her previous life, Yu Mingkong knew that for some reason, Yi Ling seemed to have a lot of admiration for her. After becoming the successor of the Yi clan, he even threatened to snatch her away. Naturally, she scoffed at this. Yi Ling was also almost killed by Guchanga because of that threat. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Initially, she thought that Yi Ling had provoked Guchanga, causing him to be unhappy. She even felt a little happy. However, now it seemed that Guchanga was most likely also because of the ancient talisman of samsara. Asking for fresh flowers, Guchanga had been scheming for various origins. He would definitely not give up on the reincarnation origin. Considering this, Yu Mingkong went directly to the Blackstone ancient city. She believed that if Yi Ling was here, once he saw the symbol of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, he would definitely not be able to resist showing himself. In her previous life, Yi Ling had countless women by his side. From this, she could guess what his temperament was like. Now that Yi Ling's cultivation is at most in the Marquis realm, this will definitely be his burial ground. At this moment, Yu Mingkong's expression was extremely cold and indifferent. She was in charge of life and death, like a high and mighty empress. She did not care what would happen if she killed Yi Ling. To her it was like stepping on an ant. Of course, in order to step on this ant, she had made many arrangements. Not long after, Yu Mingkong sensed that someone was walking over. He was very young, and his qi and blood were extremely shocking. It was obvious that he had cultivated a certain body tempering technique. She narrowed her eyes and waved her hand forward. Buzz! The void trembled. Suddenly, many terrifying auras were hidden in the dark, locking down this world. Oh! 0-inch. This is the mansion where the carriage just landed. Why do I feel a little uneasy? Yi Ling frowned and stopped in front of the grand and unadorned mansion. Although he liked beauties, it did not mean that he was stupid. Sometimes his first instinct helped him avoid many risks. There were a few times when his life was almost at stake. For some reason, standing here, he felt a little uneasy. Brother Turtle, do you think we should go or not? At this moment, Yi Ling's expression was a little doubtful as he asked about the black pendant on his neck. When he was young, he went up the mountain to search for a spiritual medicine. In the end, he accidentally entered an underground cave and picked up this black pendant by chance. He also obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. There was also the remnant soul of an old turtle in the black pendant. It was the turtle that he now called Brother Turtle. It claimed to be the mount of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara back then, and was looking for a suitable successor for him. Yiling did not believe it at first. However, later on he found that it seemed to be the case. However, this old turtle did not have any other abilities. Other than teaching him some general knowledge, it did not tell him anything else. It was mediocre and did not have any special characteristics. It did not look like the mount of the ancient heavenly lord at all. Hearing this, the old turtle could not help but roll its eyes. You're already in someone else's mansion. Why don't you dare? Aren't you quite bold when you're flirting with those girls? Hearing this, Yiling felt that it was right. He had never met the old turtle before. How could he have the intention to harm him? It was most likely that he was being overly suspicious. Thinking of this, Yiling became bolder. He had always heard rumors about Princess Yumingkong and yearned for her. If he could really meet her today, it would be more than just fate. As for Princess Yumingkong, she was the fiancée of the Gu family's young master. He did not care about that. Speaking of which, even Yilang Tian was almost no match for him. Even if it was Gu Chang'e who was as famous as Yilang Tian, so what? Boom! However, in the next moment, the moment Yiling approached the mansion, a voice that was like the sound of nature but incomparably cold was heard. Kill him! Oh no! The moment he heard this, Yiling's expression immediately changed. He never thought that someone would really want to kill him. Chin. Chapter 102. Rumble. A few figures with terrifying auras appeared in the sky. Their saint-level auras flooded down. What's going on? What happened? There are saint-level existences there. And there are so many of them. All the cultivators in the Blackstone ancient city were alarmed. At this moment they all looked in that direction in horror. A large number of palaces and buildings collapsed, turning into ruins. A hazy mist appeared like flowing rays of light. It gushed out and turned into a long dragon. The runes intertwined and drowned Yiling. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. We have no enmity. Why are you scheming against me? Yiling's expression changed drastically. He was both shocked and furious. He looked at the beautiful woman who slowly walked out of the mansion. Her eyes were deep and cold. She looked down at him as if she was looking at an ant. You have something that doesn't belong to you. Of course you deserve to die. Yumingkong said coldly. She did not intend to talk nonsense with him. After saying that, Yumingkong waved her hand. The saint-level experts in the air immediately attacked, ready to kill Yiling. In order to deal with Yiling, Yumingkong had already mobilized the strongest forces she could muster. She had mobilized 4 saint-level experts. It was clear how much she wanted to kill. A lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. She knew that as the successor of Lord Gu, Yiling definitely had powerful life-saving means. At the same time she also attacked. She waved her sleeve. A strong wind blew in front of her. Waves formed by light soared into the sky. A flawless palm like white jade appeared and slapped forward, wanting to kill Yiling. This palm carried the terrifying power of an emperor. It was so huge that it was daunting and difficult to resist. At the same time, she took out a crystal-clear jade sword. Torrential sword chi filled it. It was extremely terrifying. It turned into a divine power that was like a galaxy. It had the full power of a saint. The 4 saint-level experts in the air attacked. Yumingkong was also attacking. This was a situation where death was certain. If it were any other young supreme martial artist, unless they had the same ability as her, they would definitely die here today. There was no possibility for them to survive. Yumingkong didn't think there would be any accidents. After all, this kind of fluctuation was definitely enough to destroy the Blackstone ancient city. However, she was now using it to kill Yiling. Smelly brat. Hurry up and use that thing now. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. At this moment, the expression of the old tortoise in the pendant around Yiling's neck changed drastically. It was frantically urging Yiling, but it was suddenly scared stiff. Why would this princess of the Wushuang immortal dynasty set up such a trap to kill Yiling? Who leaked the news that Yiling had the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance? Hearing this, Yiling's face turned pale. His expression was full of hatred as he stared coldly at Yu Mingkong. He was no longer in the mood he had when he first arrived. Today, this Yi survived a great calamity. In the future, I'll definitely make you pay back 100-fold. He shouted coldly. Boom! With that said, he showed an extremely pained expression and took out a black jade talisman from his storage ring. With a wung sound, a terrifying aura pervaded the air. The will of reincarnation interweaved. As soon as this aura was revealed, it had already surpassed the sage stage and even reached the great sage stage. All the cultivators in the entire ancient city were extremely shocked and almost knelt down under this aura. A great sage stage cultivator was in existence that was about to be conferred the title of supremacy. In some ancient families, it had reached the point where they could be called ancestors. Usually, they would not even see it. What exactly happened there? Why was there such a terrifying wave of energy? At this moment, their hearts were trembling and they were extremely shocked. What? Retreat. The moment she saw this jade talisman, Yu Mingkong's cold expression finally changed a little. She really did not expect Yiling to actually have a great sage stage jade talisman. She had never heard of him using it in her previous life. One had to know that as the crown princess of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, she only had a protective item of this level. Even she could not take out a great sage stage offensive jade talisman. No, in her previous life, those who knew Yiling's trump cards were all killed by him. Thinking of this, her expression darkened. Damn it, this Yiling is indeed someone who could escape from my husband. He can survive just like that. The four sages in the air quickly retreated, not daring to take Yiling's jade talisman head-on. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yiling quickly disappeared with his hatred. It will be even more difficult to kill him next time. Yu Mingkong's expression was very ugly, and her jade-like hands were clenched tightly. She did not expect that as someone who had been reborn, she would not be able to kill such a small ant in her eyes. Buzz! At this moment, Yu Mingkong suddenly felt a terrifyingly high temperature descend. It was like a terrifying sea of fire transformed from runes, drowning in all of a sudden. The jade talisman that Yiling shot out was instantly swallowed by the sea of fire. The powerful attack of a great sage stage was easily wiped out. A beautiful woman in a long red dress walked out of the void and appeared in front of her. Who are you? Yu Mingkong immediately frowned. Her expression was cold and deep, and she felt a subtle aura. Yu Mingkong temporarily put aside the matter of Yiling's escape. She had clearly set up such a flawless trap that most young paragons would definitely die if they encountered such a situation. In the end, Yiling still managed to escape. Regarding this, what else could she say other than exclaiming that Yiling was really lucky? However, the woman in the red dress who had suddenly appeared in front of her was actually a great sage. This gave Yu Mingkong a strange feeling. She had never seen this person in both her past and present life. However, she had suddenly appeared today and helped her block Yiling's jade talisman. This made her feel puzzled. I am one of the young master's people. Greetings, Princess Mingkong. The person who had appeared was naturally Yan Ji. Hearing this, she replied softly. After receiving Guchanga's instructions and leaving the heavenly palace of immortals, she began to inquire about Yu Mingkong's whereabouts in the various ancient cities of immeasurable heaven. In the end, she discovered that she had come here. In the end, as soon as she arrived at Blackstone Ancient City, she saw the scene just now. Thus, she stepped in to block the attack for Yu Mingkong. Of course, Yanji also knew that as the crown princess of the unparalleled celestial dynasty, Yu Mingkong definitely had the means to block this attack. However, since she was young Master Gu's fiancée, it was very likely that she would also be her mistress in the future. Thus, she made a move. She also wanted to stop the man in black, but she did not expect him to have so many escape methods. He immediately retracted his aura and fled without a trace. This made Yanji feel very helpless. Young master, which young master? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong looked at Yanji and asked. Her expression was calm and indifferent, but there was a hint of disdain. Her first thought was whether it could be one of her followers. This kind of thing made her very disgusted and annoyed. It was like a piece of sticky candy that she could not shake off. She did not think of Guchanga. After all, in her previous life, she was the only woman by Guchanga's side. In the end, Even she was ruthlessly killed by Guchanga. It was impossible for Guchanga to have other women by his side. Thus, Yu Mingkong immediately eliminated Guchanga from her mind. Of course it's young Master Guchanga. Why would Princess Mingkong say such a thing? Hearing this, Yanji was somewhat puzzled. It was rumored that Yu Mingkong was a shrewd and capable person who controlled life and death for a long time. Why did she look a little silly now? She even asked which young master she was? Wasn't it obvious? Other than young Master Gu, who would pay attention to her whereabouts? Impossible, how could there be a woman by his side other than me? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong immediately shook her head and subconsciously denied it. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a look of disbelief. Although her cultivation was not as high as Yanji's, the moment she said this, Yanji could not help but feel a little scared. This was the innate might of an emperor. Hearing this, Yanji immediately understood. Then she explained, Yanji was brought up by young Master Gu from the lower realm. At that time I was only a remnant soul. Thanks to young Master Gu's help, I was able to condense a body. She briefly described her encounter with Guchanga. After hearing this, the indifference and suspicion in Yu Mingkong's eyes disappeared. Then they became a little shocked. Did she hear wrongly? A person like Guchanga would actually help other people? Logically speaking, did he not like to devour the remnant souls of such powerhouses? Then why would he help this woman? At this moment, Yu Mingkong's mind was filled with questions. She had already forgotten about Yi Ling's escape. Now, Yanji's matter was more important to her than anything else. Why would Guchanga help her? What was his motive? Instinctively, Yu Mingkong's gaze fell on Yanji's face and figure. She was indeed very beautiful, and few people could compare to her. Moreover, she was not a human. Could that be the reason? At this moment, Yu Mingkong suddenly felt a little jealous. She felt sour, wronged, and indignant. Whether it was her face or figure, she was not inferior to the woman in front of her. Why was Guchanga not interested in her but helping this woman condense a body? In her previous life, Guchanga had no other woman beside her. However, Guchanga now had such a powerful and beautiful woman by his side. Yanji did not know the various thoughts in Yu Mingkong's mind at this moment. She recalled Guchanga's instructions and said, Princess Mingkong, young master instructed me to tell you that if you don't go and see him, he will personally come to capture you. I understand. When Yu Mingkong heard this, she said coldly. However, she suddenly felt a little discouraged, helpless, and indignant. However, more than that, she felt a sense of helplessness and even despair. She also did not expect to be noticed by Guchanga not long after arriving in Boundless Heaven. A great sage cultivator came to capture her. Could she still escape? As someone who had been reborn, she should have the upper hand at every step. Everything was under control. However, once she encountered something related to Guchanga, there was nothing she could do. She wanted to take revenge for her previous life, but she probably did not have any chance. Moreover, in this life, it was very likely that she would not be able to escape the tragic end of her previous life. Although Guchanga's way of doing things was somewhat different from his previous life, his temperament had not changed at all. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong only felt a boundless expanse in front of her. What was the meaning of her rebirth? Nothing could stop it. Watching the tragedy of her previous life repeat itself with her own eyes? In the end, she was still killed by Guchanga? She clenched her white hands tightly. Thinking of what happened in the Longevity Gu family some time ago, she was a little confused. What was Guchanga's purpose? After that, Yu Mingkong also calmed down. After hiding from Guchanga for so many days, this time no matter what, she could not avoid it. However, looking at Yanji in front of her, she felt sour in her heart. Chapter 103. Dao Heaven Immortal Palace Supreme Peak. Guchanga noticed the divine light that shot into the sky from the depths of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. However, he knew very well that this was not the reason behind the appearance of the immortal path. Once the real immortal path appeared, the scene would be incomparably shocking. How could it be covered up by an elder? This was most likely just an omen. Of course, with this, the appearance of the immortal treasure in Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was also noticed by the major orthodoxies. It was immediately pushed to the heart of the struggle. No matter how powerful the Grand Elder was, he could not possibly go against so many factions in the upper domain alone. The imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies alone had occupied quite a number of factions, not to mention the primordial immortal tribe and everlasting families who were eyeing them covetously. Who would give up on such a great opportunity? Everyone wanted a piece of the action. Even the everlasting Gu clan was the same. In the end, the Grand Elder would choose to compromise. The depths of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace would soon be open to the major factions. This was good news for Gu Chang'e. He was still thinking about how to sneak in when the opportunity presented itself. No matter how much the Grand Elder disliked him and wanted to make things difficult for him, it would not be of much use. On the contrary, he would probably have to beg him when the time came. When Dao Heaven Immortal Palace encounters disciples from other orthodoxies, I'll have to hold the fort. At this thought, Gu Chang'e's smile turned a little playful. Among all the disciples in Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, there was probably no one who would dare to go against him. The other 4 of the 5 true disciples, who were also the 4 strongest true disciples, were the same. As for the other true disciples, although they had many tricks up their sleeves, they were not worth mentioning compared to the 5 true disciples. Unless they were like Yin Mei, the heavenly lady of the 9-tailed fox lineage, who was extremely mysterious and had many tricks up her sleeve. However, no one knew that even she was one of Gu Chang'e's people. Jin Zhou is in seclusion. Tianyang and Zhong Tianyuan are also in seclusion after that day. Come to think of it, I can do whatever I want in Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. The only thing I haven't done is to infiltrate the elders with my people. Gu Chang'e thought as he left the palace. After that, a group of followers, including Yin Mei, followed Gu Chang'e out of the mountain gate. There were many true disciples, including Yin Mei. During this time, Gu Xian was arranged by the Great Elder to stay at the peak of the mountain. Before she broke through to the Marquis realm, she was not allowed to come out. Gu Chang'e naturally wouldn't go and get snubbed. The Great Elder wouldn't let him pass so casually. He might even slap him out. When the time came, Gu Xian would not be able to figure it out and would definitely come looking for him. Everything should be done in moderation. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Now that the ancient city of Dao Deity was bustling with activity, people from various orthodoxies were here, and it was a good opportunity for him to meet his old acquaintances. At the same time, he also wanted to know who the son of destiny that the system had suddenly mentioned was. It was a good opportunity for him to scout for information. Since it was within the range of the system's notification, it shouldn't be too far away from him. When Gu Chang'e left for the ancient city of Dao Deity, many disciples in the mountain gate were alarmed and watched him leave with a group of followers. They couldn't help but be fascinated and impressed. After offending the Great Elder, he could still do whatever he wanted in the sect, and even the elders couldn't do anything to him. Only Gu Chang'e could do something like this. In an instant, the news of Gu Zhenchuan leaving the palace of Dao Deity was spread by many people. Many people were paying attention to his every move. Chaotian Tower. This was a magnificent pavilion in the ancient city of Dao Deity. It belonged to the business alliance of 10,000 Das, backed by many imperishable sects, and had a deep foundation. Usually, they only received important figures and some geniuses. This place was like a pure land of glass, with orchids and orchids everywhere. Fragrances assailed the nostrils, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts roamed about. Spiritual mountains were shrouded in mist, and essence chi surrounded the mountains. It was a cultivation treasure land. The palace was majestic and grand. It sat on top of a spiritual root, taking in and sending out multicolored splendor. Dense mists rose as if it was a divine court. Right now, many young elites were gathered here, all of them from great powers. Some brought their followers walking like dragons and tigers, high-spirited divine light surrounding their bodies. Some had outstanding horns, arrogant expressions, essence energy swirling around their bodies, blood surging. Some had pretty faces, beautiful and moving like fairies, carrying extraordinary auras. The appearance of the palace of Dao Deity's immortal treasure shocked many powers. However, due to the issue of face, they couldn't make the great figures personally come, so they sent the elites of their clans and sections. Everyone here was a genius with a bit of fame in the outside world. There were even a few young supreme beings who appeared, quickly heading into the palace, triggering a huge commotion. The palace of Tao deity could be said to have attracted too many cultivators. Within the ancient city of Tao deity alone, streaks of divine rainbows could be seen, as well as many giant ships that exceeded 10,000 zhang in length, covering the sky and earth, rushing over from all different places. Behind Chaotian Tower was the business alliance of 10,000 daos. Not only was there ancient city of Tao deity's largest auction house here, there were also the largest merchant houses. Many spiritual pills, precious medicines, ancient texts, divine abilities, divine weapon materials, all of them could be purchased here. Apart from this, there was also the renowned 10,000 Dao banquet. During this banquet, heavenly geniuses from all sides would gather, able to compete for the best. Each 10,000 Dao banquet would have good things, either powerful divine abilities, precious techniques, or some mysterious heavenly arts and other things. For the young heavenly geniuses, there was simply no need to explain how enticing this was. Apart from this, this was also a great chance to make one's name known, shake up the world. Many young heavenly geniuses were discussing among themselves, their eyes full of divine light. The palace of Tao deity's immortal treasure has appeared. This time the sect sent us here because they have confidence in letting us in. A young creature with a pair of silver wings on his back said. Otherwise, if one isn't a disciple of the palace of Tao deity, normal people wouldn't be able to enter. The person on the side nodded. I say, you all are thinking about things too simply. The depths of the palace of Tao deity is rumored to be an immortal ancient continent. How many opportunities are hidden inside? If it were me, I would definitely want to monopolize it. Why would I give it away? You have to know that normally, only the palace of Tao deity's elders and inheritors have the qualifications to enter. Even true disciples don't have the qualifications. At this time, hearing this, a young man on the side added, somewhat disdainful. His entire body was surrounded by faint purple flames, his face pitch black, as if he came from a land of darkness. Many people recognized him, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. This was a heavenly genius from underworld Earth, controlling a natural underworld flame. Who knew how many enemies had been burned to death by him? There were even rumors that he wasn't weaker than some young supreme beings. However, his words also received many people's approval. The palace of Tao deity's status was special. Many of the higher-ups of many forces had previously walked out from there, leaving behind old friendships. They were too embarrassed to ask, so they sent a few youngsters over. Speaking of which, this could also be considered a trial for them. Speaking of the palace of Tao deity, we have to talk about the Gu family's young master now. With him here, it would be impossible for the rest of the younger generation to seize opportunities from the palace of Tao deity. A young man with long blue hair shook his head, his face covered in scales, divine light faintly discernible. He was from the archaic ocean race. His words instantly caused many people to fall silent. Evidently, during this period of time they had all heard the news. Gu Chang'e, a young supreme being in the middle stage of the emperor realm. He could easily crush the great Chu dynasty's Prince Chu Wuji, who was also a supreme being. His strength was unfathomable. To those of the same generation, this was a great deterrent and pressure. It could even be said that he was currently an insurmountable mountain. However, I heard that the Gu family's young master doesn't get along with the palace of Tao deity's great elder. A few days ago, he even angered the great elder, causing the situation to change. Someone's eyes suddenly flashed, and he said with a strange smile, I don't think the Gu family's young master will stand on the side of the palace of Tao deity. At this time, a commotion suddenly came from outside the palace of Tao deity. Everyone subconsciously looked over, and they couldn't help but be dazed. A beautiful young woman in purple stepped through the void and arrived. With every step she took, lotuses of the great Tao appeared in the void, blooming one by one. Divine light enveloped her body, her sleeves fluttering, and her fair face was expressionless. Her eyes were like gemstones, indescribably beautiful, and could be said to be peerless. Who is this? For a moment it caused a huge commotion. Many young people were shocked, and their gazes were strange. They didn't recognize this girl in purple. It's him, the successor of the immemorial Yi clan Yilangtian. At this time someone suddenly exclaimed, looking at the handsome young man behind the girl in purple. He was half a step behind, wearing a golden divine robe that seemed to be enveloped in golden divine light. Even his hair was resplendent and translucent, and there were true dragons, vermilion birds, black tortoises, and other phenomena floating around him. The one known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, Yilangtun. He actually came too. I really didn't expect it. Even he came out and came to the immeasurable heaven. It seems that the immemorial Yi clan also wants to interfere in this matter. The reincarnation of the ancient emperor, Yilangtian, has begun to walk the world. The golden age has begun. In the imperial palace, many cultivators couldn't help but be shocked, and looked at the young man enveloped in divine light with reverence. After all, this was a young supreme being who was said to be on par with Guchanga, who had true immortal aptitude. He was unbelievably powerful. Very few people had seen him fight. He didn't have many battle achievements, but every time he was brilliant. Even like Guchanga, he had defeated a young supreme martial artist with a higher cultivation base than him as the weaker one. Yilangtian rarely showed himself, but now he actually appeared in Dao Heaven Ancient City. Many people immediately thought of the recent events. "Greetings, young Lord Yi." Immediately, many people cupped their hands and bowed to Yilangtian to show their respect. Yilangtian also nodded slightly, his attitude not overbearing and arrogant. "Brother, do you think Guchanga will come here?" The girl in purple next to Yilangtian was naturally Yilioli. She looked around with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she didn't see Guchanga here. Hearing this, Yilangtian smiled and said, "As the host of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, how could Brother Gu not come?" Then, he introduced Yilioli's identity to the prodigies present. Very few people knew that Yilioli was actually his sister, who had been fostered in the lower realm and had only recently returned to the Yi clan. Hearing this explanation, many people were tempted. The Yi clan's little princess, not to mention other things, just her beauty was enough to make them drool. Moreover, if he could become a good son-in-law of the Yi clan, that would be a wonderful thing. Everyone had different thoughts and started to chat here. At this time, a voice came from outside the imperial palace again. However, it was accompanied by a mocking laugh. "Yilangtian, a few days ago, I heard that you suffered a great loss at the hands of a branch family disciple, and in the end, you could only fight to a draw with him. Is this news true or false?" A tall and sturdy man with obvious white patterns on his forehead, and a beast's skin draped over his body walked in. There was a terrifying murderous aura on his body, and his vitality was extremely vigorous. He was simply like a huge furnace walking in the human world. The young master of the White Tiger clan, Bai Lai. Why is he here too? Another young supreme venerable has come. Seeing this person, many people were shocked again and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Today, so many young supreme venerables appeared one after another. The White Tiger clan was a bloodline of the ancient royal family. The White Tiger clan's innate divine ability was the ultimate power of heptametal, which could destroy all things and contain terrifying offensive power. There were even rumors that the destructive power of the White Tiger clan's heptametal power could be ranked in the top 3 in the upper realm. Bai Lai was the most powerful prodigy of the White Tiger clan in the past 10,000 years and had signs of atavism. Compared to the other young supreme venerables, his foundation was clearly stronger. Hearing Bai Lai's words, there was a commotion in the imperial palace. This news shocked everyone. Yilangtian was a young supreme venerable on par with Guchanga, known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. He actually suffered a great loss at the hands of a branch family member and fought to a draw? The news contained in this matter was too shocking. Many young supreme venerables appeared and walked out of the palace, their eyes filled with shock. When Yilangtian heard this, he was silent. There was a flash of gloominess in his eyes, and he said, "I didn't expect this matter to spread so quickly. However, that guy's methods are indeed strange. I suppressed my cultivation and restrained my hands and feet. Otherwise, how could I let him be so rampant?" This sentence clearly admitted the truth of this matter, and it instantly set off a huge wave here. For a moment, the imperial palace fell silent. Only Bai Lai laughed mockingly and said, "Of course I know about this. After all, Brother Yiling and I have a good relationship. Of course, I'm not so bored to come here and deliberately poke at your scar." Yilangtian's expression was slightly gloomy. "Then what are you here for?" "Of course I'm here to see my fiancé." Bai Lai said with a grin, clearly extremely proud. At this point, many people suddenly understood and could not help but feel a little envious. It was said that a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace of Immortals, the Nine Lives Fairy Yin Mei, had a marriage agreement with Bai Lai some time ago. The fairy of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was extremely beautiful and had been cultivating in the Heavenly Palace of Immortals. At this time, a voice came from outside the Imperial Palace of Immortals. The young master of the Gu clan has arrived. Chapter 104. Following this announcement, the Imperial Celestial Tower fell silent for a moment. Then a commotion broke out. All the young prodigies couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Chang'e actually came. As the host of the Dao Heavenly Palace, how could Brother Gu not come? Yilangtian stood up. The gloomy expression on his face disappeared. Instead, he smiled and walked out of the palace to welcome Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e is here? Yi Liuli's beautiful eyes flashed with joy, and she followed him. Due to the influence of the devil bottle, many things in the lower realm were a little blurry. She only remembered that Gu Chang'e bullied her and made her call him master. However, she didn't hate him at all. On the contrary, she really wanted to see him. The other young prodigies, including a few young supreme beings with profound auras, all stood up and prepared to welcome Gu Chang'e. It had to be said that apart from Gu Chang'e, there weren't many people in the inner realm who could intimidate them. Young Master Gu? Gu Chang'e? The White Tiger Tribe's young master Bai Lai frowned. He naturally knew of Gu Chang'e's name. He had interacted with him many times in the past, but he didn't benefit from it. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to come to the Myriad Dao banquet. Many young supreme beings wouldn't bother to attend such a banquet supported by the Myriad Dao Business Alliance. However, on second thought, the Dao Heavenly Palace was Gu Chang'e's territory. There was nothing wrong with him coming here. Just as he was thinking, Bai Lai looked over and his brows subconsciously furrowed even deeper. A young man walked over from the entrance of the palace. His figure was tall and slender, and his white robe was pure. It seemed to be flowing with endless radiance. He appeared to be transcendent and elegant. One look and one could tell that he was extraordinary. His talent as a perfected immortal wasn't just empty words. Gu Chang'e was followed by a large group of disciples from the Dao Heavenly Palace. Bai Lai's fiancée, the Nine Lives Fairy Yin Mei, was among them. However, when he saw Yin Mei and Gu Chang'e walking together, even though they were not walking side by side and were half a step behind, Bai Lai's expression still turned ugly. Yin Mei was wearing a red dress. Her figure was tall and slender, and her oval face was as white as mutton fat jade. She had a kind of charming beauty. She had a pair of curved eyebrows, eyes that were like rubies that were suffused with a lustrous light, a fine nose, red lips, sparkling teeth, and a head of beautiful hair that was as smooth as silk. No matter who saw it at this moment, they would feel that Yin Mei and the white-clothed man were extremely compatible, as if they were a pair of immortals. He was very unhappy in his heart. If it were any other man, they would be very unhappy at this moment. His fiancée was walking with another man like this. What was this? Many of the young supreme beings had ambiguous expressions on their faces. They glanced at Bai Lai, who had a bad expression on his face, and smiled strangely. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like there was a little green on the top of his head. This Bai Lai had a smug look on his face just now, saying that he wanted to see his fiancée? His fiancée probably did not want to see him. Brother Gu, you're here. As I said as the host, there's no reason for you not to come. Yilangtian stepped forward with a cheerful expression and greeted Gu Chang'e. Those who did not know would think that he was very close to Gu Chang'e. However, in reality the two of them were meeting for the first time. Yilangtian had heard a lot of news about Gu Chang'e from his sister, Yi Liuli. In particular, Gu Chang'e did not blame his sister for her rude behavior in the lower realm, which made him have a good impression of Gu Chang'e. Moreover, in the eyes of many forces in the upper realm, Gu Chang'e was known as a true immortal, and he was known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them should know each other. Gu Chang'e, long time no see. Yi Liuli greeted Gu Chang'e as well. Her expression was a little evasive, as if she was shy. Many of the young supreme beings saw this and felt a chill in their hearts. They were still thinking of hitting on Yi Liuli. Now it seemed like he already had someone in his heart. Gu Chang'e glanced at the crowd and smiled faintly. "Brother Yi, you're too kind. Miss Liuli, long time no see." He had never seen Yi Langtian before, but it was not difficult to guess his identity. Gu Chang'e did not care about the so-called reincarnation of the ancient emperor. In his eyes, even if the ancient emperor was alive, as long as he offended him, he could make him lose a layer of skin. However, Yi Langtian's attitude was not bad, so he reluctantly greeted him. After that, the rest of the supreme beings began to introduce themselves one by one, showing off in front of Gu Chang'e. Even the few young supreme beings were cautious. They greeted Gu Chang'e, not wanting to offend him easily. Gu Chang'e was not here for the all-Dao banquet. He was not interested in it at all. The Dao Palace of Immortals had attracted many forces, and many of the younger generation were here. The Dao Palace of Immortals was at the foot of the Dao Palace of Immortals, so many young people would come here first. Therefore he was here to try his luck. A new Son of Fate had appeared, which meant that he could harvest new leaks. Most importantly, this Son of Destiny was still very close to him. Along the way, he heard the system mention a random fate mission. Destroy the Son of Fate's connection. Completion reward: 1,000 fate points, 5,000 fate points. This reward was very rich. The fate missions in the lower realm could not compare to it at all. Gu Chang'e was more or less clear about the level of the Son of Fate this time. Just a related mission alone had such a reward. That was interesting. Speaking of which, the Sons of Fate in the lower realm were at most toys. Calling them tools was a bit of an overstatement. Only this new child of destiny from the upper realm could be considered a qualified tool. However, the system mentioned that the connection was in the Dao Palace of Immortals, so it must be related to some young supreme beings. Naturally, Gu Chang'e was familiar with this. When she was in the lower realm, she conveniently destroyed a place called the Holy Land. Yes, the Jialo sacred ground. That time he happened to encounter a similar mission. Brother Gu's unfathomable strength is indeed well deserved. You don't show it at all. At this time Yi Langtian sighed. After seeing Gu Chang'e, he realized that the rumors were true. Mid-stage Immortal Emperor realm. Even if he used all his trump cards, he probably would not be Gu Chang'e's match. His chances of winning were slim. Brother Yi, why are you so humble? At least with your strength, in my opinion, there are not many people here who are your match. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Although this offended the other young supreme beings, he did not care. Speaking of which, Yi Langtian was the young master of the Yi clan and Yi Liuli's older brother. Gu Chang'e wanted to subdue him. Hearing this, Yi Langtian smiled bitterly and sighed. Brother Gu's words make me feel a bit helpless. There are millions of supreme beings in the world. Who can say that they are invincible? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "Could it be that Brother Yi has suffered some kind of shock that you would say such words?" As a young supreme being and the successor of the immemorial Yi clan, these words came out of Yi Langtian's mouth. This was a bit thought-provoking. Gu Chang'e felt that he seemed to have found out something. A new Son of Destiny? Yi Liuli looked a little angry and explained, "Recently, my brother's state of mind was indeed affected by a branch family member who played tricks. Speaking of which, that person called Yi Ling is really too much. Oh, I'd like to hear more." Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's interest was piqued. The conflict between a branch family member and the young master came from the Yi clan of the immemorial immortal race. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed to be a trick. Yi Langtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he told Gu Chang'e about this matter. At this moment, he was also very gloomy and depressed. Accidentally injuring his father, seeking justice for his father, a branch family member's strange methods. Again, it's that Yi guy. After hearing this, Gu Chang'e almost understood the whole story. There were so many tricks in the world, but they were all the old tricks that he was most familiar with. When he thought of this, Gu Chang'e felt that he had to be careful if he met anyone with the surname Yi in the future. As the number one surname in the fantasy world, it was spread across thousands of realms. Who knew how many Sons of Destiny were among them? In his early years, Yi Langtian had accidentally injured a patriarch of a branch family during the annual competition, causing that branch to rapidly decline. Then, he gave a lot of compensation and that branch accepted it all. However, a few years later, the son of that branch family leader appeared. Under the banner of seeking justice for his father, he won first place in the family competition and took the opportunity to challenge Yi Langtian. As the young master, Yi Langtian had to consider the feelings of the branch family members. In addition, he was indeed at fault for what had happened back then. He suppressed his cultivation level and fought with that man, who knew that the man was very sinister. He had been pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. He was very strong himself, but he liked to pretend to be weak and play tricks. Fortunately, Yi Langtian was also very strong himself. Under the premise of suppressing his cultivation level, he was able to fight to a draw in that battle. However, that battle also made the man called Yi Ling famous. He attracted the attention of many old monsters and elders in the Yi clan. They felt that his talent was above Yi Langtian, and they wanted to nurture him. This maneuver is quite interesting. After Gu Chang'e heard this, he knew that the new son of destiny was most likely that man called Yi Ling. He pretended to be weak to eat the tiger, turned the tables, and used a big banner to seek benefits for himself. This was a living example of a son of destiny. He could not run away from it. From Yi Langtian's point of view, this Yi Ling was indeed very sinister. He had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. If he wanted to seek justice, why did he have to accept the compensation back then? Of course, Gu Chang'e felt that this was normal. Wasn't it stupid not to take benefits for free? To use a banner to seek benefits for himself, this was normal for a son of destiny. Furthermore, in his opinion, the character of the child of destiny this time was not that great and righteous. Logically speaking, I've never seen this son of destiny called Yi Ling. How did I offend him? Or is it because he was born to be my enemy? Gu Chang'e pondered for a moment. Of course, it did not mean that he did not offend him now. It did not mean that he would not offend him in the future. He would reap the son of destiny sooner or later. Who cared if he offended him or not? There was no reason to leave a leek unharvested. He was just a little puzzled. Inmei. At this moment, a slightly dissatisfied voice sounded, causing Gu Chang'e to come back to his senses. He looked over. His eyes were suddenly filled with interest. The person who spoke was naturally the young master of the White Tiger clan, Bai Lai. He was tall and sturdy. There were obvious white patterns on his forehead, and he was wearing an unknown animal skin. He sat there, and there was a terrifying murderous aura around him. His qi and blood were extremely vigorous. He was like a huge furnace standing upright. The young prodigies nearby were quite a distance away from him. It was obvious that they were afraid of him. The White Tiger clan was part of the ancient royal family. They had the Gungjin talent and were known to be one of the top 3 offensive techniques in the upper realm. Among the younger generation, there were few who dared to provoke them. They were very powerful. Gu Chang'e, on the other hand, was very interested in this Gungjin talent. Moreover, Bai Lai was not like the other young prodigies who were in awe of him. It was obvious that he was not on good terms with him. Since they were not on good terms, and he learned from Yi Langtian that Bai Lai and Yi Ling were brothers. The key to this random system mission was obviously in Bai Lai's hands. Junior sister Inmei, since brother Bai Lai is calling you, why don't you answer him? At this moment, Gu Chang'e smiled gently and said to Inmei, who was beside him. Conveniently, he pulled out a fluffy and soft foxtail and gently stroked it as if he was stroking a cat in his previous life. This scene made Bai Lai's face turn green. He looked like he was about to explode. The other young prodigies also looked like their eyeballs were about to pop out. Ambition. Chapter 105. What did the 9-tailed celestial fox's tail mean to their clan? It meant a reverse scale. Many prodigies knew about it. It was equivalent to the 9-tailed celestial fox's life gate. Who dared to touch it? Wouldn't they cut them into 1,000 pieces and scatter their ashes? Gu Chang'e's open action shocked them. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Inmei. As Inmei's fiancé, Bai Lai's face turned green. His body trembled, and his teeth were about to shatter. These words were squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. His marriage agreement with Inmei was just set a few years ago. At that time, Inmei was still cultivating in the Dao Heaven Palace, and he was also in the clan. The two of them had never met before. However, the marriage agreement was agreed upon by the elders of both parties. Mei herself did not object. As the most powerful prodigy of the White Tiger clan in the past 10,000 years, his strength surpassed his peers. Mei could not possibly refuse. Moreover, Mei was the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. She was also a peerless beauty. As a young man, Bai Lai naturally yearned for such a fiancée. He was very happy to have such a fiancée. Among the prodigies of the ancient royal family, he had won the heart of a beauty. This kind of thing made him proud. Recently, the immortal treasure of the Dao Heaven Palace had appeared, so he came over on the way and just happened to see this fiancée of his. However, he did see her. However, Mei ignored him and did not come to greet him. Instead, she sat with Guchanga. This made Bai Lai's face turn green. Especially in front of everyone, he felt that the top of his head was green. The scene just now simply made him erupt in anger. He almost could not hold it in. Mei's body trembled. Although she was extremely obedient to Guchanga in her heart. However, when she thought of what Guchanga said before, she could not expose their relationship in front of outsiders. She reacted quickly and her expression turned cold. She took the foxtail back from Guchanga and said, "Senior brother Gu, please respect yourself." Guchanga had a calm expression on his face. His eyes gradually darkened, as if they were gradually accumulating dark clouds. No one could guess what he was thinking. 570, however, he was praising her in his heart. As expected of the heavenly daughter of 9 lives. Merely her reaction speed was far from what ordinary people could compare to. A smart woman was naturally likable. "Oh, junior sister Mei, aren't you going to greet your fiancé?" Guchanga asked calmly. No one could tell if he was happy or angry, as if he didn't care about what had just happened. This expression caused the atmosphere here to gradually become stifling. Many young heaven's favorites hurriedly shut their mouths. They became nervous and carefully dealt with the situation. Although Guchanga now looked gentle, according to the rumors, he was definitely a ruthless and cold person. Especially with his terrifying power, no one was willing to easily offend Guchanga in the territory of the Tao of heavenly immortals. Even the few young supremes, including Yilang Tian, stopped talking at this moment and looked over. When Mei heard this, her beautiful face turned slightly pale. She was a little frightened, as if she was very afraid of Guchanga. Then, a few seats away, he glanced at Bai Lai and gave him a guilty look. Then she didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly lowered her head. Her appearance immediately made the hearts of many young heaven's favorites tremble. There were rumors that Guchanga could control the Tao of heavenly immortals with one hand, and that even the elders didn't dare to offend him. Now it seemed that this rumor was definitely true. Especially when even the heavenly daughter of the nine-tailed celestial fox was angry but didn't dare to say anything. Damn it! This scene also made Bai Lai's expression soften. He felt relieved. As long as Mei didn't do it willingly, it was fine. Looking at her expression, it should be that she was forced by Guchanga. It wasn't what he thought. However, when he thought of this, Bai Lai's expression towards Guchanga became even worse. He stared at him coldly and was very angry. "Guchanga, you've gone too far. Take your hand away. What did you do to Mei?" Bai Lai shouted coldly. His terrifying qi and blood were as vast as Wang Yang's, surging there, causing many young heaven's favorites to feel a sense of oppression. This Bai Lai was indeed terrifying, as expected of a young supremacy of the immemorial royal family. When he was angry, a terrifying white tiger shadow appeared behind him. The Wang character on his forehead contained a supreme power that looked down on all directions. Guchanga was still drinking his wine. He casually glanced at him and said, "Brother Bai Lai, why do you say that? Junior Mei is a disciple of the Tao of heavenly immortals. As her senior brother, I care a lot for her. Is there a problem?" This indifferent attitude made the veins on Bai Lai's forehead pop out. "Are you using Mei to threaten me? Guchanga, although you're strong, don't think that I'm easy to bully." He couldn't help but shout angrily. Buzz! The void trembled. Streaks of dark golden runes appeared and circulated around him, as if they could tear everything apart. This was the terror of the power of metal. It made many young heaven's favorites' expressions change drastically, and they retreated a lot. If a battle were to break out here later, the power created would definitely be terrifying. There was no need to say more about Guchanga's strength. He was unbelievably strong. However, Bai Lai's methods were also extraordinary. If they were to be affected later, this place would be destroyed. Brother Gu seems to want to attack Bai Lai. Yi Langtian glanced at Guchanga and shook his head with a smile. He didn't have a good impression of Bai Lai. At this time, he naturally wanted to see him embarrassed. This guy is the same as Yi Ling. He's so annoying, Yi Liuli added. Hearing this, Bai Lai's expression turned even uglier. A dark golden light started to appear in his hand. Runes flickered and a peerless sharpness appeared. It was like a waterfall, extremely powerful. No one in the younger generation has dared to attack me. Do you want to die? At this time, Guchanga finally put down the wine cup in his hand. He looked at Bai Lai with a natural expression and asked calmly. His voice was casual and didn't contain any pressure. However, everyone's expression changed and sweat appeared on their foreheads. Do you want to die? Bai Lai's veins popped out as he clenched his fists. He naturally felt a terrifying power. As a young supreme, he was naturally not afraid of Guchanga. Moreover, very few people knew that he had broken through to the emperor realm. Compared to the great Chu dynasty's Prince Chu Wuji, he was much stronger. However, facing Guchanga, he really didn't have the confidence to win. If he lost today, his face would be ruined. From now on, it would be difficult for him to raise his head in front of Guchanga. As for Yin Mei, she might be disappointed in him because of this. If he didn't fight, he would be known as someone who ran away without fighting. No matter what he did, it was extremely difficult for him. He couldn't make a choice. Senior Brother Gu, please don't make things difficult for Bai Lai. He has offended you in many ways. Senior Brother Gu, please don't blame him for Yin Mei's sake. At this time, Yin Mei, who kept her head down and didn't speak, suddenly spoke. Her red dress fluttered and turned into an afterimage. Her expression was filled with struggle and determination as she blocked in front of Guchanga. At the same time, a huge nine-tailed fox phantom appeared out of thin air. It covered the sky and the sun, covering the void in front of them. Its terrifying aura was vast and mighty. This nine-tailed fox phantom was above the void. 9 divine tails swayed unsteadily, like flowers on the other side of the pond. Yin Mei was very decisive. She blocked in front of Guchanga, afraid that he would suddenly attack Bai Lai. What? This scene instantly shocked everyone. This 9 lives fairy is very important. The underworld sky prides shook their heads slightly, a little disappointed. They felt that they wouldn't be able to see this battle. Even Guchanga's remaining followers, Yi Langtian, and the others were shocked. Yin Mei. Bai Lai was also a little stunned. Then a warm current flashed in his heart. He was very touched. At the crucial moment, Yin Mei actually blocked in front of him. She knew that he was in a dilemma and helped him solve the problem. He actually suspected Yin Mei just now. This made him feel a little guilty. However, Bai Lai quickly reacted. He couldn't let a woman block in front of him. If word got out, wouldn't it mean that he was afraid of Guchanga? However, just as he was about to speak, Guchanga frowned. Then, he looked deeply at Yin Mei and said, "Since junior sister Yin Mei asked for this, then I won't pursue this matter for your sake. If there's a next time." Yin Mei looked relieved. She hurriedly said, "Senior Brother Gu, don't worry. There won't be a next time." At this moment everyone saw it. Yin Mei was very afraid of Guchanga. However, it made sense. After all, Guchanga ruled the Tao Heaven of Immortals. Unless one didn't want to stay in the Tao Heaven of Immortals, who would dare to offend him? Yin Mei stood up at the crucial moment and blocked for her fiancé. This made many people look up to her. She dared to go against Guchanga, as expected of the 9 lives fairy. Seeing this, Bai Lai's expression was still one of defiance. She made it sound like he was very afraid of Guchanga. Did he need his fiancé to plead for him? Yin Mei seemed to be very afraid that he would anger Guchanga again. She hurriedly gave him an apologetic look. Looking at Yin Mei's expression, Bai Lai finally controlled himself. He didn't want her efforts to go to waste. However, he secretly swore in his heart, "Guchanga, when I break through to the mid-stage of the immortal emperor realm, I'll definitely trample you under my feet." Then he sat down with an ugly expression. His expression was cold and he didn't say a word. Yin Mei looked at him and sighed. However, she didn't move to explain anything. It was as if she had her own difficulties. Bai Lai nodded at her silently. He seemed to understand. This scene made many young geniuses sigh in their hearts. Now that the Tao Heaven of Immortals dared to offend Guchanga, there were only two paths they could take. They could either die or be expelled from the sect. After such a small incident, many geniuses at the banquet seemed to be restrained. They weren't as casual as before. In the territory of the Tao Heaven of Immortals, Guchanga was the local tyrant. They had an extraordinary background and didn't dare to offend him at all. Even someone as strong as the young master of the White Tiger clan, Bai Lai, could only admit defeat. This was the best proof. Guchanga had a calm expression. He chatted casually with Yi Langtian and the others. It was as if he didn't care about what happened just now. Then the Myriad Tao banquet began. In the center of the Skyward Palace, a large area was specially cleared out. Essence energy surrounded the area, and immortal fog lingered. The ancient fence was very tall, and it looked very grand and simple. A group of young geniuses started competing for the prize. However, because it was a one-sided banquet organized by the Myriad Tao Business Alliance, the prizes weren't very useful to the young supremes. Hence, they all sat down and didn't stand up. Bai Lai sat there alone and drank unhappily. He glanced at Yin Mei from afar from time to time. His hatred for Guchanga deepened. This kind of thing could be considered as jealousy between peers. It was a competition between peers. Even if he called the elders behind him, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Guchanga. Moreover, if he could call for help, as the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, Guchanga's status was only higher than his. How could he not call for help? In that case, he would just embarrass himself for no reason. During the banquet, Guchanga found out about the new son of destiny. He was very satisfied. As for a fool like Bai Lai, he probably wouldn't even know how he killed him in the end. Now he could use his relationship with Yi Ling to find out Yi Ling's exact location. Chapter 106. In the Imperial Palace, Bai Lai did not fight with Guchanga in the end. This made many young geniuses disappointed. They wanted to see for themselves how scary Guchanga was now. Bai Lai's avoidance of the battle was reasonable. If not for his fiancée Yin Mei's persuasion, he might have fought. But that was something that could not be helped. After all, they were both supreme martial artists. The slight difference in cultivation would be magnified infinitely. Bai Lai had not broken through to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. He probably would not choose to fight with Guchanga. In the younger generation, who would not be afraid of Guchanga? Of course, Bai Lai's strength was undeniable. Needless to say, just the power of metal was enough to make many people afraid. Finally, when the banquet was about to end, Bai Lai looked coldly at Guchanga. He stood up and left the palace without saying a word. He looked like he had a lot of time to settle old and new grudges. Guchanga drank the wine leisurely and didn't even look at him. Senior brother Gu, Yin Mei will leave first. At this time, Yin Mei suddenly stood up and apologized to Guchanga. Then, without waiting for Guchanga's permission, she quickly chased after Bai Lai. Her red dress flashed and disappeared from the entrance of the palace. This scene shocked many people in the palace. They were afraid that Guchanga would be angry. However, as Bai Lai's fiancée, Yin Mei must have wanted to explain why she chased after Bai Lai. This was within reason. Brother Gu, behind Bai Lai is the immemorial royal family. It is said that the previous Tiger Emperor had already touched the threshold of that realm. At this time, Yi Langtian said. He was worried that Guchanga would be angry and wanted to persuade him. After all, the White Tiger clan had a strong foundation. There was no need to fall out over such a small matter. Brother Yi worries too much. This is junior sister Yin Mei's private matter. How could I interfere? Guchanga only smiled as if he didn't care. He didn't seem to be angry at Yin Mei's departure. This made many people unable to figure out what he was thinking. He could only sigh in his heart. A person who couldn't show his emotions on his face was really too scary. However, from today onwards, Nine Lives Fairy Yin Mei would have a hard time in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Then, everyone began to discuss the birth of the immortal treasure of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. They asked for guidance from Guchanga, hoping that he could help them when the time came. After Bai Lai left, the atmosphere became much more harmonious. Many sky prides naturally didn't care. In the beginning, in front of Guchanga, he said that Bai Lai didn't know the difference between life and death, that he was an idiot and so on. Naturally, he scolded him as much as he could. Hearing this, Guchanga's smile was a little thought-provoking. Yi Liuli, who had been watching him, couldn't help but shiver. On the other side, after Bai Lai angrily left the Imperial Sky Tower, he still couldn't calm down. At this time he wanted nothing more than to find his good brother Yi Ling to drink and chat. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to calm his anger and killing intent. Guchanga's actions today had humiliated him. He wanted nothing more than to break through his cultivation level as soon as possible so that he could trample on Guchanga and kill him. However, Bai Lai also knew it was fine to just think about it. With his current ability, not to mention killing Guchanga, he might not even be able to defeat him. In the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace's territory, Guchanga is the local tyrant. Everyone has to listen to his whims. He's too despicable. Even Yinmei is the same. However, as a disciple of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace, she has her difficulties. I can understand. Thinking of this, Bai Lai calmed down. After all, Yinmei had no choice but to be oppressed by Guchanga. He planned to stay in the Dao Heavenly Ancient City for this period of time. After all, the opportunities in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace were still waiting for them. At this time he naturally could not leave. At this time Bai Lai suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and was stunned. On the crowded street, a figure in a red dress walked over. 9 fluffy, snow-white shining foxtails were held in her arms. Her temperament was demonic and charming. At this moment, there was an apologetic look on her face. It was the 9 Lives fairy Yinmei. Seeing his fiancée chasing after him in the Imperial Sky Tower, Bai Lai was delighted and even a little moved. After all, doing so would offend Guchanga to no end. How was she going to survive in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace in the future? Yinmei. Bai Lai was a little excited and could not help but want to hold the hand of the beauty in front of him. Speaking of which, this could be considered their first official meeting. The time in the Imperial Sky Tower did not count. The two of them had not even spoken a word. But Bai Lai was very moved. After all, this peerless beauty was his fiancée. And her actions in the Imperial Sky Tower just now, daring to resist Guchanga's oppression, made him feel that Yinmei was not the kind of person he thought her to be. Yinmei stood 10 feet away from him and quietly retreated, not letting Bai Lai touch her. I'm sorry about today's matter. Yinmei did not think it through. I did not expect senior brother Gu to suddenly do this, she said apologetically. Seeing that Yinmei did not let him touch her, Bai Lai was a little embarrassed. But on second thought, this was the first time they had met. It was really rude to be so abrupt. Hearing this, he hurriedly shook his head and said, "It's fine. I can understand your difficulties. After all, you're cultivating in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace, and Guchanga is in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace. It's said that even the elders do not dare to provoke him. I'm already very moved that you stood up for me just now." He was speaking the truth. Especially now that Yinmei had chased after him, it was even more clear. Hearing this, Yinmei seemed to be a little moved. She nodded and said, "I was afraid that you would misunderstand. Now I'm relieved. Recently, the immortal treasure has appeared in the depths of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace, so I can't leave here. Once the matter of the immortal treasure is settled, I will leave the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace and return to the clan. At that time, senior brother Gu will not be able to force me anymore." Yes, I know. The matter of the immortal treasure is very important. Everything else can be put aside for now. Once I break through to the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, I will definitely take revenge for the humiliation Guchanga gave me today, and make him regret his actions of bullying and oppressing you. Bai Lai nodded when he heard this and said with a confident look on his face. After all, he was in front of his fiancée, so saying these words made him feel even more proud and even more confident. Moreover, don't all women like men to be confident? Bai Lai had already thought of how to humiliate Guchanga and make him regret what he did today. Yes, I believe you. Hearing that, Yinmei also had a look of trust on her face. She was a little moved. That's right, now that you've offended Guchanga, will you have a hard time in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace? I'm a bit worried, Bai Lai said. After all, it was because of him. If Yinmei was wronged in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, he would feel guilty. Thinking to there, his hatred towards Guchanga deepened. Yinmei shook her head. I'm a core disciple of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, so senior brother Gu won't make things too difficult for me. Following this, she glanced in the direction of the Chao Tiankei and continued, It's about time for me to go back. I've been away for too long, so it's a bit rude to the other geniuses. Bai Lai, who originally wanted to keep Yinmei, opened his mouth when he heard this. In the end, he suddenly handed a tiger-shaped jade seal to her and said, I will be in Dao Celestial Ancient City during this period of time. If you want to find me, you can contact me with this jade seal. Hearing this, Yinmei seemed to hesitate for a while before accepting the jade talisman. Then, she turned and headed back to the Tao Heavenly Palace. The apologetic and touched expression on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by mockery and sarcasm. She had always been dissatisfied with the marriage arranged by the clan for her, and wanted to find a way to cancel it. Begging for flowers otherwise, she wouldn't have been cultivating in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace and never returned to the clan. A fiancé that she had never seen before. Although he was a young paragon, a rare genius of the White Tiger clan, he was still a young paragon. But Yinmei didn't care. Now that Bai Lai had offended everyone, he just had to offend Guchanga. What else could she say? Even if he wanted to die, he wouldn't do that. As for pity, she didn't have any. Everything was going according to her plan. You can beat him after breaking through to mid-stage king ranked? When she heard this, Yinmei couldn't help but want to laugh. This person was too naive. If they really fought, she doubted that Bai Lai could withstand 3 moves from Guchanga. Not to mention, under Guchanga's terrifying trump card, any young paragon would feel despair. She guessed that the reason why Guchanga didn't attack Bai Lai immediately was probably because of his gunmetal origin talent. After all, she had worked for Guchanga for so many years and knew what cultivation resources Guchanga needed. I heard that Brother Yiling will be coming to the Tao Heavenly Ancient City soon. Let's go and have a chat with him first. On the streets filled with cultivators, Bai Lai watched as Yinmei's figure gradually disappeared. He finally retracted his gaze and smiled. Then, he planned to look for his good brother Yiling to discuss the appearance of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's treasure. After the myriad Tao banquet ended, all the paragons bid farewell and left the Tao Heavenly Palace to cultivate in their own palaces. What happened here today quickly spread and attracted the attention of many forces. However, the young master of the White Tiger clan and Guchanga didn't fight in the end, which made many people feel regretful. At the end of the day, it was just a matter of jealousy. Bai Lai avoided the battle in the end, and Guchanga also gave face to his junior sister and didn't attack. However, on the other hand, it also showed how terrifying Guchanga's power in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was. All the disciples submitted to him and didn't dare to disobey. This was what it meant to cover the sky with one hand. In a grand and majestic palace, Guchanga stroked his fluffy white foxtail with one hand. He looked at the tiger-shaped jade talisman in his hand with one hand and asked with interest, These are his original words? I dare not hide it from Master. These are Bai Lai's original words. He gave this jade talisman to me and said that I can find him with this jade talisman. Yinmei replied respectfully and repeated what Bai Lai said to her to Guchanga. Very good. I was still thinking about how to find Yiling's location, and he sent it to me of his own accord. He's a kind person. Guchanga nodded and smiled playfully. From the looks of it, Bai Lai was the only person related to Yiling. Guchanga still had to rely on him to find Yiling's location. Of course, Bai Lai had other functions besides that. For example, Guchanga was very interested in his heptametal origin talent. Hearing Guchanga's words, Yinmei was confused but didn't dare to ask anything. She didn't even dare to think about it. Some things weren't better the more you knew. She was also very clear. As long as she never had the thought of betraying Guchanga, Guchanga wouldn't kill her. She was much more useful alive than dead. You did a good job today. In the future, keep an eye on Bai Lai's whereabouts. If he comes into contact with the man named Yiling, let me know immediately, Guchanga instructed. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Yinmei will definitely do this well, Yinmei quickly replied. She already knew who Yiling was from Yilang Tian at the banquet. As the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan, she had eyes everywhere. It wasn't difficult to find out the whereabouts of a person. Chapter 107. After returning to Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Guchanga was in no hurry to ask about the appearance of the immortal treasure. He was confident that the Grand Elder and the others would tell him of their own accord. Now that more and more factions had arrived at Dao Heaven Ancient City and were pressuring the elders and palace lords, they had no choice but to open up that region. In at most 3 days, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace would be unable to withstand the pressure, and would open that region to the outside world. At that time, the young prodigies of the other factions would gather here, and they would need someone to stand up and support them. Rely on the other core disciples? That was clearly not possible. Putting aside the fact that they were all in seclusion, even if they came out, they might not be able to do so. Thus, no matter how unwilling the elders were, they had no choice but to obediently beg Guchanga. As for discussing the sense of belonging to the sect, this was not realistic for the disciples of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. This was even more true for Guchanga. The elders clearly understood this, so when the time came, it was time for Guchanga to demand an exorbitant price. No, it was time for him to haggle. While Guchanga was considering these matters, outside Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, a black and golden carriage pulled by 9 divine phoenix-like beasts was galloping toward them. A loud rumble resounded, causing the sky to tremble. When the disciples of the Dao of Heaven Immortal's palace who were patrolling in front of the mountain gate saw this, their expressions changed slightly, and they were about to stop him. Tell Guchanga that this palace has come. From within the carriage, a voice suffused with thick emperor's might and as cold as the sounds of nature rang out. Yu Mingkong, dressed in a plain robe, sat within. Her face was picturesque, and her hair was tied up in a green conch. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her brows were like slender willow leaves, and her phoenix eyes were calm and cold. She looked through the curtains. Her emperor's might was awe-inspiring, like that of a peerless empress. Many disciples felt their souls tremble in fear. Who is this person? She dares to call disciple Gu by her name? 9 phoenixes pulling the chariot. This style is comparable to Gu Zhen's 9 dragons pulling the chariot. Quite a few disciples were shocked, feeling some confusion towards these words. They didn't know who this person was. But very quickly, the person beside him pulled him back and whispered, "That's Gu Zhenchuan's fiancée, Yu Mingkong, the 4th princess of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty, and also the crown prince of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty. She will become a peerless empress in the future." These words immediately caused many people to gasp. They were incomparably shocked. She was definitely a proud daughter of heaven, whose name had spread far and wide in the heavens of the higher realms. Her methods were forceful and iron-blooded, and her name had long since shaken the world. No wonder he dared to call Gu Zhenchuan by his name. In the past, when Princess Yu Mingkong came to see true disciple Gu, it was not like this. What is going on? Rumor has it that this princess and Gu Zhenchuan don't seem to be on good terms recently. Looking at it today, it might be true. Many disciples thought to themselves, but they didn't dare to stop him. They allowed the black golden carriage to enter the mountain gate. For a time, the entire Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was alarmed. Many elders and disciples appeared. Even the true disciples appeared. Streaks of divine rainbow appeared in the sky, looking from afar. Now that a major event had happened, the crown prince of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty personally came to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, causing them to be shocked and puzzled. Many people guessed that it was related to Guchanga. But even more people guessed that Yu Mingkong was probably here to get a share of the pie. On the mountain peak where the great elder was, Gu Xian, was cultivating a powerful precious technique. A hazy light of the great Dao appeared behind her, and one rune after another floated up and down, divine and resplendent. She naturally heard the commotion coming from afar. Her expression was somewhat puzzled as she looked over. Guchanga's fiancée? What is she doing here? Although during this period of time, she faintly felt that there were some secrets behind what happened back then. It didn't affect her desire to take revenge on Guchanga. Now that the 4th princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty had arrived, Gu Xian, felt a little uneasy. She subconsciously thought that Yu Mingkong was in cahoots with Gu Chang'e. In this way, it would be even more difficult for her to seek justice from Gu Chang'e. On the supreme peak in the majestic and tall palace, Gu Chang'e opened his eyes and withdrew his consciousness from the system interface. The commotion outside the mountain gate had already spread here. The black golden carriage crushed through the sky, alarming all the peaks and islands. But no disciples or elders dared to stop it. Gu Chang'e arrived outside the palace. From afar he saw a black shadow descending toward the mountain peak. He raised his eyebrows. Yu Mingkong looked like she was full of killing intent. Could it be that she was a little angry because he found out her tracks? But as someone who had been reborn, she had foresight. She couldn't take advantage of him, so it wasn't strange that she couldn't help but be angry. Gu Chang'e guessed. Seeing the black golden carriage land quickly, Yu Mingkong walked out with a cold expression and quickly headed in his direction. At the same time, beside Gu Chang'e, there was a ripple in the air. Yanji appeared. She also followed Yu Mingkong back. What happened? Gu Chang'e glanced at her and asked. Yanji nodded and replied, Young master, when I found Princess Yu Mingkong, she was setting up an inescapable net to kill a young man who was only in the titled marquis realm. But in the end, that young man still escaped. Even I couldn't find his tracks. Soon Yanji summarized the scene to Gu Chang'e. A young man in the titled marquis realm escaped in the end? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Yes. Yanji nodded and said. That young man had a black jade talisman that contained the full power of a great saint. He had many tricks up his sleeve. Princess Yu Mingkong sent 4 saints. She thought it was a flawless plan, but in the end she didn't succeed. I understand. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e nodded. He could not help but shake his head. He felt that Yu Mingkong's expression was not very good. Perhaps this was the reason. Gu Chang'e more or less knew that the young man should be the son of Providence called Yiling. Sons of Providence were difficult to kill, to begin with. With something as intangible as Providence, especially the son of Providence from the upper realm. If she could succeed, then there was a problem. However, the fact that Yu Mingkong would think of a way to scheme against the son of Providence and even plan to kill him made Gu Chang'e a little speechless. He even wanted to laugh. The daughter of Providence tried to kill the son of Providence but failed in the end. He did not know what to say to Yu Mingkong. With her ability, she still wanted to take revenge on him for her past life? Gu Chang'e looked at her cold eyes that seemed to say that it was his fault. He could not help but shake his head and want to laugh. He thought that she could not kill Yiling, so in the end he was the one to blame? After that, the void fluctuated and Yanji's figure disappeared. Normally, she would not appear outside so easily. Mingkong, we haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you miss your husband? Gu Chang'e let out a soft laugh and stared at the peerless beauty in front of him. Gu Chang'e, don't pretend in front of me. Why did you ask me to come here? Yu Mingkong was unmoved and looked at him coldly as she asked. When she saw Yanji suddenly appear just now, she could not help but feel jealous. However, her face was as cold as ice. Gu Chang'e shook his head and held her waist naturally, ignoring her struggle. You haven't answered your husband's first question. Why would I miss a person with a heart of stone? Stop dreaming. Yu Mingkong said coldly. After all, she had shed all pretense of cordiality with Gu Chang'e in the Gu family. There were many things that she could not be bothered to pretend. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e's actions were all with a strong purpose. Whether it was the words he said or the actions he did, they were not sincere. Who knew what he was scheming now? Your words make me very sad. You came to boundless heaven, but you did not come to see your husband. Do you not want to see me that much? When Gu Chang'e heard this, he shook his head and seemed to be a little regretful and sad. I don't want to see you at all. Yu Mingkong was expressionless and was not moved at all. But I miss you very much. When I found out that you came to boundless heaven, I couldn't wait to see you. Gu Chang'e smiled. Yu Mingkong rolled her eyes. This action looked a little delicate, but her expression was very cold. When combined, it had a strange charm. If Gu Chang'e was telling the truth, she would naturally be very happy. However, it was obvious that he was just saying it. Yu Mingkong's heart was naturally not moved at all. So this is the reason why you asked that woman to capture me? Then Yu Mingkong asked coldly. When she mentioned that woman, her heart was filled with jealousy. It was as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned. Although she knew that Guchanga did not like her. However, when she saw that there were other women beside Guchanga, her heart was very sour. At the same time, Yumingkong was also very puzzled. In her previous life, there were clearly no women beside Guchanga. What was going on in this life? So many things had happened that she did not expect at all. What do you mean by captured? Mingkong, you have quite a big misunderstanding of your husband. Moreover, why is there such a strong sour smell in the air? Guchanga smiled calmly and gave a rare explanation. Yanji is an expert that I brought up from the lower realm. She can be considered as my follower. Why are you jealous of her? Hearing this, Yumingkong's expression eased a lot, but she still did not have a good expression. Guchanga, you are too confident in yourself. After all, it was very rare. She was a little surprised that Guchanga would actually take the initiative to explain this matter to her. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Then she asked directly. She did not believe that Guchanga would look for her for no reason. Guchanga said calmly. You don't believe me when I say that I miss you. What can I do? No matter how nice your words sound, I won't believe you. Yumingkong heard him and only wanted to roll her eyes. How did she not know that Guchanga had such a shameless side in her previous life? At this time, Guchanga 4.2 also stopped teasing her and said with a faint smile, I heard from Yanji that you wanted to kill a man of the conferred Marquis realm and failed. What happened? How did he offend you? Tell your husband will help you kill him and vent your anger. Of course, he knew that Yumingkong was definitely preparing to take advantage of the Son of Destiny. Guchanga was also very interested in this matter. He planned to ask Yumingkong indirectly for some information. Hearing Guchanga's words, Yumingkong was a little stunned. At this time, Guchanga should not know about Yiling's existence. So, when he said that he wanted to kill Yiling to help her vent her anger, did he think that Yiling had offended her? For some reason, Yumingkong's heart stirred. Guchanga was such a selfish and cold person. Why would he care about her? Aren't you going to ask the reason? You want to kill him regardless of whether he's right or wrong. She rolled her eyes slightly. Guchanga smiled. What's there to care about? If you want to kill him, then I'll help you kill him. Hearing this, Yumingkong could not help but hold her breath. As expected of Guchanga, he could say such murderous words so casually. Regardless of who was right or wrong, he would kill whoever she wanted to kill? This was indeed his personality. Yumingkong stared at Guchanga without blinking. Suddenly, she felt indescribably moved. So it was not that he did not care about her. Chapter 108. Whoever she wanted to kill, he would kill them. Could this be Guchanga's unique way of caring? It sounded like a boundless murderous aura was rushing towards them. Yumingkong's mood at this moment was very complicated. She really didn't think that Guchanga would say such words that touched her. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't have her in his heart, but to him it didn't hold much weight. The premise was that it didn't touch his secrets and interests. Otherwise, it wasn't impossible for Guchanga to turn his back on her. Whether it was the previous life or the present, Guchanga's ruthless nature had never changed. It was just that the surface was different. In the previous life, she was docile and submissive, so Guchanga's attitude towards her was cold and indifferent. At the crucial moment, she was a chess piece that could be killed at any time. But in this life, she was strong, iron-blooded, controlled the unparalleled immortal dynasty, and even had the hidden trump card of a reincarnated person. So Guchanga felt that she was useful, so he treated her like this. Thinking of this, Yumingkong also understood. Although she knew that Guchanga didn't have feelings for her, her heart felt much better than before. Being the daughter of destiny, Yumingkong's attitude changed. Luck points increased by 800. Fate points increased by 400. At this time, Guchanga's mind also rang out with a system notification, which made him feel slightly satisfied. Seems that these words weren't useless. Yumingkong naturally still had killing intent towards him, but like Gu Xian she couldn't do it with her current means. Not to mention that Yumingkong was different from Gu Xian. In this life there was no hatred between him and Yumingkong. Compared to this life, there were too many differences between the timeline she had experienced in this life. Even if Yu Mingkong wanted revenge, she couldn't show it on the surface. After all, this would expose her biggest secret. Guchanga happened to know her biggest secret. With this lifeline in hand, it would not be difficult to subdue Yu Mingkong. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have found out anyway. Meanwhile, Guchanga spoke once more. His expression had already recovered its calm, and he seemed as if he would utilize other methods if Yu Mingkong didn't speak. Yiling was the son of fortune. However, Guchanga did not know exactly what methods he had up his sleeves. If he wanted to know this information, he would have to rely on Yu Mingkong to tell him herself. It was a good opportunity to knock some sense into him. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was silent for a moment. She moved her beautiful eyes away from Guchanga. His interested expression made her feel a little flustered. If this matter was not handled properly, it might arouse Guchanga's suspicion. He would easily find out that she had no grudge against Yiling. They had never even met before. So, how could she explain her plan to murder Yiling? Was there something wrong with her brain to kill a masked person who had no grudge against her? Was she stupid? Guchanga was extremely shrewd. It was difficult to hide anything from him. This made Yu Mingkong feel conflicted. She pinched her sleeves lightly. Sure enough, nothing good could happen in front of Guchanga. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that I found the location of an ancient celestial lord's inheritance in some ancient books. I found that Yiling had beaten me to it. Yu Mingkong then chose her words carefully and spoke. She had no choice but to come up with a more reasonable explanation that would not expose her secret. Although plotting against other people's opportunities sounded immoral, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was nothing wrong with it. In her previous life, she definitely would not have done it. However, in this life she had done many similar things. In order to fight against Guchanga, she had to become stronger. She had to seek various opportunities to strengthen herself. However, she did not expect Yiling to be so difficult to deal with this time. He had set up an inescapable trap, but she still managed to escape in the end. According to her experience in her previous life, Yiling was not a simple person. He went from a weak person to an extremely terrifying existence in the upper realm. Now that the grudge had been formed, if it was not resolved, it would definitely become a big problem. Yiling would not let her go. When Guchanga heard this, he seemed to have a sudden realization. Suddenly, a look of realization appeared on his face. Then he said in a joking manner, "I didn't think that was the reason." What a surprise. Mingkong, I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless person. I thought someone had offended you, but I didn't expect you to be plotting against other people's opportunities. You wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. In the past, you wouldn't have done such a thing. As he said this, he shook his head. He looked regretful and disappointed in Yu Mingkong. Guchanga said this to cooperate with Yu Mingkong. However, he also learned a lot of information. Yiling turned out to be the successor of a certain ancient heavenly lord. This made Guchanga feel a little enlightened. Speaking of which, this was completely in line with the plot of a counterattack. A certain mediocre or useless young man accidentally obtained the inheritance of a certain expert by chance. Since then, he had been leading a successful life, defeating everyone who disobeyed him and subduing all the beauties. An ancient heavenly lord was an ancient existence who had sealed himself during the mythological era. He was unbelievably powerful. It was said that he had touched the realm of the immortal path. He might even be standing in that realm. It was not impossible to say that he could even trigger the long river of time. The appearance of any ancient heavenly lord's inheritance would definitely alarm various supreme sage orthodoxies, imperishable sects, and other forces. It was more shocking than the ancient emperor's tomb. It was enough to attract everyone. Yiling had secretly obtained the inheritance of an ancient heavenly lord. There might be various remnants, such as the ancient heavenly lord's formation patterns, weapons, divine pills, and so on. It was no wonder that the current Yu Mingkong could not deal with him. I'm only doing this because you forced me to do so. Yu Mingkong glanced at Guchanga expressionlessly and said, "You speak as if you're a good person. Guchanga, I can't compare to your ruthlessness." Her words were full of resentment. Even if her methods were 10,000 times more ruthless, she could not compare to Guchanga's. Others might not know, but how could she not know? Guchanga's forbidden demonic technique alone had secretly killed countless sky prides and living beings. It was simply uncountable. If Guchanga's true strength was exposed, it would definitely shock the world. All the cultivators would be enraged and fearful, and they would come to kill him. By then, he would become the enemy of the entire world. How could they allow Guchanga to grow stronger in secret? Of course, there was no evidence. Even if it was exposed, not many people would believe it. After all, the forbidden demonic technique had long disappeared in the long river of time. Its inheritance was cut off and destroyed by all the forces. How exactly did Guchanga obtain it? It was a complete mystery. Yu Mingkong suspected that it had something to do with the mysterious master behind Guchanga. However, she had never seen Guchanga reveal such a thing. Don't say that. In this world, it's not a bad thing to be ruthless. Hearing that, Guchanga put away the faint smile on his face and said, "Good people have short lives, bad people live longer." Hearing that, Yu Mingkong could not help but fall silent. In her previous life, she would definitely have scoffed at those words and felt that it was too absolute. Was it wrong to be good? Good people were not wrong, but they were destined to not live long. Since ancient times, which existence standing at the peak did not have endless blood on their hands. She could now say that she deeply felt the same about all this. Which ancient heavenly lord's inheritance did Yi Ling obtain? I might be able to help you deal with him. At that moment, Guchanga asked again with a faint smile. Yu Mingkong glanced at him and said, "The ancient heavenly lord of samsara. This kind of thing definitely could not be hidden." It was too easy for Guchanga to find out if he wanted to. Especially now that Yi Ling had appeared in boundless heaven. She might as well be more honest. As for Guchanga's offer to help her deal with Yi Ling, Yu Mingkong did not believe it at all. It sounded nice, but in the end, he wanted to take Yi Ling's opportunity inheritance. When the time came and she killed Yi Ling, the inheritance would still fall into Guchanga's hands. Yu Mingkong did not believe that Guchanga would be so kind as to give her the inheritance. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara, the power of samsara. Guchanga narrowed his eyes. The power of samsara involved time, which was a supreme power like space. Now that he already had the talent of the void, it was not impossible for it to evolve into the spatial rule order, spatial great Tao, spatial origin, and so on. He was quite tempted by the power of samsara. Looking at Guchanga's expression, how could Yu Mingkong not understand that he was already thinking about Yi Ling? She could not help but feel angry that Guchanga had snatched away the opportunity right in front of her. She knew very well how terrifying Guchanga was. She had no confidence at all that she could snatch it away from Guchanga. Although Yi Ling was difficult to deal with, she was, after all, a reborn person with foresight. She even dared to go against Guchanga, so why would she be afraid of his revenge? However, after today, Yi Ling would most likely become Guchanga's prey. Once Yi Ling was targeted by Guchanga, what good ending would Yi Ling have? Even when Yi Ling was at his peak in his previous life, he had almost died in the hands of Guchanga. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. The current Yi Ling would not be able to escape from Guchanga's evil hands. Why do you look so unhappy? Aren't you happy that your husband helped you snatch the opportunity? Guchanga could not help but chuckle when he saw Yu Mingkong's expression. Although he would definitely take the lion's share, he did not mind leaving some for Yu Mingkong to drink. He was not such a heartless person who would take advantage of every opportunity and leave nothing behind. When she heard that, Yu Mingkong could not be bothered with him. She did not want to talk to him anymore. After all, the immortal path would appear after some time in the heavenly palace of immortals. She just happened to know where the immortal essence would be born. When the time came, she would just have to wait for it. The immortal essence was not inferior to the ancient heavenly venerate's inheritance. Although Guchanga had been plotting for the immortal essence for a long time, Yu Mingkong believed that he would not be able to gain much advantage over her. After that, Yu Mingkong also stayed at Wushang Peak and prepared to wait for the immortal path that would follow. After all, she and Guchanga were engaged in name and were husband and wife in reality. She did not mind. No one dared to say anything either. The news of Yu Mingkong's arrival at the heavenly palace of immortals spread like wildfire, causing a huge commotion. Be it the disciples of the heavenly palace of immortals or the cultivators of other forces, they were all shocked. After all, Guchanga's deterrence was already terrifying enough. Now that he had his fiancée Yu Mingkong by his side, who among the younger generation could go against them? Now that the various orthodoxies and sects had gathered at the heavenly palace of immortals, many young geniuses had appeared. Even many young supreme beings who had not appeared before had appeared. They came from various heavens in the inner region to display their powerful strength. For a time the situation was turbulent. At the same time, in the depths of the heavenly palace of immortals, there was a simple and tall palace surrounded by clouds that seemed to be towering above the 9 heavens. A terrifying aura reverberated in divine light intertwined. It was incomparably oppressive, as if a scene of the opening of the heavens was unfolding. The various elders of the heavenly palace of immortals had solemn and unpleasant expressions as they discussed something here. The Grand Elder sat at the head of the table. His face was thin and his white robe fluttered in the wind. Now that the various orthodoxies have gathered at the heavenly palace of immortals, they want to force us to open the depths of the palace and let their young disciples train. What do the elders think about this? Next to the Grand Elder, a middle-aged man in a green robe with a gentle expression and a long beard asked. He was tall and straight, his eyes were like stars and his hair was as white as snow. He stood upright and looked very heroic. There seemed to be floating lights around him, as well as jumping shadows. It was like a dream. He was the current palace lord of the heavenly palace of immortals. He usually cultivated in the depths of the palace and rarely showed himself. His cultivation was unfathomable. Hearing the palace lord's words, many elders could not help but fall silent. At this time it was no longer up to them to decide. Palace Lord, I think we need to discuss this matter with all parties. After all, the depths of the palace are quite dangerous. What if their disciples come there and get hurt or die there? When that happens, they will blame us for not protecting them well. Wouldn't we have to swallow our pride? A tall elder with shocking vitality stood out. He was the current second elder of the heavenly palace of immortals. He was also an old monster with unfathomable cultivation. He said with a frown. He was also very angry about this matter. The appearance of the immortal treasure was actually just a catalyst. The various orthodoxies had always had their eyes on that immortal ancient continent. However, because they had cultivated in the heavenly palace of immortals before, they could not ask for it themselves, so they sent their young disciples. The elders of the heavenly palace of immortals naturally knew about this plan. There are many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent, but there are also many dangers. Moreover, the different areas are shrouded in immortal ancient mist. Even if we go in, it is difficult to know the exact direction. If the younger generation goes in, there is a high chance that they will die inside. At that moment, many elders spoke up. The second elder's words were approved by everyone. Although the depths of the palace could be open to the public, what if something unexpected happened? If they wanted to go in, they could, but they had to bear the responsibility themselves. In addition, each orthodoxy must have a person in charge. Otherwise, if the heavenly palace of immortals was blamed, they would be wrongly accused. If that's the case, then it's decided. When the time comes, the younger generation who wants to go will do as they wish. Life and death will not be discussed. The palace master of the heavenly palace of immortals nodded slowly. However, with so many young geniuses gathered here, there will definitely be a lot of competition. As the host, the heavenly palace of immortals, when the time comes, we will need to find someone to hold the fort. Among the 5 true disciples, Chu Wuji's Taoist heart was injured and has returned to the great Chu dynasty. The other 3 true disciples are all in seclusion. I don't think they will show up for a while. Are we going to rely on them? But their cultivation is weaker. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold the fort when the time comes. At that moment, a few elders thought of something else. They whispered among themselves while secretly observing the Grand Elder's expression. They purposely did not mention Guchanga for the same reason. A while ago, the news that Guchanga had offended the Grand Elder had spread throughout the heavenly palace of immortals. At this time, if they recommended Guchanga, where would the Grand Elder put his face? Chapter 109. The atmosphere in the palace was a little strange. Even the palace lord of the Tao heavenly palace shook his head slightly. He glanced at the Grand Elder without saying a word. Although the elders were here to discuss the gathering of the various orthodoxies in ancient Tao Heavenly City, they knew that it was impossible to stop it. In fact, they couldn't change anything. Hence, the real reason they were here was to select the person in charge of the younger generation of the Tao Heavenly Palace. However, out of respect for the Grand Elder, they were very tactful and did not directly recommend Guchanga to the Grand Elder. After all, apart from Guchanga, they couldn't find a better candidate. As for the Grand Elder's newly accepted female disciple, Wuxia, although she was very talented compared to Guchanga, she was more than just a little bit weaker. In terms of strength and status, she couldn't compare at all. Not to mention her deterrence. However, Guchanga was different. Although he was the most powerful person in the Tao Heavenly Palace, and no one dared to provoke him, he was still a powerful figure. However, the elders had to admit that Gu Chongqing's strength was undeniable. Among the younger generation, who wouldn't be afraid when they saw Guchanga? A few days ago, in ancient Tao Heavenly City, even the immemorial Royal White Tiger clan's young lord had to leave, not daring to fight Guchanga. To put it bluntly, as long as Guchanga was there to back them up, the younger generation of the other orthodoxies would definitely behave themselves when they came to the Tao Heavenly Palace, and there would be fewer conflicts. Hence, the only problem now was that Guchanga and the Grand Elder were not on good terms. However, this matter required the Grand Elder's approval. This was a little difficult to handle. I already know what you mean. You don't have to be so tactful. After all, this is for the good of the Tao Heavenly Palace, and I'm not an unreasonable person, said the first elder. His expression was somewhat unsightly. He was worried that if he went to Guchanga, he would have to ask him to speak up for the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Wouldn't that be throwing his old face to the ground? What he said last time was equivalent to wasting his words. Wouldn't that be a slap to his own face? Thinking of this, the great elder's heart was filled with anger. After living for so many years, this was the first time that he repeatedly ran into a wall with a junior. It was simply inconceivable. At this moment, the palace master of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace smiled and said, "The Grand Elder is magnanimous, so why would he lower himself to the level of a junior? That Guchanga, as the young master of the Gu clan, has actually been eyeing the position of successor ever since he came to our Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. We are well aware of this, but we just didn't point it out. Today's matter has given him such an opportunity. Even though Guchanga's actions are eccentric and unfathomable, he's a cultivator of the Tao of Heavenly Immortals canon at any rate. With this identity, could it be that he intends to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors? In my opinion, the successor's position should have been decided. Compared to strength, the problem of character is no longer important." Hearing this, the elders looked at each other and nodded. Even the palace master was supporting Guchanga. Even if the Grand Elder was unwilling, he would not be able to justify it. Forget it, this old man will put aside his old face and talk to that Guchanga. Hearing this, the Grand Elder waved his hand. His expression was not very good, but he knew that this was the only solution. Then, without saying anything else, he disappeared from the palace with a single step. The palace master of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace and the elders could not help but shake their heads and sigh. To be able to make the Grand Elder take a step back as a member of the younger generation, Guchanga is probably the only one who has done this. While the Grand Elder and the others were discussing, on the mountain peak where the Grand Elder usually cultivated in seclusion, Wuxia was dressed in green. Her figure was slender, and her incomparably beautiful face was calm. Her eyes were closed. She was sitting cross-legged on a piece of green rock. Behind her, resplendent light shone, and wisps of essence qi gushed out in all directions. Streaks of purple divine light drifted down from the sky like mist. They circled around her body, making her seem like a favorite of the Great Tao. Wisps of the Great Tao's aura emerged and then descended. It was as if an invisible grotto heaven had appeared above her head. At this moment, a new bone in her body was burning hot, and a deep and vast power appeared. Many mystical lights were changing inside. Like a celestial bone, it was translucent, flawless and resplendent, and filled with celestial qi. In the hazy mist, there seemed to be a tiny true immortal sitting cross-legged in her celestial bone, chanting a supreme scripture. Boom! In the end, all the power in her cells and bones gushed out. It turned into a surge of terrifying qi and blood energy that gathered in her limbs and bones. She had broken through. Gu Xian'er opened her eyes. Her porcelain-like delicate face was filled with joy, but she quickly calmed down. She had finally broken through to the Marquis realm. One had to know that at this age, Gu Chang'e was only a divine lord. She was now a full realm faster than Gu Chang'e. As long as I cultivate diligently, I will surpass Gu Chang'e sooner or later, and then get my revenge. He will regret it. I'm not someone he can bully as he pleases. Gu Xian'er clenched her fists, her eyes shining brightly. During this period of time, she had swallowed all kinds of divine pills and treasures, and cultivated the various ancient heavenly arts that the Grand Elder had prepared for her. Her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. She was much faster than before. The Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon contained a very mystical true immortal intent. It pointed directly to the path of immortal Tao, and Gu Xian'er benefited greatly. Although her previous teachers were very powerful, they were not as good as the Grand Elder, who was a good teacher on the path of cultivation. One had to specialize in one's career. The Grand Elder had taught many disciples before, and was naturally very experienced. He taught her according to her abilities. Gu Xian'er's talent and foundation were very strong to begin with. Now that she had accumulated enough, it was normal for her cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Therefore Gu Xian'er quickly calmed down. If Gu Chang'e hadn't provoked Master back then, Master probably wouldn't have taught me like this. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Gu Chang'e. But he must be up to no good and has other intentions. Although I can't figure out his intentions, I know that he's up to no good. Gu Xian'er thought to herself. The only thing she wanted to do now was to press Gu Chang'e, that annoying guy, to the ground and rub him in it. At this time she was cold and aloof, like a celestial fairy above the 9 heavens, untainted by the mortal world. But when she thought about how Gu Chang'e hadn't come to see her during this period of time, Gu Xian'er was inexplicably not used to it. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, and she looked at a huge blue stone not far away. Who is it? Gu Xian'er shouted coldly. At the same time, a jade-like sparkling longsword appeared in her hand. Glyphs flowed on it, and it was very extraordinary. Just now she felt a very slight vibration coming from there, which meant that someone was hiding there. She didn't notice it at all before. This made Gu Xian'er frown, and she became very vigilant. Usually, no one would come to the head elder's place of cultivation. Moreover, the head elder had gone to the main peak to discuss some matters today, and wasn't on this mountain peak. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for someone to secretly come up here. In addition, the head elder didn't have the habit of laying down formation patterns in his place of cultivation. The mountain peak was very safe, and there wouldn't be any restrictions or formations or the like. When Gu Xian'er thought of this, the vigilance in her heart became even stronger. Her first suspicion was that it was Gu Chang'e, but she quickly eliminated this possibility. Unless Gu Chang'e was bored, he wouldn't come here to watch her cultivate. As for whether or not Gu Chang'e would secretly harm her, Gu Xian'er almost didn't think about this. If Gu Chang'e wanted to kill her, he wouldn't have been able to hold himself back, and wouldn't have waited until now. Then who could it be? Little sister Xian'er, don't worry, I have no ill intentions. At this moment, a gentle voice that was pleasing to the ear like the sound of nature sounded out. A tall and slender woman walked out from behind the blue stone. She was wearing a blue muslin dress, and her hair was tied up in a green conch. Her immortal face was like a painting, and her beauty was soul-stirring. But she also had an innate sense of superiority and nobility. Even though Gu Xian'er was a woman, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned by this appearance. This was definitely the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, and there was no comparison. But soon Gu Xian'er reacted and calmly asked, "You are Gu Chang'e's fiancé? Unparalleled Immortal Dynasty's 4th princess Yu Mingkong?" With this appearance and temperament, other than that princess she couldn't think of anyone else. But why would she come here? And also secretly watch her for so long? Gu Xian'er was puzzled. "That's me." Yu Mingkong nodded, and at this time she was also carefully sizing up Gu Xian'er. Gu Chang'e left the mountain gate for ancient Tao Celestial City, and she didn't know what he was going to do. She wanted to come here to see Guxian. At that time Guxian was in a state of cultivation, and it wasn't good to disturb him. She just watched from the side. Now that she saw that Guxian was done with his cultivation, he made a noise and she noticed. Yu Mingkong didn't have the slightest bit of malice towards the cold and proud Guxian. Instead she felt pity for him. In her previous life Guxian could be considered the only friend she could confide in. The two of them got to know each other by chance. Guxian didn't hate her because she was Gu Chang's fiancée, and instead treated her equally. The two quickly became familiar with each other. However, because of Gu Changa, the two of them could only become strangers in the end. The last time she heard news of Guxian it was when the peach village Wuxia used to live in was destroyed by the Celestial Dynasty's hundreds of millions of immortal soldiers dispatched by Gu Changa. In the end, the mysterious peach tree at the entrance of the village took the ruined village, broke through space and left, and disappeared without a trace. And after that, Guxian also disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Yu Mingkong thought at that time that Guxian knew that there was no hope for revenge, and finally chose to live in seclusion. But later on, according to Gu Changa's personality, it was impossible for him to let Guxian go. In the end, Gu Changa should have used Guxian's masters as hostages, and threatened her to go in exchange. Since then Guxian's fate was unknown, but it was very likely that Gu Changa devoured her origin and she died. This was a girl who was as tragic as her. When she was young, her most respected and beloved brother dug out her Dao bone. Then she fled to the forsaken immortal land, where she met several mysterious and powerful masters. She cultivated bitterly for many years, harboring hatred, and always wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Instead, he had been rescued from Gu Changa time and time again. In her previous life, her clan, including her parents' clan, were all wiped out by Gu Changa, who became the clan leader. Not a single one was left. Too many. Whenever she thought of these things, Yu Mingkong would feel a wave of regret and sadness. In her previous life, she helped Gu Changa to rule the unparalleled Celestial Dynasty, and swallowed many big and small powers. At that time, the hundreds of millions of immortal soldiers that attacked the Peach Village were personally trained by her for Gu Changa. In this life many things changed, but Guxian's current situation did not change. At that time, she was still a disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, and was cultivating here. However, because she offended Gu Changa, her situation in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was not good, and no disciple dared to go with her. Even the elders mostly avoided her, as if they had encountered a snake or a scorpion. After a while, Guxian would obtain an immortal opportunity in the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, and her cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. She also took this opportunity to challenge Gu Changa, and announced to the world that Gu Changa's despicable act of digging out her Dao bone. This announcement caused a huge commotion in the upper realm, and caused a terrible earthquake. Then, she and Gu Changa finally fought in the battlefield of Heavenly Immortals, attracting the attention of countless cultivators and orthodoxies. In that battle she came back from death's door, and won by a narrow margin, killing Gu Changa. This was also the only time Guxian gained an advantage over Gu Changa. However, it was obvious that Gu Changa was only faking his death in that battle. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he could not reveal his greatest trump card. Gu Changa's corpse was later rescued by the divine sect of Taichu. Half a year later, he appeared in the upper realm again, and became even more unfathomable. Soon the two met and fought again. In the end Guxian was defeated and almost died, but she was rescued in the end.